Mais tu vois là, ça va? Oui, c'est nickel, la pression, ça va.
Neće oni to da pominju, naravno, ali neće da pominju ni crnci, znaš, te robove u Africi što su pozivni pevci. Crnci su dovoljni povesti Nova se mogu jako, že dosta niske
Comment vous passez? J'ai vu tout le monde. Ah là là.
Sve se svodilo na to, ovo je jače, čekaj da probam.
Staviš se sa strane,
Ouais, c'est ça que je nous demandais de checker, pour être sûr que tu n'entends pas le ballast. Et tu l'entends, qu'on le change de place.
The rush,
Yes, absolutely.
Une fois qu'ils sont passés, ils peuvent être capés.
Još uvijek se ostane na terenu, a nema druge. Stigli 7-8
parce que t'avais un sac.
Les plugs là, sur le pôle.
Peut-être pas maintenant.
Elle a fait un commentaire. Oui, mais c'est parti aussi, on se croise dans les colonnes et tout. Il y a personne qui sont ici, c'est ça, même quelque chose de ça. Ils sont où? Tu peux arriver aux infos, enfin la gueule. C'est plutôt... Oui. Oui, mais va me voir. Va me voir.
Hello.
Le bip c'est quoi aujourd'hui?
si dao, zato će svaki
Voilà. Mais bon, il m'a dit Nishimura, c'est un nouveau là. Il
jedan, dva, tri, jedan, dva, tri,
va y avoir des trucs. Voilà. Très bien.
Antonio est magnifique.
On va voir. Oui, c'est vrai.
Vous faites juste un pas en arrière, un pas en arrière, vous avancez.
كبير لك هذول شو
لكن الثانيين
لا هذول احكام هذول اللي قالوا البيت
فهموا عليه
Le méga pose de truc, je pas le film des meufs.
ما بنعرف
قالوا لي اذا كان عايز مقابله تسلم لي انا
I have the button, but I cannot put it back on.
قلت له لا لازم اجاوب قلت له الكاميرا معايا الصبح لان ما نقدرش ندفع
J'ai l'impression, ouais.
I didn't have it. That's all I had. It was a jump license. And then from photos recording. Oh, just got your black. I'm like, mate. Yeah, Mark told me this from side.
On a des batteries, hein.
لكن ممكن هناك شيء ممكن تتدخل
Au pire, le micro, on éteint, ça peut se remettre en deux.
il reste un très bas.
Il reste que un, c'est... En vrai, le micro, je peux éteindre et rallumer, ça va. Pardon, mais étant donné que je pense que ça va vite, je pense que...
I am so wide. Yesterday, 2 days ago, we had a conference. Someone came talking about psychedelics and stuff. And I don't know, it just took just 1 hour about fucking conversation. I don't know. I was just sitting there like, sorry, the thoughts.
نروح لهناك ايه بنقعد هناك
What's like during like the FBI?
J'éteins du quoi?
non après c'est tout ça le trait
Hein?
Yeah, but just like
Ah ouais?
ça allait ici, mais il y a toujours ouais,
Mais ouais, c'est parce que ici, je me
ah ouais ah ouais
Ah, si tu mets toi, donc, parce que je me suis dit, mais t'es connecté, c'est sûr.
ah chouïa
Qu'est-ce que vous entendez en fait de ce talk?
Bon, ça montre déjà qu'il y a je crois, une idée qu'on doit se réunir au niveau de chefs d'État et chefs de gouvernement. C'est une tournante. Ça veut dire que les leaders considèrent que la question nucléaire est indispensable et qu'il faut faire tout le nécessaire pour faciliter l'apport du nucléaire dans la situation actuelle.
Il faut collaborer ensemble avec les petites réactions nucléaires. Il y a plus que 80 projets.
Ouais.
N'est-ce pas un défi?
C'est un défi, mais c'est tout à fait possible. C'est à voir au niveau des politiques d'État, au niveau des financements, les pas nécessaires pour y arriver.
Et tripler la capacité jusqu'à 2050.
Ça dépend de chaque pays, c'est pas pour tout le monde. Il y a des pays qui vont tripler, il y a des pays qui vont doubler, mais ce qui est clair, c'est que le nucléaire est là, le nucléaire a une fonction importante, pas dans une vision d'avenir. Déjà, la moitié de l'énergie propre en Europe, elle est nucléaire, maintenant. Donc,
Comment on fait pour payer ça? Parce que les Français, par exemple, ça coûte très cher et c'est difficile de contrôler le coût.
Ben, il faut faire en sorte que toutes les mesures et les instruments de financement, y compris politique d'impôt, subsides, etc., à un niveau pareil aux autres énergies, soient là. Donc ça, c'est pour les chefs d'État et pour les chefs de gouvernement.
Il y a un aspect sécurité aussi. On a vu en Ukraine que Zaporizhzhia a posé beaucoup de problèmes. Comment est-ce qu'on s'assure que pour l'avenir, on puisse sécuriser les
Bon, il faut
nucléaires.
renforcer les instances internationales comme l'Agence internationale d'énergie atomique pour faire en sorte qu'on ait les inspections, qu'on a la capacité d'éviter des problèmes.
Et des actions vraiment concrètes, on peut pas...
Sinon, on split un petit peu.
Monsieur De Croo, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas une contradiction à
Et des
organiser
actions.
un
Attends, on va un peu là-bas. Parce que...
Dans ma caméra devant.
Ah, ouais,
Est-ce qu'il y a pas
ok.
une contradiction à organiser un sommet mondial de l'énergie alors qu'on est censé en Belgique sortir du nucléaire dans 10 ans?
Ben non, on vient juste de décider de prolonger nos deux centrales les plus récentes en Belgique. En Belgique, on a une stratégie qui est très balancée. Vous savez, il y a 2 ans, on a organisé un sommet énorme par rapport renouvelable aux éoliennes dans la mer du Nord. Aujourd'hui, on le fait dans le nucléaire et ce n'est pas l'un contre l'autre. Ceci n'est pas un sommet qui est contre le renouvelable. On aura besoin des deux. Et en Belgique, on est uniquement positionné pour faire les deux. On a finalement une stratégie qui est à 20 ans, qui est balancée en Belgique. Et honnêtement, si on veut décarboner, si on veut aller vers net zero en 2050, on aura besoin de toutes les technologies renouvelables, mais nucléaires aussi.
Est-ce qu'il va falloir changer la loi alors?
Non, parce qu'en Belgique, la loi, on la change par rapport aux projets qui sont là. Les projets qui sont là maintenant, c'est une prolongation de 10 ans, et donc on change la loi pour faire cette prolongation. Comme on l'a fait dans le gouvernement précédent, c'est exactement la même chose. S'il y a des projets qui, à un moment donné, vont plus loin ou d'autres réacteurs, ben on changera la loi à ce moment-là. Ça ne change rien.
Est-ce qu'au sein du gouvernement, vous êtes tous sur la même longueur d'onde? Chez les Verts, on conteste cette vision d'une énergie atomique qui accélérerait la transition énergétique?
Mais cet événement-ci n'est pas un événement qui dit que le nucléaire est la solution à tout. Ce que je traduis ici, c'est la position du gouvernement. Le nucléaire jouera un rôle. En Belgique, on a décidé par rapport à la prolongation de 10 ans. Et beaucoup avaient nous dit que c'était impossible de le faire. On l'a fait ensemble, Tine van der Straeten et moi, on l'a fait ensemble. Mais on investit massivement dans le renouvelable. On fait x4 dans les éoliennes dans la mer du Nord. Et donc, moi, je traduis ici la position du gouvernement.
Les investissements dans le nucléaire, ils prennent souvent beaucoup de temps. Si on veut s'assurer un avenir nucléaire au-delà de 2035, c'est aujourd'hui qu'on doit le décider. Est-ce que vous êtes opposé à une autre prolongation, une prolongation au-delà de 2035 des réacteurs qu'on a aujourd'hui?
Tout d'abord, ce qu'on fait dans ce gouvernement, c'est quand même déjà assez phénoménal. Et d'autres pays voisins ne le font pas. Si on regarde l'Allemagne, elle a décidé de ne pas prolonger. Beaucoup nous ont dit que la prolongation en Belgique, ça allait être compliqué, pratiquement impossible. On l'a fait. Alors, est-ce qu'il faudra aller au-delà des 10 ans? Là, je m'exprime personnellement et ce n'est pas au nom du gouvernement. Honnêtement, je suis en faveur d'aller vers 20 ans. Mais ne sous-estimez pas ce que ce gouvernement a décidé. Et on l'a décidé à 7 et il faut quand même applaudir l'effort que tous les 7 partis ont fait. Ils ont monté beaucoup de pragmatisme et de confiance à la science pour faire ce qui est nécessaire à ce moment-ci.
À la COP 28, on a parlé d'un triplement des capacités mondiales du nucléaire. Quelle va être la part de la Belgique dans cet effort-là?
Vous savez, si on veut tripler, la première chose à faire, c'est garder ce qu'on a. Et la Belgique le fait. Et je pense que c'est ça la première mesure. Il y a plein de pays qui pourraient garder ce qu'ils ont au lieu de la fermer. C'est déjà une première chose. Alors, le nouveau nucléaire en Belgique, pour l'instant, ce n'est pas sur la table du côté opérationnel. Parce qu'on a des actifs nucléaires, garder nos actifs nucléaires existants, c'est la première mesure. On a décidé d'investir 100 millions dans la recherche des nucléaires, des Small Modular Reactors. La Belgique a une position de connaissance et d'analyse qui est vraiment unique au monde. Mais ça, ce sera pour dans 10, je pense plutôt dans 20 ans, par rapport à la position belge, garder le nucléaire actuel est le plus important. Allez, in het Nederlands.
We gaan toch proberen.
Ja, een poging doen, hè? Ja.
Ja. Deze
Transief en hernieuwbaar. Onze windmolens op de Noordzee gaan maal 4 En we houden de meest recente nucleaire centrales, waardoor we een gebalanceerde strategie hebben. Vele landen zijn jaloers op wat wij kunnen in ons land. Deze top zorgt ervoor dat we over de nucleaire toekomst eindelijk spreken op het niveau van regeringsleiders, op het niveau van staatshoofden. Dat is de eerste maal ooit. En ons land organiseert dat. Dat is een grote erkenning voor de bijzonder grote kennis die we hebben in het nucleaire domein.
Ja, maar het is spreken, nog geen concrete acties.
Dat zullen de verschillende landen duidelijk maken. Ik zal hier duidelijk maken wat ons land gedaan heeft. De verlenging van de 2 meest recente kerncentrales is iets waarvan velen zeiden dat is onmogelijk, u gaat daar niet in slagen. Ik ben daar wel in geslaagd. Ik heb dat met Stine van der Straten volledig kunnen onderhandelen. Andere landen zullen waarschijnlijk andere plannen duidelijk maken. Het verlengen van huidige centrales, er zijn best wel nog een aantal andere Europese landen die dat zouden kunnen doen en dat zou ons kunnen helpen. Voor andere landen zal het eerder gaan over nieuwe nucleaire capaciteit, maar dat zijn vaak landen die geen bestaande capaciteit hebben. We hebben een bestaande capaciteit. Het gebruiken van de bestaande is al een grote stap.
Nu, u spreekt al over geen 10 jaar, maar nog eens 10 jaar erbij. 20 jaar onze meest recente kernreactoren. En we zien dan uw minister van Energie die nu op de alternatieve top zit. Zeg maar de mensen die anti-nucleair zijn. Ik kan mij voorstellen dat voorspellingen zorgt in de regering dat we daar niet op dezelfde lijn zitten.
Nee, absoluut niet. Eerst en vooral Tine van der Straten gaat naar beide evenementen en zal dezelfde boodschap brengen op beide evenementen.
Maar toch opvallend dat ze naar de anti-nucleaire top ook gaat. Hè?
Nou, weet u, we zijn een land waar je vrije meningen mag hebben. En gelukkig maar dat we een land zijn met vrije meningen. In landen waar geen vrije meningen zijn, is het toch minder goed leven. De positie van de regering is een verlenging van 10 jaar. En de verlenging van 10 jaar, velen hebben eraan getwijfeld en wij hebben dat gedaan.
Maar u spreekt al over 20 jaar, hè?
Persoonlijk, en nu spreek ik niet in naam van de regering, denk ik dat we verder moeten gaan en dat de verlenging van 20 jaar het juiste is. Maar dat zal een taak voor een volgende regering zijn. Deze verlenging van 10 jaar, die is toch opmerkelijk. En de verlengingen die zijn altijd in fases van 10 jaar. Dat is omwille van regulatoire redenen en operationele redenen. Maar deze stap die is al een zeer grote. Die houdt de nucleaire toekomst in ons land. Die was niet gegarandeerd. Deze regering heeft de nucleaire toekomst in ons land opengehouden. Volgende stappen, persoonlijk heb ik daar mijn mening over, maar ik ga hier natuurlijk de positie van de Belgische regering vertegenwoordigen.
Eventjes, 100 miljoen nog investeren in die kleine modulaire reactoren, maar we zitten daar niet bepaald aan de kop van het peloton. Hè? Er zijn al meer dan 80 projecten die er liggen. Is dat geld dan wel goed besteed?
Ja, omdat de Belgische positie is een beetje anders dan in andere landen. Wij hebben vandaag geen nood aan SMR's, want wij hebben nucleaire activa. En als je wil dat we zo snel mogelijk resultaat boeken om naar net zero te gaan, dan moet je de bestaande centrales openhouden. Voor ons zal die kleine modulaire reactoren van de volgende generatie, die zullen voor ons interessant zijn. Omdat die op het gebied van afval een enorme stap vooruit zouden zijn. Dus wat wij moeten doen, is niet research gaan doen voor SMR's binnen 5 jaar, maar research doen voor SMR's binnen 20 jaar. En daarin speelt het SCK een zeer belangrijke rol. En dus wij zorgen ervoor dat we mee aan de tafel zitten. Maar de Belgische positie is een beetje anders dan in landen die weinig nucleaire capaciteit hebben.
Maar iedereen is nog niet mee. Hè? De Duitsers bijvoorbeeld zijn er niet, Spanjaarden zijn er ook niet, andere landen ook niet. Gewoon probleem is.
Nee, want nucleair zal niet voor alle landen zijn. De verschillende Europese landen hebben daar verschillende posities. En wat belangrijk is, is dat je de ganse Europese mix bekijkt. En die ganse Europese mix zal nucleair een belangrijke rol spelen, net zoals hernieuwbaar een belangrijke rol zal spelen. En net zoals...
niet ten nadele van het hernieuwbaar dan?
Nee, absoluut niet. Als wij net zero willen zijn in 2050, gaan wij alle technologie nodig hebben. Men moet stoppen met die tegenstelling. Het is geen tegenstelling tussen nucleair en hernieuwbaar, integendeel. Het hebben van nucleaire capaciteit gaat hernieuwbaar juist sterker maken.
Dank u wel.
Voilà.
Ja.
Okay. Ja, natuurlijk.
I think I see around the world nuclear is making a comeback, a very strong comeback. From the countries where there is already a nuclear industry, there is a big pushback, and the other one is some new countries want to build the nuclear power. There are three reasons for that. One of them is to fight against climate change, because nuclear can provide electricity without emissions. This is the number one. Number two is the electricity security. After the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, everybody understood the value, the real value of generating electricity at home rather than importing from outside. And I would say a major trigger of a nuclear comeback was the Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And the third one is nuclear power can produce electricity without any interruption, and the price of electricity coming from nuclear is not volatile. The industry, households can make their plan strategies on the base of that. So these three things together makes a strong comeback for nuclear power, but there is an important role for governments and the nuclear industry to play if we want to keep this momentum up.
But the goal to triple the capacity by 2050, new power plants are extremely expensive. It takes a lot of time to construct them. Is that realistic?
Yeah. I think you are right. The building a nuclear power plant is requires huge capital cost, and B, government involvement, and C, we don't have a very good record of complementing our nuclear power plants on time. Lots of delays. So we have to do whatever we can do to increase the current nuclear capacity, which is currently only less than 10% of global electricity generation. But I can tell you, without the support of nuclear power, we have no chance to reach our climate targets on time. Renewables will play the major role in terms of electricity, especially solar, supported by wind and hydropower, but we also need nuclear power, especially in those countries where we do not have major renewable potential. Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat your name?
My name is Fatih Birol. I am the head of the International Energy Agency in Paris.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
What role should nuclear energy play in the energy transition?
I think nuclear will play a very important role for the clean electricity generation. I would, however, say that the major part of the future clean electricity will come from renewables, mainly solar, wind, hydropower, but nuclear has also a role to play to complement the renewable electricity, as nuclear provides electricity without any interruption. So there is a key role for nuclear to play. Whether or not nuclear will be able to play this role, we will understand today and the next meetings, because governments have a very important role in order to support new nuclear plants. I think this is definitely late. I wish we wouldn't have seen a major decline of nuclear power, especially in Europe, which is important for climate and the European electricity security. But now it is better than never that countries are coming back. But if it was before this push for nuclear, I think our chances of reaching our climate goals would have been slightly higher.
It's French model of nuclear energy.
French?
France.
I think France is doing an excellent job. President Macron putting the nuclear power as one of the key blocks of its energy policy is excellent. There was a lot of discussion in France whether or not France would need nuclear power or not. In my view, the nuclear power in France is as important as Arc de Triomphe in Paris. It's a national asset for France, and I hope that France will do the most out of it. So thank you.
These were afraid of nuclear energy due to security or even.
I think there, in France, you mentioned in your neighbor countries, there are no major problems if the nuclear is run in line with the rules and regulations. It is the same risk that you have for the other parts of the energy technologies. For me, the main risk is this momentum we are seeing now since almost 2 years, and the International Energy Agency has contributed this momentum is not going to continue, and it will die down. I see this is the main risk for nuclear power. I have to go. Thank you very much.
Dobro, znači, ne trebaju pare.
gajci da napiše. Da se vidi ko radi, a ko je Dušan Gajić. Po mojoj meteorološkoj.
Trois fois plus de nucléaire à l'horizon 2050. Est-ce que l'Union européenne va s'y mettre aussi?
D'abord, la question du mix énergétique, ce sont des choix faits par les États membres. C'est un premier point. Cependant, on voit bien que si l'Europe veut être plus souveraine, avoir plus d'influence, être plus maître de notre destin, on doit progresser sur le terrain de l'indépendance énergétique. Et il est certain que le nucléaire est une des sources qui aide à donner plus d'indépendance, donc plus de liberté et plus d'influence.
Speciaal in het Nederlands voor... Oké, kom maar.
The strategic autonomy of the EU is the top priority in my opinion, and we know that the energy sector is fundamental for our future, for our ability to control our future, and it's why we know that the nuclear is one source that can help us to tackle the climate crisis on the one hand, and it can help us to build our strategic autonomy. But of course, at the EU level, the member states have the responsibility to decide at the national level the energy mix. But this is good that we have a debate, that we decide to see how we can innovate, how we can invest to build more strategic autonomy and to tackle this climate crisis.
Est-ce que la France est un modèle aujourd'hui sur le nucléaire, M. Michel?
kad me zajebe. Šta je najgore, da se probudiš i ne znaš da li je dan ili noć. Znači sve jedno ti je.
Question Belgium, Chris. What do you expect of this summit?
Well, I think we're very excited that this has been well organized by Prime Minister De Croo and Director General Grossi. As you know, at COP28, 25 countries led by the United States signed on to triple the amount of nuclear power by 2050. That is critical to meet the climate challenge. People, citizens of Belgium, citizens of the United States, and citizens of the rest of the world are feeling the extreme effects of weather. We have to utilize clean energy resources, and nuclear power will be part of that. We're undertaking that in the United States, and I think what this summit will do will put a marker down that expansion of nuclear power is critical for tackling the climate crisis that is really beginning to disturb virtually everyone across the globe.
So Belgium and the United States have always worked together. Do you think Belgium and the United States should expand their collaboration on nuclear energy?
I think that this demonstrates that we are beginning to expand our collaboration on nuclear energy, and we look forward to further discussions in that regard. But we're on a path through support from the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, and we just secured $2.7 billion to restart our enrichment program, particularly for advanced fuels like HALEU in the United States. That happened just last week in the Congress. So we want to work with partners around the globe to ensure that we have secure supply chains. And what I would say is, particularly from the U.S. perspective, we have a long history with nuclear power and a commitment and a demonstrated prowess in safe, reliable, secure nuclear power. So we look forward to working with countries across the world, and certainly with Belgium.
Yes, Belgium will invest 100 euros in a Westinghouse small nuclear reactor. That's an American firm. What do you think of that?
Well, as I said, I think the U.S. nuclear supply chain, particularly in the new designs and the advanced reactors, small modular reactors, are reliable, safe, secure, and what we've seen in the United States, really, particularly because of the Inflation Reduction Act, is a massive investment in clean energy technology, including nuclear. But across the board, we've had over $650 billion announced investment since President Biden took office. More than half of that is in clean energy. That's across the board in things like batteries, electric vehicles, solar supply chains, deployment of solar and wind. We're building an offshore wind industry on the East Coast. Belgium and other European companies are participating in that, so we're very excited about all this.
Yes, but you
I think I have to go in.
That took decades to
About
develop.
development banks, what are the odds of getting development banks to help finance nuclear? Can it be justified with the cost of
I think that that there's certainly interest by developing countries to be able to have support from the World Bank and other development banks, and we're supporting the French initiative to encourage the World Bank and other development banks to eliminate the restriction on funding nuclear. So I'm optimistic about that, but we'll see. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Madame von der Leyen, pourquoi le
The role of
nucléaire?
Europe?
Petite déclaration.
Je zult gaan laten, de hele dag nog. Goedemorgen. Goedemorgen. Just one question.
Is France a model for nuclear energy? Is France, our country, the model for nuclear energy?
No, they are doing very well. But for Hungary, the model is Hungary, you know.
What do you expect from the summit, Mr.?
Energy issue very often is a hostage of ideological approaches, which is bad. Energy is not an ideological issue and not a geopolitical one. It's energy is a question of energy. So we would like to get out of that hostage position of the nuclear energy and approach and consider it as it is. This is the only source of energy which could be dangerous for the people in terms of pollution, and at the same time produce big quantity what we need. So Hungary is very much in favor of that. Good luck. The energy issue sometimes in Europe is a hostage of ideological approaches, and we have to free out of that.
Thank you.
Pakistan greatly appreciates the initiative of IAEA and the Belgian government for holding the first ever nuclear energy summit in Belgium. We have gathered here to highlight and promote the potential of nuclear energy. It's safe, clean and cost-effective source of energy, and this can, take care. It's the most viable solution for climate mitigation and adaptation. Pakistan has long-standing experience in nuclear energy, and we are ready to share our expertise and experience with the world. I believe that the developing world must have an access to the nuclear energy, and for that matter, the multilateral financial institutions should come forward and start aggressively financing the nuclear energy projects. Thank you very much.
Danas važno to je da mi razumemo koliko smo za ostatku i kakve smo pogrešne odluke donosili 35-40 godina ranije i značaj koji se pridaje ovom samitu nama ukazuje na to koliko će nam struja proizvoditi nedostajati u budućnosti, da to pojednostavimo. Bez nuklearne energije mi nećemo biti u stanju da preživimo i dolazak veštačke inteligencije, električnih automobila, naša sve veća lenjost po pitanju iskopavanja otkrivki uglja, neophodnost da se odričemo fosilnih goriva, nuklearna energija je zelena energija i sve drugo nas stavlja u poziciju da ćemo morati da menjamo naše zakonske norme, da ćemo morati istovremeno da menjamo naše navike, ali da ćemo morati i da dovodimo ljude naše iz inostranstva jer nemamo dovoljan broj stručnih ljudi i da ćemo morati da obezbedimo značajna finansijska sredstva u budućnosti da bismo sve to mogli da napravimo. Tako da, bit će zanimljivo. Hvala, vidimo se.
Ask a question from the Belgian press of China.
c'est un modèle dans l'énergie nucléaire. Est-ce que vous prenez la France comme un modèle aujourd'hui? 80% d'énergie nucléaire, est-ce que c'est un modèle?
Je crois que la France a beaucoup d'expérience avec l'énergie nucléaire et les idées que nous aborderons aujourd'hui, c'est comment faire que l'énergie nucléaire, qui n'ajoute pas aux émissions de CO2, peut aider pour tous les besoins de notre énergie dans les années à venir. Alors l'expérience de la France, qui a pas mal de stations nucléaires, c'est toujours utile.
Est-ce que vaut mieux le nucléaire aux énergies renouvelables?
Elles sont compatibles. Merci.
La Belgique, la France, comme le plus grand fournisseur d'électricité, qu'est-ce que vous attendez du top?
De cette sommet, je crois que c'est bien que dans le contexte de décarbonisation, qu'on aborde la question de l'utilité de l'énergie nucléaire, parce qu'il n'y a pas d'émissions de CO2, et tous les pays qui ont les centrales nucléaires ont une certaine expérience que les autres pays membres de l'Union peuvent partager.
Qu'est-ce que vous attendez de ce sommet concrètement? Qu'est-ce qu'elle doit refléter, la déclaration finale?
Les idées de financement de l'énergie nucléaire dans l'avenir. Merci. Za sve. Dakle, bitno je kako ćemo koristiti nuklearnu energiju u budućnosti za proizvodnju električne energije. Za Hrvatsku je to posebno bitno kao 50% suvlasnica nuklearne elektrane Krško, iz koje dolazi između 15 i 20% potreba za našu električnu energiju i sigurno je da moramo vidjeti u budućnosti kako nuklearnu energiju učiniti što bolje financiranom i što lakše financiranom od strane europskih sredstava.
Hoćete razgovarati sa predsjednikom Vučićem danas?
Uvijek se sretnemo na samitima. Hvala.
Pourquoi ce sommet est si important aujourd'hui?
Il est important parce qu'il faut discuter l'énergie nucléaire dans le contexte de décarbonisation. Il s'agit d'énergie où il n'y a pas des émissions additionnelles de CO2 et dans le contexte de financement de l'énergie nucléaire dans l'avenir.
Alors, le nucléaire, certains disent qu'il est trop cher. Le nouveau nucléaire, la priorité, c'est d'abord d'aller avec l'ancien nucléaire et de pouvoir refaire de nouvelles centrales peut-être dans le futur.
Oui, il y a deux pistes. Une piste c'est nouvelle et l'autre c'est d'améliorer et prolonger la vie des centrales nucléaires que nous avons aujourd'hui.
Le mix énergétique, le nucléaire, il n'est pas incompatible avec les énergies renouvelables?
Pas du tout, je crois qu'ils sont compatibles. Chez nous par exemple, la centrale nucléaire que nous avons en Slovénie, qui est copropriétaire avec la Croatie de 50%, c'est entre 15 et 20% de nos besoins d'énergie électrique.
Est-ce qu'ici on n'est pas trop tard en Europe? Est-ce qu'on n'a pas raté cette transition pour le nucléaire?
Non,
pas en arrière?
Non, je ne crois pas. Tout ça qui se passe aujourd'hui, c'est dans le contexte de 2050 et de l'idée que le continent européen sera neutre du point de vue de décarbonisation.
Merci.
Merci.
Czech Republic.
yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in a couple of minutes. May I ask you to take your seats, please? Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to welcome you today for the very first Nuclear Energy Summit. This is the highest level meeting to date, exclusively focused on the topic of nuclear energy. And this summit is a testament to the open and innovative spirit of Brussels, and the Atomium is a symbol of that. Today will feature national statements by each of the delegations present, a host press conference, and a sequence of panel discussions to debate the place of nuclear power in our road to net zero. Allow me to give the floor to one of today's hosts, the Belgian Prime Minister, for his opening remarks. Please welcome Mr. Alexander De Croo.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming from around the world, a very warm welcome here in Brussels. We are just a few steps away from the Atomium. The Atomium, a symbol of technology and innovation, an infinite belief in scientific progress. When the Atomium was erected in 1958, it was very different from your everyday monument. It echoed the optimism about the atomic age, with gleaming spheres evoking scientific wonder. Reflecting human ingenuity, the Atomium inspired generations to come. This is the very reason why we meet today. Reaching net zero by 2050 will require the same human ingenuity. And nuclear energy will be part of achieving that ambitious goal. For Belgium, today's gathering is about accelerating our collective path to climate neutrality. Every day, in every corner of the globe, the consequences of climate change are becoming increasingly visible. We cannot waste any time when it comes to fighting global warming. The challenge we face is enormous. It will require vast, safe, and reliable amounts of carbon-neutral energy. It will require a perspective for sustainable growth. It will require us to have our citizens and industries on board. It will require nuclear energy as part of the mix. Energy abundance is the way forward. Our energy future depends on pursuing an and story, not and or. And that is exactly what Belgium has done over recent years, by investing massively in offshore renewable energy. Our coastline is very limited, but we are quadrupling our offshore wind power production in the North Sea. By 2030, our production will cover the electricity consumption of 5 million households, almost all of our population. We are erecting the world's first energy island in our waters, with interconnectors that will connect wind farms from all over Northern Europe. But Belgium has also decided to extend the operations of its youngest power plants for a further 10 years. And we are investing 100 million in SMR research. Our approach must be comprehensive, embracing different energy sources, navigating the complexities of energy security in the 21st century. This first Nuclear Energy Summit brings together over 300 CEOs, entrepreneurs, scientists, and civil society figures alongside 37 political leaders. You will plan our common energy future together, from intentions to projects, from PowerPoints to standardization and scalability. To achieve our goals, we will need your ingenuity. Governments, but even more so, our citizens and private partners. We will only succeed when innovation is brought to the market in a cost-effective manner. Repeatability is at its heart, pushing back the optimism bias that all too often hinders budgeting and planning. This is the key to achieve the promise of the atom once again. One final word of gratitude for your leadership, Director General Grossi, dear Raphael, for your recognition of Belgium's nuclear heritage, for your support to my government effort to reverse course and to achieve lifetime extension under difficult circumstances. I wish all of you here today creativity, perseverance, and of course, ingenuity. Enjoy this first global summit for nuclear energy. We are proud to be your host. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister De Croo. This summit is co-organized by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the World Center for Cooperation in the Nuclear Field, while promoting the safe, secure, and peaceful use of nuclear technology. I would therefore like to give the floor to the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency for his opening remarks, Dr. Raffaele Mariano Grossi.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Alexander, thank you for hosting us for this first ever nuclear energy summit. It is interesting to note that it took 70 years of commercial exploitation of nuclear energy to have the first meeting at your level, at our level, at the level of world leaders. And it's logical that it happens now. Could have happened before, but now it is not a good thing to have. It is a need. It is a necessary thing to have. There is a convergence of factors that we all know and you as leaders are dealing with every day. There is an energy crisis, an energy dilemma. There are also undeniable tensions in the world, and we know for a fact that nuclear energy today, not as a prospect, not as a plan, not as a utopian idea, is today, as we speak, providing a quarter, 25% of the clean energy which is produced in the world, and here in Europe, half of it. But more is needed in a collaborative way. As Alexander was wisely saying, this is not a beauty contest. This is a fight where we have to use all the available, dispatchable, CO2-free energy sources for the common challenge, which is to decarbonize our energy matrices as soon as we can. And we are moving in that direction. As I was saying, it took 7 years to get to the first summit. It took 28 conferences on climate change to recognize at long last that nuclear should be accelerated. And it's good that it has happened. Better late than never. And now we need to see what is needed so that this is done in the right way. And this is why the IAEA is part of the effort. This is why we are here. Because we were created in the 1950s, more or less at the time the beautiful atomium was being built. In fact, the atomium was 58. The IAEA was created in 57, after the 1953 Atoms for Peace speech by President Eisenhower at the United Nations. Atoms for Peace is what we need. And Atoms for Peace is all about the challenge that we have in front of us. The important thing is that this, in a world that is, of course, confronted with all these tensions and differences, this, as you can see here, this is a global effort. It's not Europe, it's Africa, it's Asia, it's Latin America, it's North America, it's the world that needs this to get its act together and to do it in a better way. But of course, when we meet at this level of leaders, it's not to celebrate or simply to commemorate something, it's to think about how to do it better and how to do it right. And this is why I'm very proud to say that all the participants from all over the world reunited here in Brussels have agreed on a declaration that addresses these points. This declaration addresses all these points, but also focuses on what we still need to do in order to facilitate, to make possible that this promise, that this factor, that the nuclear factor is there in the right way. And what we have in mind here, of course, is aspects that are very, very concrete, very tangible, like the financing, for example. And we know that still we do have, or we do not have, rather, a level playing field when it comes to integrating nuclear. We still have an international financial institutions and architecture that in some cases, even today, prevents, forbids financing of nuclear projects. But we have moved beyond that. A page has been turned, and we have to make sure that we are well aligned to do what we need to do. This is why we are so happy to be here. This is why the first ever nuclear energy summit is marking a way forward. And the IAEA is going, of course, to be playing its role, to make sure that whenever that happens, whenever nuclear energy is used, whenever we are benefiting from that, this is going to be done in a safe, secure, and in a non-proliferation way. So thank you again, Alexander, for having so graciously hosted this important historic meeting. We are there. We are going to be working together. This is a decision. Nuclear energy will be part of the solution, and we are very happy to be doing it with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General Grossi. And we are joined here today with quite a lot of delegations from around the world and more than 300 representatives from industry, civil society, and the broader nuclear energy community. We will now move on to the national statements by each of the delegations gathered here today. Welcome the President of the European Council, His Excellency Charles Michel.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Alexander, Madam President of the Commission, dear Director General Rafael Grossi, dear Head of State, Head of Governments, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, dear Alexander, let me thank you for hosting this important summit under the Belgian presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, a more sovereign Europe is not just wishful thinking. Today, the world is more dangerous and unpredictable than ever. Wars, conflicts, climate change, and the digital revolution. And that's why in the EU we know that we must take greater responsibility for our common future. Our actions must match our ambitions. We are getting stronger in strategic areas and building our European sovereignty, especially in two critical areas that should be priorities for all of us. First, our competitiveness and prosperity. Second, our security and defense. Russia's war against Ukraine has been a brutal awakening for all of us. It showed we need to be a lot stronger in security and defense. We must be defense ready. But Russia's war has also had a dramatic impact on our energy security. In fact, the Kremlin fired an energy missile at Europe to obliterate our economies, weaken our societies, and destroy our morale. And it showed we must be more independent in the energy sector and less dependent on unreliable regimes for our energy. More independence means more freedom. Freedom to act boldly, to defend our interests and to promote our fundamental values. And that's why we must build a genuine energy union as a pillar of our EU sovereignty, because this would allow Europeans to act collectively and give us more energy security and more control of our future. Nuclear energy has a role to play in our European sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, nuclear energy accounts for about 10% of electricity generation globally. And in the EU, each member state decides on its own energy mix, including whether to include nuclear power or not. Nuclear can help ensure grid stability when fossil fuel power stations are phased out, Nuclear helps give our union more energy security. Nuclear energy can also help us fight climate change by reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. We are investing massively in renewables. It was said by the Prince of Belgium. But we need to do more. We must innovate more. Small modular reactors foster new technologies such as hydrogen. They could be decisive in decarbonizing our building sector, for instance, and promising advances in fusion and fission technologies could be a game changer for the future of nuclear energy. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we also need to strengthen nuclear security around the world. And the IAEA plays a crucial role helping countries apply international safety standards to strengthen nuclear power plant safety. Dear Director General, dear friend Rafael Grossi, the EU fully supports you, your work. The agency is playing a fundamental role in ensuring nuclear energy is used for safe, secure, and peaceful purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, the green and energy transition is a challenge for every country across the globe, and nuclear has a role in supporting these transitions that affect every human being, no matter where they live on this planet. Today, again, Europe is being severely challenged. European sovereignty is, I'm convinced, our best answer to this challenge, our path to making the EU stronger, more independent, and more influential. We will deliver on this vision. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now I'm very honored to give the floor to the President of the European Commission. May I ask you a warm welcome to Her Excellency, Ursula von der Leyen.
Dear Prime Minister Alexander De Croo, fellow leaders, Excellencies, Director General Grassi, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity to address this summit meeting. As everyone is aware, there are different views across the European Union on nuclear power. But I am here because I believe that in countries that are open to the technology, nuclear technology can play an important role in the clean energy transition. I can also see that after the global energy crisis caused by Russia's invasion in Ukraine, many countries are giving a fresh look to the potential role that nuclear might play. So why is this? First of all, of course, to reach our climate goals. Let us not forget that nuclear power worldwide is the second largest source of low-emission electricity after hydropower. Second, of course, to safeguard our energy security. Countries look to reduce their dependence on imported fossil fuels. And the third reason is to ensure our competitiveness. Nuclear power can provide a reliable anchor for electricity prices. Now, this renewed interest comes at a pivotal moment. Most pathways to net zero keep a place open for nuclear power. And if I look at the International Energy Agency's 2050 scenario, for example, nuclear power, nuclear capacity has more than to double till 2050, while renewables, of course, take the most of the work of decarbonizing global electricity supply. And yes, also our European Commission projections show that renewable energy sources in the majority are complemented by nuclear energy and will be the backbone of the EU power production by 2050. However, this future for nuclear technology is hardly assured. The reality today in most markets is a reality of a slow but steady decline in market share. So if you look at the world as a whole, nuclear currently accounts for 9% of the global electricity mix. But in 1988, nuclear power reached 18% share. That is the double of today. And the same is visible within the European Union. Nuclear power is still the largest single source of electricity generation in the European Union, with a 22% share. But that share is substantially below the levels reached in the 1990s, when nuclear power generated 1/3 of Europe's electricity. So what would it take for nuclear to make a substantial contribution to our climate neutrality objective? And I see a few key tasks ahead of us. The main one is to secure new investments. The IAEA analysis tells us that investments need to accelerate already this decade and reach new heights in the 2030s to meet the Paris Agreement target. That requires support from governments to ensure that financing is available and that nuclear's contribution to electricity security is properly valued and remunerated. It secondly means discipline from the nuclear power industry. The future of nuclear depends on the industry's ability to deliver on time and on budget. Far too often, the realization of nuclear power plants has resulted in significant additional costs and overruns. Another task is to look at new opportunities to support the clean transition. The biggest opportunity is clearly in the electricity sector. But there are other potential avenues for nuclear, for example, to provide decarbonized heat or to supply low-emission hydrogen. These can help cut emission from industry, which will be critical to reach climate goals. Then there is, of course, also the issue of lifetime extensions for existing nuclear plants, provided, of course, they are safe operations. Given the urgency of the climate challenge, countries need to consider their options carefully before they forego a readily available source of low-emission electricity. Extending the safe operation of today's nuclear fleet is one of the cheapest ways to secure clean power at scale. So it can help pave a cost-effective path to net zero. The final task is to innovate. Innovation in nuclear technologies is a very dynamic space, particularly for nuclear power technologies such as small modular reactors. And of course, as with every emergent technology, there are ups and downs, successes and failures. That is quite normal. But SMRs are a promising technology, and there is a race underway. The race is among leading countries and companies to prove this technology and bring it to the market. More than 80 projects around the world are moving forward, and several of our member states have expressed a strong interest in SMRs, so let's go for it. So to conclude, I leave you with these 4 tasks. Invest now in climate neutrality 2050. Broaden your engagement with clean energy transition. Consider the extending of lifetimes of existing plants with full commitment to the highest level of safety, and innovate. If the industry and governments can deliver on these tasks, then I can see a way forward for nuclear power to make a significant contribution to a rapid, safe and secure net zero future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President von der Leyen. And now, please welcome the President of Romania, His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis.
Thank you. Prime Minister De Croo, Director General Grossi, heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by thanking our hosts, Prime Minister De Croo and Director General Grossi, for organizing a summit stressing the urgency of climate action and the importance of nuclear energy in the global energy transition. This summit bears profound significance, emerging in the aftermath of the landmark inclusion of nuclear energy in the global stocktake at COP28 in Dubai. Climate change is a global challenge that requires coordinated action and ambitious measures. The International Atomic Energy Agency is crucial in facilitating cooperation towards increasing our social and economic development. Romania's cooperation with the agency will continue as we embark towards a more sustainable and energy-secure future. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania is determined to develop its nuclear energy program through enhancing large-scale production capacity and deploying the innovative small modular reactor technology by working with the United States and other key partners. Moreover, we aim to become a regional leader in nuclear energy operations and deployment, in training specialized workforce and the supply chain hub for nuclear energy production. In developing the National Nuclear Energy Program, we are committed to safety for the public and the environment, secure operation of our facilities, and full compliance with our non-proliferation requirements. Excellencies, I expect today's summit to strengthen the commitment to the expansion of nuclear power in the European Union and global energy mix. This commitment is essential for unlocking timely investments, for consolidating supply chains, and for training the next generation of nuclear energy specialists. I welcome recent steps taken in this regard by the European Commission, such as the European Industrial Alliance on small modular reactors. We need to make sure that our nuclear energy ambitions benefit from suitable financial support, considering also the role of nuclear power in accelerating decarbonization. Combining public and private funding is crucial in creating a business model for accelerated nuclear deployment, easily replicable. We need to expand our investments in research, demonstration projects, and development of nuclear materials and technologies. In conclusion, allow me to call for unified action that leverages the massive potential of nuclear energy to drive us towards a net zero and energy secure future. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to the President of Serbia, His Excellency Aleksandar Vučić.
Dear Alexander, thank you for hosting us. Mr. Grossi, dear colleagues, dear friends, will do my best to be as brief as it is possible. You cannot learn a lot from Serbia on these issues because after the breakup of former Yugoslavia, we haven't had any experiences with nuclear energy. But I believe that this summit is of an utmost importance for the future of my country as well for the future of an entire European continent, and much more important than many meetings, gatherings, forums we attended so far, and which were like bureaucratically organized just to see each other and not to do many things. Why I believe this is very important? Because we are all ready to discuss big plans, big things in the future and for the future, but we don't know how to implement it. Number one, we said to ourselves that we need to at least double the production of military ordnance, armament, weaponry, and everything else. Then we need to boost our growth rates, which are, speaking about European continent, so small that I don't know how we can provide not only a bigger growth rates, but this type of production and participation in or getting more SMRs or use of nuclear energy in the future. We have three problems. Number one is that we, at least in my country, we have know-how. We don't have know-how about use of nuclear energy, and we don't know exactly where to get it. Number two is how we're going to finance all these projects, and I can tell you in advance that we are very much interested in getting at least 4 SMRs that can replace 1,200 megawatts. We don't know how to do it, how to finance it, because it costs around 7.5 up to 8 billion euros. Anyway, we'll be ready to participate significantly, but we need to get some sort of support from the other sides, from the leading states, leading countries of European Union. And number three, it means that we'll always need to get a change of mindsets of our people, which is not easy, but we are ready to do it, which means that we'll not only adjust, but we'll have to change an overall legislative framework, and we'll do it. And at the end, if we're going to have a continuation of terrible security situation, which means different type of wars in the world, my question would be, who's going to finance it? How are we going to finance it? How are we going to secure bigger growth rates? How are we going to produce more military equipment than we used to? Or is it just another fairy tale? Anyway, I believe this is very useful. I really believe in this and would like to get a lot of help, particularly know-how for my country, and will ask our hosts and all the others to be as much supportive as it is possible. And Mr. Grossi, please come to Belgrade as soon as possible. You're always very welcome, and thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry that I took a lot of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now please welcome the Prime Minister of Armenia, His Excellency Nikol Pashinyan.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister De Croo, Director General Grossi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I extend my sincere gratitude to Director General Grossi for convening this inaugural Nuclear Energy Summit, and to Prime Minister De Croo for generously hosting this important gathering. Armenia, as a state relying on nuclear power generation, stands firmly behind the consensus that nuclear energy is indispensable in our fight against climate change and recognizes the inalienable right of NPT state parties to develop it for peaceful purposes without discrimination and political barriers. This is why Armenia was among 22 countries who fully supported the International Atomic Energy Agency statement on nuclear power at the UN Climate Change Conference in Dubai in December 2023. We also proudly align ourselves with the historic decision made at the COP28, which recognized nuclear energy as one of the solutions to climate change alongside other low-carbon energy sources. Nuclear energy stands as a cornerstone in our strategy, ensuring both the energy security of our nation and the mitigation of climate change. We commend Director General Grossi's efforts to elevate nuclear energy to the forefront of high-level discussions on climate change mitigation. For Armenia, nuclear energy plays an essential role and helps to achieve our national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. For decades, the Armenian nuclear power plant has been serving as a critical element of our energy system, ensuring the stability and sustainability of energy production. Presently, about 30% of our country's electricity derives from nuclear energy. Our course of arrival to that point was thorny, met with dramatic period of closure of the nuclear power plant. Today, we can proudly state that among other crucial things, it also symbolizes and strengthens our sovereignty. Armenia actively collaborates with the International Atomic Energy Agency, adopting a proactive stance to ensure nuclear safety and security while fulfilling all its obligations. We regularly host review and peer review missions, reports of which clearly indicate that Armenia is operating the power plant in line with IAEA safety standards. The absence of any nuclear or radiation safety incidents throughout the history of our plant's operations speaks volumes about our unwavering dedication to this cause. This achievement is a testament to Armenia's political will and expertise. We also acknowledge with gratitude the indispensable technical assistance, knowledge and guidance from the IAEA and partner countries, which have been critical in guaranteeing the safe, secure and reliable operation of our nuclear power plant. With such experience and set priorities, Armenia, alongside many countries present here, has decided to extend the lifetime of its nuclear power plant from 2026 until 2036. In December 23, the government of Republic of Armenia approved the implementation project for the extension of the operational lifespan of the Armenian nuclear power plant. We are committed to implementing timely and adequate measures related to aging management and appropriate safety improvements in cooperation with partner states and under the guidance of the agency. This extension will lay a solid foundation for the smooth transition to a new power unit upon the end of the Armenian nuclear power plant's extended operational period, which is our ultimate objective. In this regard, Armenia is committed to fostering close collaboration with and leveraging the expertise of both IAEA and partner countries to identify the optimal solution for replacing the current unit. Our transparent and open policy for the safe and peaceful use of atomic energy will continue to guide our efforts as we explore advanced nuclear technologies to further enhance safety, efficiency, and environmental credentials in our nuclear energy sector. Today, we renew our collective commitment to unleashing the full potential of nuclear power and fostering conducive conditions for its development. Regrettably, ongoing conflict worldwide not only jeopardize the safety and security of nuclear facilities, but also hinder the advancement of peaceful nuclear initiatives. Armenia calls upon all international partners to seize the historic opportunity of the current summit and with the joint efforts advance the commitments and goals set out in the summit declaration to pave the way towards a cleaner, safer, and more sustainable future for the generations to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. May I ask a warm welcome for our next speaker, Prime Minister of Bulgaria, His Excellency Nikolai Denkov.
Dear Mr. Chairperson, dear Alexander, dear Excellencies and distinguished guests. First, I would like to thank the International Atomic Energy Agency and to Belgium for hosting this inaugural Nuclear Energy Summit. Nuclear power plays an important role in ensuring national, regional, and global energy security. It's a key element in achieving the European Union's targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and advancing climate-neutral economy. These are also among the main priorities of my own country, Bulgaria. Safety and security of the nuclear facilities are a major factor for the development of nuclear energy. Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war against Ukraine poses the gravest threat that we have today to the safety and security of our nations. Russia's illegal seizure of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has led to unprecedented nuclear safety and security breaches that threaten Ukraine and the wider European region. That's why we commend the professional and indispensable work of the international energy experts to prevent a nuclear accident in Ukraine. We urge Russia to return full control to the Ukrainian authorities and to immediately withdraw its troops from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Bulgaria has a proven 50 years of experience in the safe and secure operation of nuclear power plant, as well as unique experience in the decommissioning of nuclear units. We'll continue to rely on nuclear power as a major factor in our country's energy balance under the conditions of high technology, production efficiency, no greenhouse emissions, competitive prices, and a high level of nuclear safety, security, and radiation protection. Investing in new nuclear generation is seen as one of the cornerstones of our national strategy, allowing scale-up of renewables and achieving net zero industry in the country and the whole region. Investing in new generation means also investing in research and innovation, which will accelerate our global knowledge and skills. Nowadays, energy security also depends on our ambitions and technological achievements, the main element of which is diversification. Over-dependence on a limited range of sources exposes us to supply disruptions and price volatility. To achieve, Bulgaria has taken important steps toward nuclear fuel diversification by securing independent and competitive suppliers from several different countries. Further, intensified exchange and collaboration need to be fostered on the whole nuclear value chain, underlying the importance of investment in education, training, safety regulations, and public awareness and involvement of stakeholders. The above goals and achievements of Bulgaria would not have been realized with the constructive and effective international cooperation. We thus reaffirm again the central role of the international agency in strengthening and coordinating states' joint efforts while promoting a strong and sustainable global framework for nuclear safety and security. And we verify our adherence to the respective safeguarding obligations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now please welcome Xi Jinping's Special Representative and Vice Prime Minister of China, His Excellency Zhang Kuntin.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，很高兴作为中国国家主席习近平特别代表出席首届核能峰会。首先，我荣幸地转达习近平主席对国际原子能机构和比利时举办首届核能峰会的良好祝愿，预祝峰会取得圆满成功。核能在应对气候变化、保障能源安全中具有独特的优势。10年前，习近平主席提出理性、协调、并进的核安全观。2020年，习近平主席郑重宣布，中国将力争2030年前实现碳达峰，2060年前实现碳中和。为了实现这一目标，我们将核电作为构建新型能源体系的重要选项，制定实施了积极、安全、有序发展核电的政策措施。截止到2023年底，中国大陆在运核电机组55台，在建机组36台。去年核电发电44万吉瓦时，相当于节约标煤1.3亿吨，减排二氧化碳3.5亿吨。与此同时，我们积极帮助发展中国家培养核专业人才，协助发展中国家开展核能基础设施建设，在农业、医疗、污染治理等领域拓展核技术应用合作，支持国际原子能机构技术合作计划。中国以自己的实际行动和成效，为促进全球能源绿色低碳转型做出了积极贡献。各位同事，应对气候变化、保障能源安全是全人类共同面临的挑战。习近平主席提出了全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议。我们愿同各方携手行动，共同推动核能更好助力全球经济、社会和环境可持续发展。我们要推动技术创新，在核能基础研究、第4代核能技术研发和示范应用、小型模块化反应堆应用、核能综合利用、可控核聚变技术研发等领域加强合作，努力提供更加先进、更加安全、更加普惠的核科技解决方案。我们要守护核能安全，持续加强核安全、核安保、核不扩散的努力，在核电站运行监管、乏燃料和放射性废物管理等方面深化交流合作，推进核安全共建、共治、共享 构建核安全命运共同体。我们要促进普惠包容，加大对发展中国家的核能发展的技术投入和资源投入，支持发展中国家将核能纳入其能源体系，让核能发展成果更多地惠及发展中国家。我们要坚持开放有序，推动全球核能治理朝着更加公正合理的方向发展，加强国际核能产业分工协作，增强全球核能产业链、供应链韧性和安全，反对将和平利用核能问题政治化。各位同事，国际原子能机构是全球核领域合作的中心，其宗旨是原子能用于和平与发展。我们愿意继续与机构及各方一道，为实现这一宗旨而不懈努力，建设持久和平、普遍安全、共同繁荣、开放包容、清洁美丽的世界，构建人类命运共同体。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Prime Minister of China. And now please welcome the Prime Minister of Croatia, His Excellency Andrej Plenković.
Thank you very much, dear Alexander. In 2022, nuclear energy represented 21.8% of the EU's electricity production. This shows the importance of this technology for the energy transition in the European Union. Moreover, in light of recent geopolitical developments, particularly Russia's aggression against Ukraine, it is crucial that this technology is recognized and supported as a key element, helping to secure the European Union's energy independence alongside with energy coming from renewable resources. In order to achieve our goals by 2050 and strengthen our global competitiveness, we need to set a clear and predictable framework for the research and development and financing of nuclear technology. This is important not just for our citizens and businesses, but also for potential investors and the scientific community who are working tirelessly on different types of projects based on nuclear technology. In this regard, I would like to highlight a major change has been brought about by the recognition of nuclear energy as an environmentally sustainable, because the taxonomy adopted in the EU legal framework paves the way for private investments in this strategic technology for the implementation of the European Green Plan. Thanks to our efforts, the next step should be to open the discussions on the possibility of financing new nuclear projects through the EIB and other relevant financial institutions. My country, Croatia, does not have a nuclear power plant on its national territory, but we are equal co-owners with Slovenia of the Krško nuclear power plant located on Slovenian territory. This is the reason why international statistics sometimes incorrectly present the share of nuclear energy in the Croatian energy mix, which is not zero, since it represents 20% of our electricity production, which is not imported from Slovenia, but actually repatriated to Croatia. Over the years, we have invested more than 350 million euros in strengthening nuclear security, an essential prerequisite for extending its lifespan. We have thus guaranteed that this plant will remain operational until 2043. Furthermore, regarding the nuclear energy for the future beyond 2050, we are very much interested in the development of small modular reactors. This is why we welcome the initiative to launch the European Industrial Alliance on Small Modular Reactors. It is important for this technology becomes commercial and is led by the European industry. When it comes to the strategic development of nuclear energy, we must not forget about fusion, clean nuclear energy without radioactive releases. It is the future of nuclear energy for the second half of the century. Great progress has already been made with ITER, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, being an excellent example of successful international cooperation. We are strongly involved in the EU's nuclear fusion program. On the one hand, we have an industry that is very actively involved in the construction of ITER, and on the other hand, with our Spanish friends, we are actively working on the Doorsteps project, which is an important segment of the nuclear fusion program. I am convinced that the nuclear fusion will ensure the continuity of nuclear energy beyond 2050 and become an important segment in a world where CO2 emissions have, I hope, been significantly reduced. To achieve this, it is necessary to work even more intensively on the implementation of ITER, Doorsteps, and ultimately the construction of the nuclear fusion power plant demo. The EU is able and must provide all the necessary support for the future development of nuclear fusion, in particular by adopting a European strategy for nuclear fusion as a first step towards the accelerated development of nuclear fusion. This will create synergies and ensure that the EU becomes an important link in the future global nuclear fusion industry. If all member states decide to work together, the European Union will be able to mobilize the scientific, technical and financial capital necessary to tackle the biggest challenges in the nuclear sector and pave the way for clean nuclear power, whose resources are virtually unlimited without radioactive waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And now may I ask a warm welcome to the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, His Excellency Petr Fiala.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Alexander, dear Director General Grossi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for today's summit. The time is limited, so I will give you only 3 short perspectives of the importance of nuclear energy, global, European and Czech. For more than 2 years, we are facing the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine and energy blackmail of many other countries. This is combined with geopolitical issues in other parts of the world. It is important to end our dependency on fossil and nuclear fuels from aggressive and unreliable countries. We should work to achieve energy security by cooperating among reliable partners. Together we need to work on ensuring sustainable, affordable and secure energy. Nuclear energy, together with renewable energy, is and will be the essential part of our energy mix. At a European level, we have initiated the Nuclear Energy Alliance. It now includes more than half of EU member states. Nuclear Alliance countries and our industries are leaders of the nuclear renaissance in Europe. Together we stand for respecting nuclear energy as low-carbon source in key EU legislation. This will help us reach our climate goals. We must include this nuclear strategy into the policy program of the next European Commission. We cannot waste any more time. Finally, from the Czech perspective, nuclear is a cost-effective way to decarbonization. It brings grid stability and security of supply. It is the only way to reach our energy independence. Our goal is to reach a 50% share of nuclear energy in our power generation in 2050. We strive for long-term operation of our current 6 reactors for the next 60 years. Last year, we made sure that we will not be dependent on Russian fuel anymore. We make progress with our planned new nuclear unit in Dukovany and prepare to decide on additional units soon. To support our ambitious plans for new nuclear builds, we enabled more efficient permitting and licensing processes. We also prepared a national roadmap for small modular reactors. We have a long tradition of nuclear industry and research. We are ready to collaborate on projects abroad. International cooperation will bring all of us bigger benefits in the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me tell you a short story, very short story. More than 125 years ago, Marie Curie Skłodowska and her husband managed to isolate a phenomenal new element, radium. It is connected with a small Czech town called Jáchymov. Radium could light in the darkness. In the hands of a doctor, it could cure serious diseases. Today, the Czech spa town Jáchymov is known as a cradle of the atomic age. Dear friends, nuclear technology can significantly improve our lives in many areas, from public health to sustainable energy. The momentum for nuclear energy is now. Let's not miss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to the Prime Minister of Finland, His Excellency Petteri Orpo.
Prime Minister De Croo, Director General Grossi, President Macron, dear colleagues, this summit is a great opportunity to discuss nuclear energy both in European and in global context. Nuclear energy is a key in building clean, secure and affordable energy system. For Finland, nuclear energy is a very important part of our sustainable energy system, and we need to work together in order to find right solutions in Europe and globally. For the European leaders, including many of us here today, setting your EU 2040 climate target is one of the key priorities for the coming years. Globally, we need to strengthen our actions to meet objectives of Paris Agreement. Nuclear energy together with renewables is an answer to decarbonize our energy system and industry. We have to be ready to promote and defend a technologically neutral approach. In our view, technological neutrality should be the guiding principle in all measures when implementing the 2030 target. Finland highlights the predictable EU policy lays the ground for energy investments and innovations. Director General Grossi, let me start by expressing my full support your work. I commend you and the Secretariat for professional, objective and impartial work. There are so many ways how the IAEA can support civil nuclear energy, in particular in the topical area of small modular reactors. One of the great examples, the nuclear harmonization, is nuclear harmonization and standardization initiative. This is an approach that the Finnish government strongly supports. Ladies and gentlemen, Finland has strongly condemned Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine from the beginning. The war of aggression is a serious threat to the safety of nuclear installations, and I want to express Finland's strong support to the IAEA's work concerning the nuclear safety, security and safeguards in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, we have over 45 years tradition in successful and safe use of nuclear power. With Olkiluoto 3, Europe's largest power plant, and renewable solutions, we have been able to secure affordable electricity to our citizens. And in the future, we might use nuclear energy for district heating and hydrogen production as well. We are also approaching the start of deep geological disposal of used nuclear fuel as the first country in the world. Finland calls for deeper international collaboration to ensure safe and secure usage of nuclear energy and for enabling development of new kinds of nuclear solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister Orpo. And now please welcome the Prime Minister of Hungary, His Excellency Viktor Orbán.
Presidents, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, dear colleagues, the challenges we have been faced with recently have further raised the significance of safe and secure supply of energy. The question became absolutely obvious: how can we generate big quantity of electricity in a cheap, safe, sustainable and environmentally friendly way? The answer is clear. It is only the nuclear way of generating electricity which can simultaneously satisfy all these requirements. Hungary has been using nuclear energy for almost 5 decades, and this provides a stable basis for the safety of our energy supply. Half of all produced electricity is ensured by our nuclear power plant, which covers a third of our electricity demand. Based on this experience, we decided not only to maintain our already existing capacities, but to invest more into nuclear and to increase its share to 70% when it comes to national electric supply. According to the current state of play, a new capacity of 2,400 megawatt will be connected to the grid during the beginning of the next decade. This will enable us to avoid imports of 3.5 billion cubic meters of natural gas every year, and our annual CO2 emission will be decreased by 17 million tons, which equals 1.5 times more than the emission of the entire Hungarian transportation sector, and 3 times more compared to what all our forests in Hungary can digest. We are happy to note that regardless of the geopolitical difficulties, a wide-range international, professional, and scientific cooperation still exists on the field of nuclear energy, while Russia became the #1 uranium supplier of the United States last year. A number of American, German, French, Swedish, Swiss, and even Austrian subcontractors are working together with the Russian constructors on our nuclear expansion project. It is the interest of all of us to prevent nuclear energy to become hostage of geopolitical conflicts, hypocrisy, and ideological debates. Therefore, let me finally thank all of you to interfere into the European Court case regarding our nuclear investment and to ensure the safe delivery of nuclear fuel to our existing plant. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And for the next national statement, I'm very honored to give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. Please welcome Mr. Mark Rutte.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Alexander, thank you for hosting this important event. I think our presence here this is the first ever nuclear energy summit. It illustrates, I believe, a widespread recognition of the crucial role that nuclear power can play in and combating climate change and providing energy security. For a long time, many of us had reservations, a key reason being the 1986 Chernobyl disaster, which people of my generation still remember vividly. But times have changed. Safety technology has evolved. And, of course, our views on the urgency of a fossil-free future have changed dramatically in recent decades. I believe there can be no doubt now that the war in Ukraine and its impact on the energy sector has acted as an accelerator. Never before has the vulnerability of our energy system been felt so directly. Never before has the need for a reliable and affordable fossil-free energy supply been so clear. And never before has it been so obvious that the energy transition cannot rest on solar and wind power alone. It is true that for the transition to succeed, we need every carbon-free energy source we can get. But we also need a source that's available come rain or shine. And that is nuclear energy. At COP28, we reached collectively a new milestone. In Dubai, more than 20 countries signed a declaration to triple nuclear energy capacity by 2050. The Netherlands is one of the signatories. Because we realize that we can't reach net zero anytime soon without investing heavily in nuclear energy. So that's exactly what we are doing. We are investing in the existing nuclear power plant in Borselen in order to keep it open longer. The mayor of that town will address this summit later today. And we are now preparing to build 2 new large-scale facilities in the years ahead. Yes, of course, we need to keep innovating to make nuclear energy ever safer and also more efficient. That goes without saying. And with that in mind, today I want to applaud the efforts of you, Mr. Grossi, and everyone at the International Atomic Energy Agency. The agency's role as a knowledge provider and also a watchdog. These 2 roles, it is crucial. Not only for individual countries, but also for the international community. You help foster the kind of global cooperation that we need to move forward. So let's keep working together for a safe and stable energy future that serves both people and planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister Rutte. And we now invite the members and observers of the Nuclear Alliance on the stage for a family picture. We will resume the order of the national statements right after, so please may I welcome all the members and all the observers of the Nuclear Alliance. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your seats again, please, so we can continue. Thank you. I'm sure it's going to be a beautiful family picture. Good. For the next national statement, I'm honored to give the floor to the Prime Minister of Poland, His Excellency Donald Tusk. We will wait for Mr. Tusk, but I will continue with the Prime Minister of Slovakia, His Excellency Robert Fico.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to say that I agree with the declaration from this summit. Secondly, I really see this summit as a good example that the European Union is able to change its views. It was in 2007 when I was first time the Prime Minister in Slovakia, and we decided to finish 2 blocks of nuclear power plant in Mochovce. And my government was heavily criticized by the European Commission and by the European Union. So I hope that this summit is a good example that the European Union and its organs are able to change views not only in the field of nuclear energy, but also in other fields. Ladies and gentlemen, atomic energy, nuclear energy, plays decisive role in Slovakia, and Slovakia can be compared with France. Sometimes I can say that Slovakia is a small France when I compare how we use atomic energy in my country. Just to understand, we produce in Slovakia at the moment 1 million cars, and there are plans to produce 1.5 million cars per year. So we understand that if we want to face all these challenges connected with electromobility, we have to discuss the question how to guarantee supply of energy. That's why we have decided very recently to continue in the construction of nuclear plants in Slovakia. So I'd like to inform you that my government will invite all companies from the world to compete, because we would like to construct completely new nuclear power plant with a power 1,100 or 1,200 megawatts in Slovakia. So everyone who is interested in this field is absolutely welcomed in my country. Slovakia is a country that is able to construct power plants, is able to close, at the same time is able to deal with the accidents, because we had one accident in 70s in Slovakia. So please, everyone who is interested in experience in the field of atomic power is welcomed to Slovakia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And now may I ask a warm welcome to the Prime Minister of Slovenia, His Excellency Robert Golob.
Dear Alexander, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that the global warming is the major threat to humanity, and that we must do everything we can to decarbonize all of the sectors. But the energy comes first. In that regard, my country plans to decarbonize the power sector as soon as by 2040. In order to get there, there is only one path forward, and that is the combination of both. Ambitious plans in renewables, but also ambitious plans in expanding our nuclear facilities. Slovenia has been a nuclear state for 40 years, and the experience that we've had, it's only positive. Positive when it comes to energy security, positive when it comes to affordable prices for our citizens and industry, and also positive when it comes to our energy outlook. And by trying to answer to some of the challenges posed by the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, how to get there, how to be able to deliver both on time and on budget. I say that there are 5 areas that we need to address. We as politicians, we shall first set the nuclear safety at the first spot. There should be no trade-offs, no compromises when it comes to nuclear safety. Only by being able to operate the facilities in a totally safe way, we can ensure the public support. That is the second one. So the public support for the new facilities is crucial. Just to share an information with you, we are, of course, doing the polls for Slovenia, and the public support for nuclear has never been higher than now in Slovenia. It's above 65% of the population. And that's so important to understand. The third area is, of course, the cost of financing. The nuclear energy facilities, the new ones, shall have access to the multilateral banks and the financial institutions at the most favorable rates. That is important because there are examples where the cost of financing can be as much as 50% of total costs. The fourth one is the supply chain, especially in the view of the global instability because of all the wars, crises all around the world. The global supply chain shall be strengthened. It is not such at the moment. We need to address this issue in order to be able for the nuclear industry to deliver on time and on budget. And fifth, we need to ensure that the people, the personnel is there. Most of the facilities in the world are 40 and more years old, meaning that most of the most experienced workforce has been retired. We need to ensure and invest in the new skilled workforce as soon as possible. And that is also one challenge that we politicians shall not overlook. I definitely agreed with the saying that the future is nuclear as well. And I totally commend Belgium for hosting this conference now because we are lagging behind. We need to act immediately if we want the nuclear to really fulfill its role in our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now please welcome the Prime Minister of Sweden, His Excellency Ulf Kristersson.
Dear Alexander, ladies and gentlemen, let me first really thank you, Prime Minister De Croo, for organizing this very first Energy Summit, and the same thanks to Director General Grossi. Thank you so much. As everybody knows, the world needs more clean electricity, and an important part of that is more nuclear power as well. We need it, obviously, to combat climate change, and we need it to make the world safer in a time of geopolitical upheaval. At COP28, more than 20 countries, Sweden included, launched the Declaration of Triple Nuclear Energy. The declaration recognizes the key role of nuclear energy in achieving global net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and keeping the 1.5-degree goal within reach. On the topic of COP28, I will also underline Sweden's support of IAEA's landmark statement that net zero needs nuclear power. Sweden already has an almost fossil-free electricity and heating system, thanks to a large share of nuclear power, traditional hydro, and other renewables. But to meet our climate targets by 2045, we need to electrify transportation and industry, which could double the electricity demand in only 2 decades. Less than 10 years ago, Sweden was decommissioning nuclear reactors. Those days are over. My government has reversed that policy and is now planning a significant expansion instead. The government has launched several initiatives to enable the rapid expansion of new nuclear power in Sweden, with the goal of at least 2,500 megawatts installed capacity by 2035. At the same time, we maintain a high level of nuclear safety. We are doing so to improve our electricity system, but it will also improve the electricity supply in neighboring countries to Sweden. One of the main barriers to the expansion of new nuclear energy is securing funding. It is therefore necessary for governments to share the financial risks, to strengthen the conditions and provide additional incentives. Other stakeholders, including international financial institutions and multinational development banks, must affirm the place of nuclear power in our fossil-free future. In January, 14 Swedish industrial leaders wrote an op-ed stating that they are ready to assist if they get clear answers from policy makers. That is something all of us must consider going forward, because without energy policies, you have nothing like climate policies. We need to continue strengthening international collaboration to harness the full potential of civil nuclear energy and triple nuclear energy globally, while ensuring the safe, secure, and exclusively peaceful use of nuclear technologies. The IAEA plays a vital role in all these aspects. I am looking forward to working closely with you all to achieve our common goals. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And for the following national statement, I'm very honored to give the floor to the President of France. Please welcome His Excellency Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you very much, President, Prime Ministers, dear Alexander, dear Raphael. Thank you. Thank you for this great initiative. And I think this is a very important moment because collectively we embody definitely this alliance of strength and willingness to do much more for climate, economies, and with business leaders, researchers, and so on, to build new solutions. I don't want to repeat what my colleague perfectly expressed, but our challenge is to deliver on climate change and reduce our CO2 emissions, is to improve our sovereignty by securing our energy, and it's to improve our competitiveness in order to create jobs at the same time. And it's true for all the regions of the planet being present here in this room. If you want to reconcile these 3 objectives, you need the relevant and consistent energy approach. Let me say that we can electrify our mobility, but if the electricity is produced with fossil fuel, it's a stupid move. You can decide to make a big move towards more electrification, but if you are totally dependent on complicated regions, let's say, in order to produce your own electricity, it could be a complicated move, and we experienced this type of vulnerability during the past few years. So how to reduce and produce a relevant low-carbon energy, for me, is based on 3 key elements. Efficiency, and how not to consume energy, which is definitely the less expensive energy. So innovation and efficiency. Second, renewables, which is a very smart way to produce low-carbon energy, but it's not pilotable. matter of fact. And third, nuclear energy, because it's a low-carbon, pilotable energy and source of electricity. This is why the comprehensive approach in order to deliver this agenda is based for me on efficiency, renewables, and nuclear energy. And this is why this alliance is so important, and the commitment taken in COP28 is so relevant. In order to do so, I just want to add a few remarks in the line of my colleague. First, we have to produce much more capacities. In France, we will produce 9 gigawatts, it's already on track. And on top of that, I will announce 14 gigawatts on top of it. All in all, it's around 50 gigawatts for the European countries to be produced in the years and decades to come. But in all the regions of the world being present here, it's a very important source of energy. And from Caucasus to Asia, Latin America, obviously the US, this is a very important way to do it, and de facto to reduce cost. Second, financing. Cost of financing, Robert mentioned it, is a very important part of precisely the competitiveness of this type of project. This is why we have to put the European Investment Bank, but to streamline our regulatory framework, to be neutral from a technological point of view in all the different regions, and to attract a lot of private investments because it's a relevant move. Third, it's very important to secure as well the industry and all the blocks of the value chain. And de facto, energy could be a huge source of jobs creation, a huge source of industrial development, because we will create or recreate in the different countries a lot of this value chain and a lot of jobs in order to produce the nuclear plants, to secure them, and to be in charge of the full-fledged function. It's very important as well to secure this different block of the value chain. Fourth, competences. One of the big issues, and we had this problem during the past decade in France, it's when you have shortage in some competences. This is why building this alliance and this commitment, we have now to be sure that we have the relevant planning in terms of education, training programs, to be sure that we have all the workers we need in order to produce. 5, waste management. One of the big issues, we discussed that with Alexander, and a big source of sensitiveness in our countries is obviously about the waste management. Let's still innovate. We have solutions. We do it in France and in a lot of countries being used of nuclear energy. But we can create new solutions, more regional solutions, and I speak for the Europeans especially. We can have a European approach in terms of waste management. It's something to be invented. 6, innovation. Obviously, we have mature projects we want to deploy, but SMRs and ASMRs are a huge source of creation for smaller needs, but as well in order to decarbonize our industrial sites and in order to deliver precisely our decarbonization agenda on, in our ports and in the big existing plants and industrial plants, because it will be a huge source of innovation as well. So this innovation track is absolutely critical, and I want to commend those who will participate to this SMRs Alliance. 7th, interconnection. On top of what we do, we have to work actively all together on electrical grids and interconnections, which will be a huge game changer in order to provide pilotable, sustainable, and low-cost electricity, and to try to fix the fragmentation of the existing market, especially in Europe, but to connect all the different parts of the market. EU, but as well Caucasus and Western Balkans should be interconnected, and we have to invest on this electrical grid. And my last point, obviously, is about safety. I think we improved our safety, and I think all of us here are re-engaging post-Fukushima, because we invested a lot in order to increase the existing standards. And I think the cooperation between our safety agencies And the best standards we have is absolutely critical. I think this is a source of competitiveness and acceptability for nuclear energy. And I want to commend the role of as well of the international agency, Cher Raphael, because from Iran to Zaporizhia in Ukraine and all the sensitive issues, having an independent international coordination through your agency is so important. Here were the key elements I wanted to mention on top of the remarks made by the colleagues. But I want to thank you here for your presence. But now let's deliver a very concrete and an action plan with the governments, with the agency, and I want to salute as well the l'Agence Internationale de l'Énergie, Cher Fatih, and all the business leaders and the researchers, because we have for decades now a huge agenda of growth, innovation, jobs creation, making us able to deliver our objective for carbon neutrality in 2050. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Macron. And now, please welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ceyhun Bayramov.
Mr. Prime Minister, Director General, heads of states and governments, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. We extend our thanks to Belgium and the International Atomic Energy Agency for the kind invitation. We are gathered here at a crucial time to deliberate on the environmentally conscious pathway of our global energy landscape. The inclusion of nuclear energy in the global stocktake at COP28 as a means for reductions in greenhouse gas emissions was indeed a historic milestone. This development is a testament to the progress made collectively in ensuring the safety and security of nuclear energy and highlights the instrumental role of the IAEA. The IAEA steps focusing on the environment impacts of nuclear energy, most notably the Atoms for Climate initiative, are commendable and deserve our full support. As we explore expanded use of nuclear energy, it is imperative that we redouble our efforts in addressing nuclear safety. Moreover, facilitating affordable access to nuclear technologies for peaceful purposes should remain a cornerstone of our collective endeavor. We, as the host country for COP29, are committed to spearheading efforts to produce tangible outcomes at this milestone event to be held in Baku later this year. Ensuring the inclusion of facilitated and affordable nuclear energy technologies in the resource deliberations of the COP process is essential. In this context, we look forward to contributions by the IAEA to this process. At the national level, Azerbaijan benefits from the peaceful use of nuclear technology in medical, agriculture, and other fields. Together with the IAEA, we are also exploring the possibility of use of nuclear applications in detecting landmines, which is a significant challenge for Azerbaijan. We are currently finalizing our framework document with the IAEA for the next 5 years, which contains provisions on studying jointly with the IAEA the feasibility of use of nuclear energy in the context of Azerbaijan's efforts in transitioning to clean energy. In conclusion, the path forward necessitates a balanced approach integrating the safe, secure, equitable, and affordable expansion of nuclear energy while ensuring environmental sustainability. I would like to assure you that in our national capacity and as the COP29 chair, we will spare no effort in this regard. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, His Excellency Mohammad Ishaq Dar.
Honorable host, Prime Minister De Croo, Excellency Director General IAEA, Dr. Grossi, Excellencies Presidents, Prime Ministers, Deputy Prime Ministers, Ministers, and honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. I thank the Government of Belgium and IAEA for organizing this first ever nuclear energy summit. The summit is taking place in times of rising energy demands and associated supply-side challenges triggered by wars, contestations, and climate change concerns. Energy security stands high on global priorities for both developing and developed world. We need clean and cost-effective energy. With immense power density, negligible carbon footprints, and the greenhouse emissions, nuclear energy offers a viable solution for the future. We endorse nuclear energy as one of the low-emission technologies in the recent COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, it is gratifying that technology innovations continue to make nuclear energy safer and more cost-effective. We must continue our focus on safety, waste management, and proliferation. States must also continue to ensure focus on nuclear safety and security, waste management, and compliance with non-proliferation obligations. Small modular reactors hold the promise of bringing nuclear power to remote or underserved communities, providing access to clean and affordable energy where it is needed the most. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has 100 reactor years experience of safely operating nuclear power plants. We started construction of first nuclear power plant in Karachi 6 decades ago in 1960s. Presently, Pakistan has 6 operating nuclear power plants generating 3,530 megawatts of electricity. Nuclear energy constitutes around 8% of our installed electric generation capacity as of today. Given rising domestic energy demands and climate vulnerabilities, nuclear energy is being prioritized in both our national electricity policy and national climate change policy. The installed nuclear energy capacity in the country has avoided more than 100 million tons of CO2 emissions so far. Pakistan has fully trained human resource capable to support nuclear power infrastructure. Our robust regulatory infrastructure ensures comprehensive safety and security of national nuclear installations and materials access all domains. Pakistan also stands ready to share its experience and expertise in peaceful uses of nuclear technology with the world. We value our partnership with IAEA, which is not limited to energy only. We have 3 IAEA collaborating centers for nuclear safety and security, food and agriculture, and applications of innovative nuclear technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to further enhance our cooperation on initiatives of DG IAEA, including Atoms for Net Zero, Atoms for Food, Rays of Hope, Zodic, Newtic Plastics, and Marie Curie fellowships. For further development of nuclear energy, I would like to emphasize 3 points. 1. Access to technology, provision of nuclear power reactors, nuclear fuel, and other associated infrastructure to the developing countries in accordance with respective safeguard obligations. 2. Financing nuclear power projects, financing for nuclear energy through international financial institutions and multilateral development funds need to be catalyzed. 3. Increasing IAEA and Technical Cooperation Fund, IAEA capacity for technical assistance in peaceful uses of nuclear energy may be facilitated through either a dedicated funding stream or through enhanced alterations and allocations to existing technical cooperation fund. Pakistan will remain a steadfast partner of IAEA community and the international partners in further enhancing role of nuclear technology for energy and other peaceful purposes. I thank you all.
Thank you, Minister Dar. And now please welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey, His Excellency Hakan Fidan.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Director General, Honorable Heads of State and Government, and dear colleagues, it is a distinct pleasure to be at the first Nuclear Energy Summit. Therefore, we thank Belgium and the IAEA for organizing this timely meeting. The summit constitutes a turning point concerning the future of civil nuclear energy. Here we acknowledge the role of civil nuclear energy in energy security and the fight against climate change. Turkey has already been implementing a solid energy route and source diversification strategy with an ambitious clean energy transition agenda. As a fast-growing industrial economy, we had to introduce new energy supply programs. Therefore, we step into the civil nuclear arena. The Akkuyu nuclear power plant is our flagship project. Once fully operational, it will meet 10% of our electricity demand. Our objective is to raise this level by building additional conventional plants as well as small modular reactors. As an embarking country, we have been applying the highest international safety standards in cooperation with the agency. I would also like to highlight the importance of global cooperation for financing of nuclear energy projects. Excellencies, the situation in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is a serious concern for us. Our country and the region had to endure the Chernobyl disaster many years ago. We simply cannot afford another one. Turkey undertakes several initiatives to avert a dreadful episode in Zaporizhzhia. We also support the Director General's efforts in this regard. The use or threat to use of nuclear weapons is not acceptable. Particularly, the rhetoric about nuclear weapons casts shadow on our common pursuit for a secure and energy-wise clean future. The most stressful region in this regard is the Middle East. While the carnage in Gaza goes on, Israeli officials' narrative on nuclear weapons cannot be simply shrugged off as reckless. Turkey, therefore, reiterates its call for denuclearizing the region to avoid a possible nuclear arms race. We appreciate the IAEA's critical role in this evolving landscape of nuclear safety and security. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And for the following statement, I would like to ask a warm welcome to the Parliamentary Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, His Excellency Masahiro Komura.
My name is Komura Masahiro, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. Today, on the occasion of the memorable inaugural Nuclear Energy Summit, I am honored to deliver a message on behalf of Prime Minister Kishida Fumio. As affirmed at the G7 Hiroshima Summit, chaired by Japan last year, it is time for all countries to aim to achieve the common goal of net zero through various pathways that are compatible with economic growth and energy security. To achieve this goal, it is essential to introduce clean energy to the greatest extent possible. Nuclear energy is indispensable, along with renewable energy and other measures. We must devise strategies to attract further investment, which is necessary to enhance the use of nuclear energy. Japan commits to thorough energy conservation and to prioritize renewable energy as its primary power source. At the same time, Japan will continuously reflect upon the lessons from the accident at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station and ensure that the use of nuclear power places safety as its top priority. Excellencies, implementing green transformation, or GX, to enhance energy security, while also advancing decarbonization, is an important concern. Japan will work to push forward the restart of nuclear power plants, extend their operational periods, and foster the development and construction of new generation advanced reactors. Furthermore, Japan will promote research and development through global collaboration and strive to establish a robust supply chain. Nuclear power has potential to contribute to human development, not only in the energy sector, but across various fields, including industry, medicine, and agriculture. The IAEA's role as a promoter of peaceful use of nuclear energy is expanding as never before. Japan has recently decided to contribute a total of 18.5 million euros to initiatives such as Atoms for Food, improving monitoring for maritime states, including Pacific nations, and ensuring nuclear safety in Ukraine. Japan will continue to strengthen its cooperation with the IAEA across a wide range of areas. In partnership with the international community, Japan is committed to extending every effort to ensure the safe and sustainable use of nuclear energy and nuclear non-proliferation. This commitment aims to create an environment that forthcoming generations can cherish and uphold with pride. It is my hope that this summit will make significant progress in that direction. Thank you. Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan, led out by Komura Masahiro, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister. And now I'm very honored to give the floor to the Senior Advisor to the President for Clean Energy, Innovation and Implementation of the United States of America, Mr. John Podesta.
Good afternoon, and let me begin by thanking Prime Minister De Croo and Director General Grossi for organizing and hosting today's summit and for driving a strong outcome. The United States has long been a global leader and proponent of peaceful use of nuclear energy under the highest standards of nuclear safety, security, and non-proliferation. As Director General Grossi noted, since President Eisenhower's Atoms for Peace speech, we have been undergirding that approach to nuclear power. And today we're engaged in a 21st century update to that Atoms for Peace vision. We see nuclear energy as vital to tackling the climate crisis and building a clean, resilient, and reliable energy economy, both in the United States and around the world. It's why the United States co-led a bold pledge with more than 20 countries at COP28 to triple global nuclear energy capacity by 2050. 2024, of course, is a critical year of implementation for that pledge. We estimate that the United States alone would need to build 200 gigawatts of new nuclear capacity to meet our domestic net zero 2050 commitment. We're getting to work. Nuclear fission is already our largest source of clean energy. Construction was recently completed on the AP1000 Vogtle 3 unit, and we're working to complete the Vogtle Unit 4 unit. When fully operational this year, Vogtle will be the largest source of clean, firm power in the United States. U.S. companies with support of the Biden-Harris administration are also building multiple advanced and small modular reactor demonstrations to speed their commercial deployment and make them ready for worldwide deployment by the beginning of the next decade. And fusion energy shows promise for helping us reach net zero by 2050, attracting over $6 billion for 43 fusion companies globally. 25 of those are located in the United States. The U.S. is committed to leading by example. As we demonstrate our success at home, we're shaping our tools to support responsible nuclear power deployment around the world. The U.S. Export-Import Bank announced a suite of financial tools at COP28 to support global deployment of small modular reactors. And in 2021 and 2022, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency completed a $10 million study for a large reactor project in Poland and a $28 million study for the first phase of an SMR project in Romania. The U.S. nuclear industry is ready to do its part to address the climate crisis and help the world build safe, secure, reliable nuclear power. We also need to work together to build safe, reliable, and secure fuel supplies that reduce reliance on any one country or actor. At COP28, the United States, Japan, Canada, France, and the UK announced we would collectively mobilize at least $4.2 billion in government-led investments to enhance enrichment and conversion capacity over the next 3 years, and we've already surpassed that goal just a few months later. We're committed to working domestically and globally to keep the 1.5 degree C within reach and to make sure that nuclear energy does its part to build a safer, cleaner, better future for our entire planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Podesta. The goal of this gathering is to highlight the role of nuclear energy in addressing the global challenges to reduce the use of fossil fuels, enhance energy security, and boost economic development. And for a reaction to the declaration and the national statements, please welcome the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency to the stage, Dr. Fatih Birol.
Prime Minister De Croo, dear Rafael, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Dear colleagues, at the International Energy Agency, we are a very lucky organization, fortunate organization, because we have all the energy data at our fingertips. All the projects, investments, numbers. And 2.5 years ago, in Paris, there was a major nuclear meeting 2.5 years ago. And at that meeting, I dare to say, nuclear is ready to make a comeback. And today, when I look at this data, I can assure you that nuclear is coming back, and coming back strongly. What happened in the last 2.5 years? Why it changed? Think about the colleagues who deal with nuclear issues and the others. What changed? I think 3 things changed. The mood for nuclear, making it more positive. The first one, we talk about climate change here a lot, and I will come in a moment, but in my view, the main driver for pushing the nuclear at the forefront was the energy security. After 24th of February, 2 years ago, everybody in the world, in Europe and the rest of the world, understood that to generate electricity at home is very important for the national security. So many countries changed their policies accordingly and push renewables and nuclear electricity in order to enhance their energy securities. And I want to hear the congratulate, in fact, the Prime Minister De Croo. Many of you may know or not, but the Belgium nuclear policy was very different than it is today. And the Prime Minister had the courage and the determination to reverse it in line with the national interests of Belgium for today, but also for tomorrow. So the first driver was the energy security of nuclear making a comeback. Second one is, many colleagues mentioned climate change. If we want to reach net zero without having any nuclear, it is impossible. It plays a crucial role. And the third and last point, dear colleagues, in today's economy, if you want to compete, you need stable electricity prices. So the third one is the competitiveness gave a boost to nuclear power. And ladies and gentlemen, it is looking very good for nuclear, but a success is not taken for granted. There is a job for government and job for industry. For governments, please, please, please value the job that nuclear industry, nuclear electricity generation is providing zero emission and 24/7 electricity to your economies. Through different ways, because nuclear projects are not easy projects. They took a long time. You built a solar or wind plant, 2-3 years of time. Nuclear takes a long time. There are many construction risks. They require huge capital, the upfront capital. So there is a role for governments to play here. The job also for industry. Now, we have many, our colleagues said, the moderator, 300 representatives of the nuclear industry. To be very frank, dear representatives of the nuclear industry, In the recent years, the track record of the nuclear industry is not very bright. And I think nuclear industry needs to, now, as Madame von der Leyen said, the President, more disciplined and try to deliver on time and on budget. This is extremely important. Dear colleagues, last 2 points. Another challenge coming for the new nuclear builds around the world, which is competitiveness with the changing the dynamics of natural gas markets. The IEA, our analysis show that starting from 2025, huge amount of new LNG coming to markets, United States, Qatar, and elsewhere. This will put a downward pressure on the natural gas prices. Therefore, the appetite for building the gas-fired power plants might be much stronger than today, which could make the life of nuclear power rather challenging. Dear colleagues, let me finish my words by making a suggestion to all of you. Nuclear industry, unlike the other parts of the energy industry, it is very important to show international political determination, as we are showing here today. So my suggestion is, to this meeting, organized and hosted kindly by the Prime Minister De Croo and my friend Rafael, maybe this meeting can be a regular meeting at the international level to review what we are doing, what we are achieving, and what is the next step to take stock. And International Energy Agency will be very happy to support this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Birol. And as announced by the International Atomic Energy Agency's Director General, Mr. Grossi, in his opening remarks, the declaration has been adopted. So, once again, thank you and yes. Thank you, dear Excellencies, for your contributions to this summit. And we will now take a break and continue at approximately 1:30 p.m. with the remaining national statements. Allow me to invite you all for some refreshments, for a light lunch in the Delegates' Lounge in Event Hall 10. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this press point after the first part of this summit. A summit which it really is one of a kind. I think many of the speakers have emphasized that. As you know, 37 delegations from across the globe that were here with really one clear ambition: is how do we become CO2 net zero by 2050? And as I said in my statement, we do this in the shadow of the atomium. And the atomium really is a showcase of the belief that in the 50s we had in science and in scientific progress, on how scientific progress can solve our big endeavors. More than ever, we need that. As humanity, we have never solved our big endeavors by putting progress in reverse. It's actually quite the opposite. We need to put progress one gear higher, and that means more investment, more innovation, more growth, but a different growth. And let us be clear on that. A different growth, a growth which is decarbonized. And if we want to decarbonize it, we will have to look at all technologies. And really for us in Belgium, it's not about ideology. It's about science. And the debate on nuclear has been way too much ideologically dominated over the last decades. And what we see today is that if you talk with a young generation, it's not about the ideology, it's about science. And it's about the scientific characteristics of the solutions that are on the table here. And dear Rafael, I really thank you for helping us in organizing this event, and also in the energy choices that we have made over the past years. COP28 in Dubai really was a changing moment, and this is the first time that it was really clear that nuclear is part of the solution. It is not the solution, but it is part of the solution to fight climate change, to make sure that we have energy independence, to have enough competitiveness in the world of today, where this is crucial. If we want to electrify our society, our industry, we will need abundance of energy and of electricity. If we want our mobility to become green, then we need to make sure that electricity produced is also produced in a green way. If we want to have the benefits of AI, we will need abundance of energy. And AI is really involved on both sides. AI will help us to become even more secure in producing energy, and we know that this is a big topic related to nuclear, but we will also need nuclear to power AI, so really connected one to the other. My main point is this is not a polarized discussion. And you might have seen in all the interventions here, this event is an event that also embraces renewables. Nuclear and renewables go hand in hand. And if we want to achieve our goals, and we want to achieve as fast, then nuclear is going to play a role in it, but as much renewable is going to play a role in it. And I think the Belgian energy strategy really is a case in point. Up to now, we've heard political statements, but one of the big elements of this event is that the private sector is here, civil society is here. More than 300 CEOs and representatives of the industry is here. And it is time that this industry opens up. I mean, this industry has a past of being quite closed, being a bit secretive, and there were many reasons for that in the past. Today, it's time to open up, and today we see the innovation that is happening. We see all the new developments in this industry, and this can only be to the benefit of everyone. So I'm extremely happy with the way this event has happened up to now, and I think that actually this afternoon the best is actually yet to come, because the discussions will be real interactive discussions this afternoon. Some of the interventions talked about the follow-up for this event. I agree. It does not have to be every year in Brussels. It can, but it does not have to be. But I think really it is the debate on nuclear has moved to center stage, and that's a good thing. Let's continue on that and have discussions that are as open, but especially as ambitious as possible. Rafael.
Thank you, Alexander. And I wouldn't mind coming every year to Brussels. Brussels is a place of diplomacy. Brussels is a place for meeting halfway in so many ways. I think it was of all logic that we would start this here. I think what you said, Alexander, I would subscribe word by word. What is the added value of having the IAEA? Of course, the IAEA is the global platform. We have European platforms, we have regional platforms, but the IAEA is the global platform that is there to make sure that we have a level playing field, that what we do is safe, that we have the necessary standards to move forward with the traditional technologies, with the new technologies, that we facilitate also access to nuclear energy for those who are lagging behind and need the necessary institutions to do so, that needs the capacity building to move forward. And also, again, for the globality, in the sense, as you can see by the flags behind, nuclear is Europe, but nuclear is also what you see here. Nuclear is Asia, nuclear is Latin America, nuclear is Africa, nuclear is North America. So it's a global effort, and for that we need the IAEA to be there. So again, happy to be a part of this effort, to be coordinating. Of course, there will be follow-up of this. The important thing, and I guess this is something concrete that we are taking from this first summit, is the idea that we have to tackle still the knots we have to untie. I wouldn't call them challenges. For every human activity, there are things that need to be solved. In this case, we have a lot of work to do in terms of the financing, nationally, regionally, with banks, with institutions, so that they are up to speed as well with what the market wants and what countries want. So I will stop here, also take your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafael. Any questions? Yes, please, go ahead. There is microphones that will come your way. Please, short,
Thank you.
State who you are and then your question.
John Inger from Bloomberg News. Viktor Orban, in his statement today, talked about Russian nuclear fuel, but it's not just a problem that Hungary has. A lot of European countries are reliant on Russian supplies of nuclear fuel. How worried are you that this push for a nuclear revival is just going to play into the hands of Moscow when providing these kind of fuels? Thank you.
Well, adapting supply chains take time, and doing it in a secure and a reliable way takes time, but it is clearly one of the assignments to the industry and to governments working on this is to adapt supply chains as fast as possible, and also there to disconnect from Russian supply. But we need to balance things. I mean, in a sense, if you want to decarbonize, if you want to reduce CO2 production, we need to make sure that our nuclear power plants can continue. And as said, we can do all the renewable in the world, and I'm a big fan of doing more renewables, but we'll need nuclear as well to reduce CO2 emission as fast as possible.
Yes?
Yes, please go ahead. Sir? Yeah.
Hello, Rumiana Vakarelska from NucNet News Agency, Nuclear Power News Agency. My question is specifically to Mr. Grossi. How is your organization changing in line with the tripling of nuclear power capacity building across the world? Tell us a little bit if we are going to look at any changes in the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Certainly, we are doing that very actively. One thing that we have done, for example, is that you may have heard in the statements there is a lot of reference to small modular reactors. People talk about that more than they know what exactly these are. And we at the IAEA have all the technology, information, and the capacity to help countries that are interested in this type of technology. We are giving countries the necessary, indispensable elements on a regulatory level to be able to host nuclear infrastructure safely. We are also, at the request of many countries, we are assisting them in evaluating the bids. You know that there is, of course, the IAEA is commercially neutral. We are at the service of every state, but they are approached, and very rightly so, by many vendors, and countries come to us so that we can give them an impartial look at things, considering what is their national infrastructure, their national possibilities, so that any move, any concrete move, is based on more solid, assumptions. Thank you.
China Daily. I want to ask about the global cooperation. You know, in the height of the Cold War, there was a Soviet-US cooperation in fighting polio. So if you listen to the speech this morning, some sounds very geopolitical. I mean, who is reliable, who is not. So if you talk about China, Russia, US, France, just give a few countries who are leaders in nuclear energy, how you would do to ensure global cooperation, not a bifurcation, of this, nuclear energy, because we're fighting the same enemy, climate change, and to achieve net zero. Thank you.
I agree. We are always better off working together in the world in fighting our big challenges, and climate change is something where all of us are partners. We're all of us partners. In some other domains, we might be rivals or enemies, but in fighting climate change, we're partners, and definitely in nuclear, we see that on the issues, for example, of nuclear security, we continue working together, and that's to the benefit of everyone. On the energy strategy point of view, the more diversified you are of technologies and of origins, the more stable you are. It would be a mistake to turn our back to the rest of the world, and we Europeans have no intention of that. We want to continue to be open to the world and continue trading with the rest of the world and continue investing together with the rest of the world, and I think that nuclear is one of those domains where there's many good reasons to continue working together. Yeah, there in the middle.
COP in Abu Dhabi. How do you think that, how the impact of the outcomes of COP28 in Dubai to organize this meeting and to discuss the issue that was a result in COP28 in Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, well, thank you, Alexander. COP28 was obviously a watershed, in the sense that every country, not only countries that have nuclear energy or want to have nuclear energy, every country agreed that nuclear energy is part of the solution, and not only that it should be accelerated. This was very important. It may look bureaucratic at first sight, but it is not, because many decisions, political decisions at financial institutions depend on governments either wanting something or not opposing it, which is very, very important as well. And we have seen cases of that. So what we need is to have a basic fundamental consensus around the idea that those wanting and having nuclear should be helped in doing so. So after Dubai, and I can tell you that I had been before Dubai in previous COPs, and the dialogue was different, the tone was different, nuclear was not welcomed. So, and we knew what we know now. The thing was that, politically speaking, there was a divide. Now, I think there is a convergence. There is an idea that there is a bigger problem that we need to deal with, and I think it's very promising. And this is why there is a summit now. There has never been one before. Why there is one now?
Just rapidly, the decision to organize a summit like this was made before Dubai. But it shows that, great minds think alike. Who's next? Yep, there.
Bonjour, je me permets de poser ma question en français, je vous épargne mon anglais. Paul Messade de chez Euractiv. J'ai deux questions plutôt pour Monsieur De Croo. Premièrement, comment qualifieriez-vous l'approche actuelle de la Commission européenne sur le nucléaire? Est-elle en train de révolutionner doctrinalement? Et puis deuxième question, est-ce que vous pensez qu'EDF, en tant que principal énergéticien d'Europe, doit être privilégié pour les marchés européens? Merci beaucoup.
Alors, je ne suis pas 100% sûr que j'ai tout pu comprendre. Mais donc la question était si on trouve que EDF a une position trop privilégiée dans le marché européen, c'est ça?
Justement, il faut privilégier EDF pour le marché européen du nucléaire, du nouveau nucléaire.
Si tu vas privilégier EDF.
Bah non, EDF c'est un opérateur comme il y en a d'autres. En Belgique c'est Engie, dans d'autres pays il y en a d'autres. C'est naturellement un des opérateurs qui a la plus d'expertise. Mais dans ce monde-ci, on a besoin de travailler ensemble. À un moment donné, l'année passée, je pense que beaucoup de centrales françaises étaient non actives. Et du côté belge, on a fait ce qui était nécessaire pour éviter qu'il y avait un blackout dans le nord de la France. Il n'y a personne qui peut être une solution tout seul, mais on compte sur un secteur privé qui nous amène l'efficacité, l'innovation, etc. Mais on voit bien que pour ce genre d'investissement, l'implication de l'État est quand même assez importante. Par rapport à la politique énergétique européenne dans le sens large, comme a été dit dans certains speeches, je ne pense pas que c'est une attente que chaque pays fasse du nucléaire. Pas du tout. Mais dans le mix global, il y en a certains qui le feront, il y en a d'autres qui se concentrent sur d'autres technologies. Ce qui est important, c'est d'avoir beaucoup d'interconnexions. Et là, il y a encore un travail énorme à faire en Europe. Le mieux qu'on sera interconnecté, le mieux que chacun pourra faire une différence dans sa spécialité. Alors, si on regarde les besoins d'énergie ou d'électricité dans les années à venir, on va devoir investir dans toutes les technologies. Donc, je répète cela, ce sommet n'est pas un sommet qui est contre quelque chose. C'est un sommet qui est en complément avec d'autres technologies. Si on a un élément qu'on veut éviter au maximum, c'est les fuels fossiles. Mais si on veut les diminuer rapidement, on aura besoin de toutes les autres technologies. Yes, there.
Thanks very much, Prime Minister Chrissy Mundo from Deutsche Welle. I heard that one of the obstacles to scaling up nuclear is mobilizing financing. And in a situation where people are having to make the decision between renewables and nuclear, is it not potentially looking like wealthier countries are potentially shrinking the pool of funding for example, renewables that countries in Africa, for example, could likely afford, so that you guys can refurbish your old nuclear power plants?
Interesting question. On the Belgian side, we're refurbishing it with our own investments. We're not using any external financing. It's 50-50, the operator, and we do the other 50%. So I'm not sure that multilateral financing is being used to refurbish plants in the Western world. There is a discussion now on the capacity of the European Investment Bank to be active in nuclear. And I think that is a valid discussion, and I'm in favor that they could. I think that we as legislators, we have to be clear on the objective. And the objective is reducing CO2 as fast as possible. But you need to be open on the method being used. Innovation is not something that governments are good at. The private sector is good at that. And we should be quite open on what's the technology being used to achieve it. Now, is it offshore wind? Is it photovoltaic? Is it nuclear? Is it in the future fusion? That's not for me to decide. So to me, a multilateral bank should not be saying, I will finance this and not finance something else. I think they should be as technology agnostic as possible. I think multilateral banks are effective when they are a lever for private financing. There's not a lack of private financing in the world today. Quite the contrary. What lacks is the right circumstances to get that private financing going, and then the multilateral bank should be a lever to multiply the private investment. Maybe two more questions, and then I fear we have to go. Yes, there, and then we'll go that side.
Afsa Alami, Al Jazeera Net. First, you were talking about all the flags behind you. And in the Arab world, we have a lot of countries. So my question is, what is the problem? Why we don't have a lot of Arab countries talking nuclear now? My second question, where did the Iranian nuclear agreement reach? Thank you.
Well, maybe rapidly, Egypt is here, Saudi Arabia is here. I don't know if Pakistan, Bangladesh, you could count it as Arab countries. I mean, but saying that the Arab world is not here, I think is not correct. But maybe Rafael can help me out here.
And here we don't have like 4.
Okay, that's an assignment for the next summit. But I think that if you look here, every continent is present except for Australia and New Zealand. Okay, last one there. And then the last one, you next to it.
Hello, Robert Hodgson for Euronews. You're currently the EU Council presidency holder, and we have pro-nuclear Hungary next. What do you want to see from the next Commission with regards to promoting the development of nuclear power in the EU? And do you see any risk of a sort of split between member states, pro-nuclear and anti-nuclear? Thank you.
No, I don't see that at all. I see respect for the choices that countries make, and I definitely see a discussion that is much more scientific than the ideological discussion that we used to see in the past. From the Belgian presidency, the remaining months we will mostly focus on setting an agenda for next Commission, and we have one big priority is to keep heavy industry in Europe, and keeping heavy industry in Europe is good for the world, because we are the continent with the strictest rules on emissions. So if heavy industry leaves here, everyone loses, because it's moving away from a place where the rules are extremely strict. And keeping heavy industry here, there's a number of elements in that, but access to clean energy is one of the main factors. But to me, it's not choices to be made. It's a good mix to have had, and in a good mix, nuclear plays its role. All right, last question. Where is the microphone? You might have to scream. No, it's coming.
Thank you. Sarah White from the Financial Times. I just wanted to ask a last thing about the Russian supply chain. Is there a risk that a gulf could open up between the EU and the US on this, given that the US has made some move towards thinking about ending their dependency on Russian nuclear fuel and could eventually be more prone to wanting to bring in sanctions? Thanks.
It's, that question comes again. I think the fuel market has a reality and a certain share where Russian provider is there with a share of the market. There are efforts in the United States, for example. There's important investment in this regard. In Europe, a little bit less, but there will be more, I guess. But let's make sure that, as the Prime Minister was saying, this is not about using nuclear energy as a political pawn, but rather look at the necessities and the needs of countries. There are certain long-term infrastructure projects where you may have Russian fuel that may change in the future. It will take some time. In other cases, new builds are coming without any Russian supply of fuel. So I would warn again against this point of having good nuclear against bad nuclear. I don't think this is conducive to what we need to have in the global energy market.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
I have to run to do some interviews. to make sure that we have energy independence, to have enough. If we want to have the benefits of AI, we will need abundance of energy. And AI is in it, but as much renewable is going to play a role in it. And I think the Belgian energy strategy really is a case in point. The big elements of this event is that the private sector is here, civil society is here. More.
Thank you, Alexander. And I wouldn't mind coming up. Of this, the important thing, and I guess this is something concrete that we are taking from this regionally with banks, with institutions, so that they
into the hands of Moscow when providing these kind of fuels. Thank you.
Well, and to governments working on this is to adapt supply chains as fast as possible, and also nuclear power plants can continue. And as said, we can do all the nuclear as well to reduce CO2 emission as fast as possible. Pas du tout. Mais dans le mix global, il y en a certains qui le feront, il y en a d'autres qui se concentrent sur d'autres technologies. Ce qui est important, c'est savoir ce sommet n'est pas un sommet qui est contre quelque chose. C'est un sommet moving away from a place where the rules are extremely strict. And keep as legislators, we have to be clear on the objective. And the objective is reducing CO2 as fast as possible. So it's good at that. And we should be quite open on what's the technology being used to achieve it. Now, is it offshore wind? Is it photovoltaic? What lacks is the right circumstances to get that private financing going. And then the multilateral bank should be a lever to multiply.
But it is not, because many decisions, political decisions at financial institutions depend on governments either wanting something or
Europe. And keeping heavy industry in Europe is good for the world, because we are the continent with the strictest rules on emissions.
Dear Excellencies, welcome back for the second session of national statements here at the Nuclear Energy Summit. And first of all, I would like to give the floor to the Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy, His Excellency Antonio Tajani.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to thank the Belgian government, the Prime Minister De Croo, and the General Director Grossi. I think this is important meeting is very timely. We are just few months into the Italian presidency of the G7. We will give great focus to key global priorities like climate change, energy security, and energy innovation, issues that are crucial in our discussion today. Italy has always been a leading country on nuclear energy. Italian scientists began to work on nuclear technology in the early stages of its development. The role of Enrico Fermi and other Italian physicists was crucial in the development of nuclear technology. They offered an advanced scientific knowledge and an innovative approach to research in the field. The vision is reflected in Italy's strong commitment to promoting scientific research and technological developments in the nuclear sector. Italy does not have a nuclear program since 1987. But at the same time, we have always been active in this sector. We are a significant player in the international nuclear supply chain. Italy has a unique position in promoting technological solutions that benefit the global community. On industry, many Italian companies are active in the nuclear sector for activities related to fission and fusion reactors, for the supply of magnets for fusion, or in the sector of pressure components. We have a leading role also in the field of research. This is also a commitment coming from our Parliament. ENEA, the National Agency for the New Technologies, Energy, Sustainable Economic Development, is our national hub on accelerator in this field. Just to give you an example, ENEA is building at the Frascati Research Center the Divertor Tokamak Tex facility, a strategic infrastructure in the European roadmap toward nuclear fusion power generation. Frascati is a town close to Rome, is an important hub for physics and space. Italy is also a major actor in the field of education and training. Our universities prepare every year numbers of highly skilled nuclear engineers. This is very important because if you want to pave the way for a new era on the nuclear, we need to have young engineers, to have an important framework for working better in the next year, because we are paving the way for the future. The nuclear is not today. The nuclear is for the future. It's important today, but more and more important for the future. We have the capacities in the industries, and we have a roadmap. The Italian government is reassessing its national energy strategy. The focus is on sustainability, energy security, and economic viability. In line also with the vision of the last COP28 in Dubai, we join the EU goals and these priorities in this critical sector. The inclusion of nuclear technologies in the EU Net Zero Industry Act is a key development as is strengthen EU energy independence. I think if you want to be independent, is also to be free. But this is important to work all together in this sector, research, innovation. The fourth generation nuclear is the future also for the small companies, because the private sector is crucial if you want to back the small and medium-sized companies, in Italy there are 4 million of small and medium-sized companies. If we want to back these companies, we need to achieve good solution on energy. The price of energy in Italy is too high. The competition of our companies, industry and agriculture too, is in this moment very difficult because of the price of energy. For this, we are paving the way for a mix of energy. And nuclear is an important part of this strategy. The fourth generation is also possible to use through small sections. For this, I think it's possible to use also for the private sector more in the next 20 years. This is our strategy, and we want to work with other countries for this. We approved the text of today is a good message to industry, is a good message to agriculture, but it's also a good message against climate change. If we want to work well, if we want to reduce the CO2 emissions, we need to work more in the nuclear sector. And the nuclear number 4 is the best solution for my country, for a better future for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Prime Minister. And now, please welcome the Secretary of National Strategy of Argentina, His Excellency Jorge Jesus Antelo.
Buenas tardes. En primer lugar, en nombre de la República Argentina, quiero agradecer al señor Primer Ministro del Reino de Bélgica y al Director General del Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica por organizar esta cumbre y especialmente por considerar la participación de nuestro país en ella. Asimismo, quiero transmitir el agradecimiento de nuestro presidente, el señor Javier Milei, por la invitación que le fuera cursada y lamentablemente no ha podido asistir. Para la Argentina esta cumbre representa un hito. Es la primera vez que tenemos reunidos a los principales actores en materia de energía nuclear, tanto representantes de estados como del sector industrial y de la sociedad civil. Es importante poner de relieve y discutir sobre el papel de la energía nuclear en materia de transición energética, seguridad energética y desarrollo económico. La declaración que se acaba de adoptar el día de hoy representa un claro mensaje en ese sentido y expresa un firme compromiso en pos del uso y despliegue responsable de la energía nuclear. La Argentina es un país en expansión en materia de energía nuclear. Posee ya 74 años de experiencia en el uso pacífico de la misma, con un ecosistema nuclear amplio y altamente desarrollado, lo que nos ha dado un perfil de exportador responsable de tecnología nuclear a distintos países en todos los continentes. Es por ello que se encuentran presentes en esta cumbre representantes de la industria nuclear argentina. Este año, nuestra primer central nuclear, Atucha 1, cumple 50 años en operaciones y ya estamos comenzando las actividades de extensión de vida para que opere por otros 20 años más. En esta ocasión, quiero destacar especialmente el proyecto del reactor pequeño y modular CAREM, cuya planta de demostración se encuentra en etapa avanzada de construcción. Se trata de un reactor modular pequeño de diseño íntegramente nacional que tendrá una versatilidad y adaptabilidad únicas en el mercado. Este es un proyecto real y en curso que se destaca por sus características de eficiencia, versatilidad y facilidad de implementación. El reciente informe publicado por la Agencia de Energía Nuclear de la OCDE, SMR Dashboard en inglés, al analizar un total de 21 diseños de reactores pequeños y modulares y su estado de situación, refleja el grado avanzado del proyecto CAREM. Recientemente, la Comisión Nacional de Energía Atómica Argentina, junto con la empresa INVAP, ha firmado un memorando de entendimiento con el fin de explorar futuras oportunidades de exportación del reactor CAREM y otros servicios asociados. En este sentido, la Argentina reafirma su apuesta por continuar trabajando en pos de los usos exclusivamente pacíficos de la energía nuclear, bajo la firme creencia de que tanto sus aplicaciones energéticas como no energéticas contribuyen a alcanzar importantes objetivos del desarrollo. Señor Primer Ministro, señor Director General, en materia de uso responsable y pacífico de la tecnología nuclear, quiero destacar en esta instancia a la Agencia Brasileña Argentina de Contabilidad y Control de Materiales Nucleares y reafirmar el carácter estratégico de la cooperación en los usos pacíficos de la energía nuclear entre la Argentina y Brasil. A casi 33 años de su creación, resaltamos el papel singular de esta agencia como mecanismo de construcción de confianza mutua, que asegura el sometimiento de todas las actividades nucleares de la Argentina y Brasil a salvaguardias amplias, brindando garantía de que todos los materiales nucleares en ambos países son usados exclusivamente para fines pacíficos. Quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para expresar el apoyo de la Argentina al Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica y a su director general en su trabajo para posicionar la energía nuclear como una fuente segura, limpia y baja en emisiones. Culmino expresando una vez más el apoyo de mi país a la energía y la actividad nuclear con fines pacíficos y a la celebración de una próxima cumbre de energía nuclear, agradeciendo finalmente al Reino de Bélgica y al Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica por la celebración de esta cumbre. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I'm very honored to give the floor to the Minister of Science and Technology of Bangladesh, His Excellency Yafesh Osman.
Let me begin by thanking His Excellency Alexander de Croo, Prime Minister of Government of Kingdom of Belgium, and Excellency Rafael Marino Grossi, DG IAEA, for their opening remarks and inviting Bangladesh to the first ever Nuclear Energy Summit 2024 in Brussels. As the representative of Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, I stand before you today at the Nuclear Energy Summit 2024 with a proud sense of responsibility, commitment to advising the global discourse of nuclear energy. As we stand at the cusp of a new era, marked by unprecedented challenges and opportunities, and countries grapple with climate crisis and growing energy security concerns. Nuclear energy is integral, recognized for the role it can play in an accelerated transition to net zero. We stand firmly behind the appeal of global stocktake, the final agreement and assess where the world stands and achieving objectives of 2015 Paris Agreement and how shortcoming might be retracted. Bangladesh, like many developing nations, faces significant challenges in meeting its growing energy needs while simultaneously addressing climate change and ensuring energy security. As a densely populated country with limited indigenous energy resources, we recognize the importance of diversifying our energy mix to meet the aspirations of our people for a brighter and more prosperous future and smart Bangladesh should the Vision 2041. At CROPS 2026, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, unveiled the policy aiming for 40% of our energy from clean energy sources by 2041 to enhance our fight against climate change. For us, nuclear energy presents a complying solutions to challenge the offering a reliable source of low-carbon electricity that can help activate poverty, drive economic growth, and improve living standards. The path of the successful commissioning of the Rupur nuclear power plant with the support of our international partners stand as a testament to Bangladesh's commitment to embracing nuclear energy as key component of our energy portfolio. However, we are also acutely aware of the responsibilities and obligations that come with harnessing the power of atom. Bangladesh is firmly committed to upholding the highest standard of nuclear safety and security, both at home and in collaboration with the international community. In conclusion, let me seize this opportunity to reaffirm our collective commitment to harnessing the potential of nuclear energy for benefit of humanity while ensuring the highest standard of safety, security, and non-proliferations. Together, we can build a safer, more sustainable future for the generations to come. With these remarks, I wish the summit all the success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now, may I ask your warm welcome to the Minister of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Chong-ho Lee.
Distinguished guests, it's an honor for me to join you here today. Let me start by congratulating you on the successful organizations of today's summit. I believe that this summit will constitute a milestone for nuclear energy-centered global efforts to tackle the climate crisis by achieving carbon neutrality. Today's event will add important momentum to the unfolding nuclear renaissance. As the world's fifth nuclear power producer, the Republic of Korea is currently strengthening the role of nuclear energy in its energy mix in order to join the global nuclear energy trend. In order to do so, Korea is actively pursuing an energy policy that is aimed at expanding its nuclear power capacities. Domestically, Korea is pursuing ahead with the construction of 2 new nuclear power plants, namely the Shinhanul 3 and 4 units. At the same time, Korea is making efforts to extend the operation of its existing reactors in a safe manner. The Korean government strongly supports the development of original technology and the creation of a strong industrial base in the sector of next-generation nuclear reactors, which include SMRs. The development of these promising, future-oriented technologies will contribute towards the goal of tripling nuclear energy capacity by 2050. Korea will continue to invest in innovative R&D in the nuclear sector in order to secure strategic technologies and to help nurture a competent workforce in the area. Such efforts will be crucial for continuing to increase the competitiveness of nuclear energy. Furthermore, the ROK will also actively participate in overseas nuclear power projects with the intention of widely sharing its experience of the safe design, construction, and the operation of a nuclear power plant. In fact, after constructing its first nuclear reactor in 1971, Korea has built a solid track record of successfully constructing 36 nuclear reactors, including the 4 units of the Baraka nuclear power plant in the United Arab Emirates. As the worldwide demand for clean energy keeps rising, my hope is that Korea's effort will contribute to the increase of the global nuclear energy supply and the strengthening of our common response to climate change. As a part of its effort, the ROK recently launched the Carbon-Free Energy Initiative, a global proposal to enhance cooperation with regard to the use of various carbon-free energy sources. As we enter into the era of artificial intelligence, the global community will be facing an ever-rising demand for electricity. Yet the particular conditions for the use of renewable energy may vary by each country. In order to achieve the twin objectives of industrial development and carbon neutrality under such circumstances, we need to step up the use of carbon-free energies, such as nuclear, renewable, and hydrogen energies. Going forward, the Korea government will continue its efforts to promote the global discussion on the use of various carbon-free energies, including nuclear power. We are committed to supporting the swift expansion of demand and investment in this field. Distinguished guests, I would like to conclude by thanking the government of Belgium and the IAEA for organizing the summit. I also express my deepest appreciation to all the delegations that are here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now, please welcome the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Zuhail Mohammed Al Mazrah.
Honorable Presidents, Prime Ministers, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, our President, I would like to convey to you his greetings and best wishes for this first summit on nuclear energy. After the successful success of COP28 and the alliance that was set together by 20 countries to commit to tripling the capacity of nuclear energy, this summit comes to show the world that the interest in nuclear energy is increasing. The number of participant countries have increased, and now today we have 36 countries attending, either with a program that is completed or an expansion, or interested to pursue a program on nuclear. For us in the United Arab Emirates, I feel we sit at a unique position. One, the drive for us to venture into nuclear energy was not energy security. As you all know, we are a rich fossil fuel country, and we are a reliable supplier to many of the countries here and others as well. But the main driver for our leadership and for the people was sustainability. we believe that we need to venture into a cleaner forms of energy. That transition, we started venturing into it at around 16 years ago. When we start thinking of this program that we completed today, and I'm happy to report to you that we completed probably the world's fastest full program in the past 30 years, from the beginning to the end, from structuring everything for a country that was not a nuclear country. All of that was done because there was a determination, a leadership, and a willingness from the people to deliver that project. But also because we had a very strong partner. I don't know if it was a coincidence that His Excellency, the Minister from Korea, was before me, but Korea was our partner. And together with them, we managed to deliver one of the state-of-art plants that I believe one of the world's safest plants, and which can be a reference for many of you, especially in the Middle East if someone is looking at it. The second thing that is important is that we have also ventured into complementing the nuclear program with renewable energy. So we are aiming to triple both, contribute with you to triple the nuclear energy in the world, and we have done our 5.6 program, of 5.6 gigawatt program, but we are also venturing to triple the capacity of renewable energy. The combination of two, plus the conventional gas, is necessary for the world to convert quickly to sustainability and to ensure that we are preventing our planet from carbon or the emissions of carbon, or decarbonization our energy sector. I know the time is short, so it's just, I'm here to offer to all of you our experience. We are a reliable investor as well, so we could look at investments, and we could look at sharing our best practices with whoever want to learn from it. And thank you very much, and we look forward to continue this journey with all of you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now, please welcome the Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Atomic Energy, His Excellency Dr. Ait Kumar Mohanty.
Let me begin by thanking His Excellency Prime Minister of Belgium, Mr. Alexander De Croo, Director General of IAEA, Mr. Rafael Mariano Grossi, for organizing this first Nuclear Energy Summit 2024. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste and good afternoon. India is committed to achieve the net zero emissions target by 2070, as announced by our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi. In this regard, India has initiated steps to increase the share of nuclear power capacity. India firmly believes that nuclear power is a clean and environment-friendly source of electricity, which is available 24/7 and can provide the country's long-term energy security in a sustainable manner. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our aim is for nuclear energy to have significant share in the electric mix of India by the year 2047, when India celebrates 100 years of independence. As a medium-term target, we aim to achieve tripling nuclear power generation capacity by 2030 from around 7.5 gigawatt at present. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you may be aware that India has a 3-stage nuclear power program. India has recently added 2 indigenously designed 700 megawatt pressurized heavy water reactor, which is first of its kind.
Another historic milestone was marked recently with the initiation of the core loading of our first indigenous first breeder reactor of 500 megawatt electrical capacity. This is the beginning of India's second stage power program and future thorium utilization. We are also considering steps for development of small and modular reactor as well as advanced modular reactors. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we thank the city of Brussels, the people and the government of Belgium and the agency for hosting this first nuclear energy summit. I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. And now I'm honored to give the floor to the Parliamentary Undersecretary of State for Nuclear and Networks of the United Kingdom, Mr. Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking Prime Minister De Croo and Director General Grossi for convening this important summit on nuclear energy. It is so nice to be back in Brussels, your capital, Europe's capital, in a city I once called home and still has an extremely strong place in my heart. And it's also very nice to be back here at the Atonium, an incredible place that I first visited a decade ago. Such an apt place for this meeting. The 1958 Expo signified great hope and optimism for all of Europe, and the Atonium epitomizes creativity and scientific advancement. The Atonium stood as a symbol of science's ability to improve the lives of millions of people, with the motto simply being Atom, Hope. One of the questions posed at the launch was, what kind of future do we want for tomorrow? An incredibly pertinent question that we still find ourselves asking today, especially in light of recent global events. Vladimir Putin's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine showed countries the importance of energy security and that nations should never be at the behest of its weaponization ever again. But while we stand firm and in support of our Ukrainian allies in their fight for freedom, what President Putin could not have envisaged was how his illegal action inadvertently accelerated a fresh approach to the energy transition, strengthening the bonds between neighboring nations here across our continent and indeed the world. Nowhere is that more evident than on our work on nuclear energy to achieve our collective net zero ambitions. At COP28 just last year, something incredible happened. Unimaginable just a few short years ago, 25 countries, including the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, endorsed the landmark declaration to triple nuclear energy capacity globally by 2050. For the first time, nuclear was explicitly included in the global stocktake text, recognizing its importance as a reliable source of clean energy. And in Great Britain, we are delivering the biggest expansion of nuclear power in 70 years. We see it as the most effective way to tackle the energy trilemma by providing cheaper, cleaner, and more secure energy for millions of homes and businesses. This January, we published our civil nuclear roadmap, reconfirming our domestic ambition to deploy up to 24 gigawatts of nuclear power by 2050. And our roadmap included a commitment to streamline regulation, to speed up nuclear deployment, as well as a promise to reduce dependence on Russian fuel and grow the UK's supply chain. We will make £300 million investment alongside industry for the UK production of clean, green, high-assay, low-enriched uranium fuel for innovative new reactors. This provides a commercial alternative not only for the UK, but for our allies and partners across the world. But as we know, a large part of the challenge with nuclear can be around perception. We have a role to play around the effective communication of its safety, security, and environmental credentials. That's why at COP28, we committed to supporting responsible nations looking to explore new civil nuclear deployment under the high standards of safety, security, and non-proliferation. But there's so much to be excited about in this ever-developing field. With Fission, we've committed to supporting rapid advancements such as SMRs and advanced technologies for power generation, as well as wider industrial applications for decarbonisation. Great British Nuclear, that I was proud to launch just last year, will select the best small modular reactor technologies for deployment in the UK in the 2030s. And just last week, I read about yet more breakthroughs in the field of fusion energy, massive advancements in superconductors, lasers, and advanced materials. Fusion is a global endeavor, and we want to work hand in hand with our international partners to harmonize regulation frameworks and maximize the potential of this revolutionary technology. We look forward to supporting the IAEA's World Fusion Energy Group, and we are happy to see the IAEA increasingly focused on fusion. The UK is fully aligned with the priorities of the IAEA, both in terms of nuclear security and safety, and you have our full support. At the opening of my speech, I spoke about the creation of the Atomium in 1958. However, just 1 year prior to that exhibition, this incredible building being completed, the IAEA was founded. The original premise was to promote the application of science and technology for peace and the development around the world. And that is a message that is as true today as it was 67 years ago. Nuclear energy remains one of the best ways of achieving net zero. There is no net zero without nuclear, and the United Kingdom is proud to be a part of the global nuclear family, collaborating on the continuing advancement of the potentially limitless source of clean energy that it could produce. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Undersecretary. And now, please welcome the Special Envoy and President of the National Nuclear Energy Commission of Brazil, Mr. Francisco Rondinelli, Jr.
Mr. Prime Minister de Croo, Mr. Director General Grossi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from the nuclear sector. In the context of climate emergency, the need to conduct on a global scale a rational and consensual energy transition process that meets the three basic precepts of sustainability, known as social service, economic viability, and environment preservation, as proposed by the triple bottom line model, becomes more relevant for all countries in the world. This summit serves that purpose by seeking to promote a high-level forum that highlights the need to identify common needs among countries regarding the insertion or expansion of nuclear energy generation in their energy matrix, covering the entire supply chain of the nuclear fuel cycle, the large-scale construction of new power plants, nuclear power plants, the treatment and safe disposal of radioactive waste, in addition to a comprehensive regulatory framework that encompasses the safety, security, and safeguards aspects inherent to this energy source. This is a challenge that only will be overcome through international consultations and coordination frameworks that fosters the promotion of technical cooperation mechanisms, the construction of solutions of common interest, the sharing out of the socio-economic risks, and also the spread of opportunities to ultimately serve the interests of the global community. In this sense, some key elements must be raised during this discussion that will take place here. Take advantage of this unique opportunity to identify common needs, priorities, choices, and cost of action in order to achieve an effective improvement in the sustainability of the global electrical energy matrix. I would like to mention that in the case of Brazil, we are committed to the goals of this remarkable summit. In Brazil, all clean energy sources are taken into account in the rational efforts to conduct an energy transition process, including nuclear energy. From the perspective according to the Brazilian nuclear policy, nuclear energy has a complementary role in the country's electrical grids. This means that nuclear energy is a strategic source for complete and stabilized distribution through the huge Brazilian electrical system, which covers almost 100% of the 5,500 municipalities around the country. Brazil will continue to improve its energy planning process which will allow us both to have a short, medium, and long-term perspective view of society's future energy needs and to improve our decision-making process related to this matter. Finally, we appreciate the efforts by the Director General and by the Government of Belgium to organize this summit and take note of the declaration adopted by those leaders presented here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I'm very honored to give the floor to Canada's Ambassador of Climate Change, Her Excellency Catherine Stewart.
Prime Minister De Croo, Director General Grossi, and fellow member states. On behalf of Prime Minister Trudeau and the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, the Honourable Jonathan Wilkinson, Canada would like to thank Belgium and the IEA for their leadership in this first ever Nuclear Energy Summit. We fully support the IAEA's efforts to advance nuclear energy worldwide, including through its work on nuclear safety, security, and safeguards implementation. This summit comes at a crucial, critical moment in our collective efforts to advance the role of nuclear energy in the fight against climate change and in supporting global energy security. Canada is making a vital contribution in this space. We will continue to play our part to support global energy security, including through our exports of clean and reliable Canadian technologies and resources, from low-carbon building materials to clean hydrogen to uranium and beyond. The climate crisis is transforming the global economy as financial markets price climate risk into investment decisions. Capital is flowing from assets that are incompatible with the transition to a net zero world towards opportunities that are. This very much includes nuclear. The Government of Canada has demonstrated its commitment towards investment in nuclear through historic clean economy investment tax credits, our innovative green bond framework, and through the work of Canada's Infrastructure Bank, which is financing one of the world's first commercial small modular reactors at our Darlington site in Ontario. Canada recognizes the key role of nuclear energy and technologies in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, meeting climate change targets, supporting the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and delivering energy security. Indeed, Canada's can-do nuclear technology has been delivering these benefits at home and abroad for over half a century. As home of some of the most sustainable and reliable uranium deposits in the world, Canada remains steadfast in our commitment to forging more reliable uranium supply chains for global partners. As we scale up nuclear technology, Canada and our world-class regulator remain steadfast in our commitment to the responsible management of radioactive waste for generations to come. And as Canadians are working hard to revitalize our domestic nuclear industry, many partners around the world are looking to Canada as a trusted supplier of nuclear technology and fuels, including CANDUs, small modular reactors, reliably sourced uranium, and life-saving medical isotopes. With decades of expertise across the nuclear supply chain, Canada stands ready to support our global partners. In an increasingly complex world, the most reliable partnerships represent the most responsible investments. In this regard, Canada is actively advancing progress with a number of partners in Europe and globally, including through the provision of Canadian technology solutions, fuel supply agreements, as well as export financing that collectively support the phase-out of coal and the generation of clean, reliable, and affordable energy. These efforts directly support Europe's efforts to end energy dependency on Putin's regime, while demonstrating how Canada and our world-renowned CANDU reactors will play an increasingly important role in decarbonizing and securing energy systems globally, both today and for decades to come. As a global community, this summit presents us with a critical window of opportunity to strengthen our collective resolve towards reaching net zero. Canada is proud to work alongside our partners and friends as we endeavor to meet our collective future energy needs while taking bold and necessary action to combat the climate crisis. Thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. And now may I ask you a warm welcome to the Ambassador of Egypt to Brussels, His Excellency Badr Abdel Ati.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to participate in this summit on behalf of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi and to deliver this statement. At the beginning, I wish to express our appreciation to the government of Belgium and the International Atomic Energy Agency for co-organizing this important and timely summit, which provides an excellent platform to enhance and strengthen the rising role of nuclear energy in advancing sustainable development. We come together to restart our firm conviction that nuclear energy has a significant contribution towards enhancing energy security, boosting economic development, and tackling the increasing challenges of climate change. In this regard, Egypt reaffirms the inherent right of all state parties to the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, to the peaceful use of nuclear energy and to carry out all cooperation activities and research and development to leverage their benefit from such uses in their endeavor to achieve sustainable development goals. Egypt has always supported the International Atomic Energy Agency's role in promoting these peaceful uses. This is the main pillar of the work and the primary reason of its establishment in 1957, in accordance with Article 1 of its statute. Moreover, nuclear energy has a crucial role to play in response to the rising demand of reliable and efficient energy sources. Climate change has encouraged more countries to consider nuclear power as the solution to their energy security challenges, while reducing carbon emissions. This is why we fully support the increasing attention that the International Atomic Energy Agency has been paying to the climate agenda in recent years, as well as the Director General's keen interest to participate in the last 4 climate change summits, including COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, during which the first thematic pavilion of the role of nuclear energy in climate change was created. New achievements in the field of nuclear technology can also contribute to strengthen the potential of this power source in delivering clean, safe, and secure energy for the future generations. Excellencies, Egypt has made an informed decisions to pursue nuclear powers as part of its energy mix. The ambitious project to construct the Dab'a
4-unit, 4.8 gigawatt nuclear power plant to meet growing national development needs comes in line with our Vision 2030. The project is making remarkable and steady progress. Our nuclear power program is based on solid regulatory and legal framework with commitment to the highest standards of safety and security and in accordance to our obligation. In 2019, Egypt invited the International Atomic Energy Agency to undertake an assessment review of its nuclear infrastructure. Results of the review were quite promising and indicated our full readiness to usher in new phase in expanding our nuclear activities and embarking on new nuclear power plant project. Egypt has also acceded to the Convention of Nuclear Safety, which stands as another clear demonstration of our commitments to observe the highest standard and best practices of safety requirements in full transparency. Excellencies, despite the growing potential of nuclear energy in achieving our SDGs, many countries have yet to benefit from this invaluable source. In our view, this is primarily attributed to the unjustified restrictions on nuclear technology exports that go beyond the provisions of the NPT. In addition to the insufficient financial support for peaceful uses of nuclear energy and the reluctance of many regional and international financial institutions and development funds to invest in nuclear energy sector. To our predicament, this is further compounded by the International Atomic Energy Agency limited technical cooperation resources, which does not exceed 140 million euros annually for more than 140 countries, a budget that falls short of the cost of a small nuclear facility. Let me conclude by saying that this summit can provide an important opportunity to discuss how we can urgently step up regional and international efforts to ensure sufficient, sustainable, and predictable financial resources to meet the growing ambition of many countries to maximize the benefits of peaceful use of nuclear power and technology as a clean and efficient source of energy, which cannot be overemphasized. We need to spread this message to all other relevant organizations and institutions and to call for more international cooperation and partnerships in this promising domain. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And now, please welcome the Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the UN in Vienna of the Philippines, Her Excellency Evangelina Lourdes Bernas.
Thank you. The Philippines would like to express its sincere appreciation to Prime Minister Decruz and to Director General Grossi for making this summit possible. The scale of the summit we are attending today is a testament to their vision, hard work, and dedication. We also express appreciation for inviting the Philippines to this summit and recognizing our country's tangible steps towards integrating nuclear power into our energy mix. The Philippines appreciates the IAEA's efforts to ensure that nuclear energy is more widely accepted by the mainstream, not only as a safe, reliable, and cost-effective power source, but also one that contributes to climate change adaptation and mitigation. Thanks to the agency's work, for the first time, nuclear energy was formally recognized in the global stocktake by COP28 as a means to achieve deep, rapid, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. The same work has flowed into the Philippines' efforts to safely establish the foundations of a sustainable nuclear program. Our recent drive for nuclear energy started in 2016 with the creation of a Nuclear Energy Committee, followed by several IAEA technical assistance and review missions. These paved the way for the creation of the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee in 2021 and the executive order in 2022 adopting a national position on nuclear energy. Just last year, our first research reactor began operations, increasing the momentum for technical capacity building. In November last year, we also signed a civil nuclear cooperation agreement, or a 123 agreement, with the United States, witnessed by our President, Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. This year, the Philippines will be rolling out its nuclear energy roadmap, charting the country's way as we progress through the milestones approach. The Philippines believes that mainstreaming nuclear energy presents a new opportunity for the world to work together. As developing and embarking countries capitalize on the opportunities of technical cooperation in nuclear energy, developed countries in turn benefit from having their international partners bridge the development gap faster and cleaner through nuclear energy. The Philippines, for its part, is already active in the peaceful uses of nuclear energy for non-power applications. Our country is taking a leading role in plastics recycling and education, while expanding our cooperation with the IAEA in health, agriculture, food security, and industrial applications. This demonstrates that given the right tools, developing and embarking countries can effectively and efficiently channel resources for the international community's collective benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. And now, please welcome the Ambassador to Brussels of South Africa, Her Excellency Thokozile Naza.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Let me take this opportunity to start by expressing our gratitude to the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Mr. Rafael Grossi, and the Government of the Kingdom of Belgium, Presidents of Council of European Union, for inviting South Africa to participate in this Nuclear Energy Summit. Let me also convey the wishes from our President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, mindful of the intertwined challenges that the world is faced with, that being firstly to meet the rapidly rising demand for energy, particularly in developing countries, and secondly, the need to increase energy supply in a global carbon-constrained environment. This summit affords us an opportunity to engage openly on the role of nuclear energy in addressing these challenges. South Africa takes note of the declaration prepared by the Secretariat and adopted by the attending leaders earlier today. We wish to emphasize South Africa's continued commitment to inclusive and transparent approaches within the respective fora of the international multilateral system, as the only way to achieve effective and sustainable responses to the common challenges. We therefore look forward to greater participation of all interested states without conditionalities in future summits. Whereas South Africa has reached 93% access to electricity, reality of the matter is that 600 million people on the African continent do not have access to electricity. South Africa firmly believes that if we are to eradicate poverty, unemployment, and inequality in Africa, we need to get rid of energy poverty and guarantee energy security. It is against this background that South Africa continues to pursue a diversified energy mix required to meet the expected energy demand growth and reduce carbon emissions as per our nation's energy infrastructure development plan, the Integrated Development Plan, IRP. Declared as sustainable and part of the just energy transitional activities by the European Union taxonomy, nuclear and gas are important electricity generation sources to meet climate change goals, and they, including coal, can provide baseload energy to meet the world's energy demands. Kuwait Nuclear Power Plant, the only operational nuclear power plant in Africa, which has been safely operated for 40 years, continues to provide the people of South Africa with reliable and affordable electricity. As a result, the plant's contribution to the country's energy security is therefore being extended by a further 20 years, taking into consideration all the regulatory and technical factors. As part of this long-term operation, Eskom, South Africa's state-owned entity, has successfully replaced the steam generators on Unit 1 in 2023 and is currently working on the replacement of the steam generators on Unit 2. Informed by the IRP in 2019 and the upsurge in small modular reactors in the world, South Africa has begun with the procurement process for 2,500 megawatts of nuclear new build, for which a request for proposals will be issued to the market within this calendar year. Given South Africa's endowment with critical mineral resources needed for the just energy transition, including uranium, which can be used in various nuclear applications, including the generation of clean baseload energy, and nuclear research reactors for medical purposes, South Africa intends on leveraging on the beneficiation of these resources to produce feedstock for Africa's nuclear power plants while developing its own pebble bed modular reactor technology as a strategic project, considering all required approvals. Based on our track record of producing pebble bed fuel, South Africa further intends on leveraging its natural resources to become a global supplier of a high-temperature reactor fuel, followed by a multi-purpose reactor technology envisaged for commercial deployment beyond 2030. With the support of our competent Nuclear Safety Authority, the National Nuclear Regulator, NNR, South Africa remains a trusted member of the IAEA and fully participates on its conventions. Hence, we have been able to safely operate Safari 1 research reactor for more than 58 years. South Africa's Nuclear Energy Corporation continues to develop, utilize, and manage nuclear technology for national socio-economic development through, amongst others, the production and global supply of quality radiation-based products and services, including industrial and medical radioisotopes. Mindful of the aging Safari 1, The regulator is currently working on a feasibility study to prepare for a multi-purpose reactor for the sustenance of its research and development mandate. Given all these realities, we firmly believe that in order to obtain all the potential economic benefits from nuclear and to achieve a self-sufficiency goal, South Africa deserves an opportunity to implement the complete nuclear fuel cycle for peaceful uses in line with our nuclear energy policy. And in conclusion, we submit to this summit that if we are effectively to meet the growing energy demand and respond to climate change, the role of nuclear and gas in the energy mix need to be enhanced. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. And thank you, dear Excellencies, for your contributions to this summit. And this brings us to the end of the official part of the first ever Nuclear Energy Summit. And the International Atomic Energy Agency hopes to welcome you to a second Nuclear Energy Summit in the years to come. We will now move on to a series of panel discussions on topics that are key to the role of nuclear power in the energy transition. The first panel is on the relevant factors influencing the deployment of new or the prolongation of existing nuclear capacity. And it will start in 15 minutes here in the auditorium. But for now, enjoy your coffee. Welcome back, everyone, to the Nuclear Energy Summit. First of all, a practical announcement. There is still a simultaneous translation. Good. This afternoon will feature a series of panel discussions on key topics related to nuclear power and its role in the energy transition. The first panel will be divided in two parts. First, we will hear global and regional perspectives on the relevant factors influencing the deployment of new or the prolongation of existing nuclear capacity. And please welcome the moderator to the stage, journalist and television anchor, Mr. Chris Burns.
Oh. Thank you. Do we have this on? Yes. Thank you very much, Hannah. You got it? Welcome, everybody. And it's great to be with you after all the speeches and the declaration and the press conference. Now, after hearing all of that, what we do now is we talk about how we make this happen on the ground. And we're going to be talking to key players on this. And in this first panel, we're going to be talking to the EU, the European Union. We're going to be talking to a Mayors Association. We're going to be talking to Microsoft. So government, local government, and private sector. What are they doing? What are their plans after hearing all this through the speeches and declaration? So let me call up the speakers, beginning with Kadri Simpson, who is the European Commissioner for Energy. Welcome. And by the way, a little bit of bio is that, former economy minister of Estonia, by the way. And if you want to know more bios from the speakers, it is online. It's on the main page, and you can get to it from there. And also, we are streaming. Just a couple of tech tips here. We are streaming, so welcome everyone who's online, who's watching us online. And then please, for those of you here and those of you listening and watching, the hashtag, keep the hashtag in mind because it's great to have you involved and tweeting and social networking on this. Let's make it trend. Hashtag NES 2024. Hashtag NES 2024. So, next guest I will call up is the mayor, Mr. Mayor, Gerben Dijksterhuis, who is the president of the Group of European Municipalities with Nuclear Facilities, representing 16 countries in Europe, is that right? 16, yeah. 16 countries in Europe, okay? More information on the bio. Also, Melanie Nakagawa, Corporate Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer of Microsoft. Welcome, Melanie. Formerly at the White House National Security Council and working with then Secretary of State John Kerry on climate. So very interesting to see you move to Microsoft, which is very much involved in renewable and green and zero emissions, and this is part of that game plan that you have. Let's begin with the Commissioner, with Kadri, if I may. Kadri, how much to scale up on nuclear? There are 100 nuclear reactors in the European Union. In 12 of the 27 EU countries, producing about one quarter of the EU electricity. What is the role of nuclear for the EU's 2050 carbon neutrality plan? How does that work?
This is very true that right now we do have 100 reactors, but these will not help us to cut further our emissions. So we are finalizing currently our national climate and energy plans for 2030 to reduce our CO2 emissions by at least 55%. And beyond that, we already announced our 2040 targets to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2040 compared to 1990 levels. And there we will need all the low carbon and renewable resources that help us first to decarbonize sectors where electrification is possible. And also that means that our electricity demand will double. So nuclear is a recognized low-carbon resource, and member states who decide to do so, they can use nuclear power.
It's their choice, as we heard.
This is their right to do so.
Yeah.
From Commission point of view, we have presented several new legislative acts which are technology neutral. I would like to mention, for example, electricity market design that allows also these member states who do have nuclear power plants, and half of these will be ending their life cycle by the end of this decade. Yeah. So this electricity market design allows them to cover, if necessary, these power plants with contracts for difference scheme, and by doing so to finance the necessary works, because for us the highest safety standards are a must. And just yesterday I had a possibility to meet with European nuclear safety regulator, SENSREG, who had their annual meeting here in Brussels, and I also expressed my gratitude, first of all, but also our expectations that the further development of nuclear power demands also a very strong push from their side, so that high standards will be respected here.
Okay, very good. Let me move on. I want to come back to you, but let me go to Gerben, Mr. Mayor. Public engagement and stakeholder engagement is one of the key factors in influencing the deployment of newly built or also extending the lives of plants, which we're talking about. What about, can you give some examples of how you've worked with the residents on the ground in facilitating this to happen?
Yeah, I can. First of all, I want to thank the IAEA also for inviting us and to tell us something more about stakeholder engagement and the things we do on a daily basis as a mayor. Maybe I'll give you one example from my own community. You know, our Prime Minister said it this morning, we want to extend one power plant in my community and build 2 new next to it.
That's in Zeeland, in the Netherlands,
in the municipality of Borselen. Yeah.
Right.
And you see the nearest village is 1,000 meters. So people who live there think something of it. We asked to try to involve them, 100 people from all the villages, and say, okay, what in your opinion are conditions that the community should set for this development? And they form a committee, and it took them 4 months, and some of them went to Hinkley Point in the UK to see what kind of, to get more background on what is new built. And they came up after 4 months with 39 conditions. And those 39 conditions are everything, also about the building period, of course, like traffic, noise, dust, sound, that kind of thing. But also thinking ahead of, okay, we need housing, we need education, all that kind of thing. So it helps us to get a good view of what people think and what they need and what are their expectations in those situations.
Okay, good. And let me move then to Melanie over at Microsoft. Business demand for clean energy. How is that evolving? How is that demand driving the need for nuclear? Microsoft, for a long time, was not really gung-ho on nuclear before, was it?
Well, actually, one of the key things that you're seeing from many companies, including Microsoft, is how are our corporate commitments around sustainability driving innovation and advocacy around all the sources of power generation that will be required. So for a company like Microsoft, our goal is to be carbon negative by 2030, and then by 2050 to remove all of the historic emissions we've created since our founding in 1975. And so to do that, it requires between now and 2030, and then beyond 2030, what are the sources of carbon-free power that are out there, not only for our own power needs, but also for our suppliers? You know, one of the stats I shared earlier with you was 96% of our carbon footprint as a company actually comes from our supply chain and our value chain. So we need green steel, green cement, you know, semiconductor chips, and that requires all of them having access to a carbon-free grid. And one of the great ways that technology companies and others have participated in this market is to really stoke demand for more generation of these types of resources. And the good news is we've seen the progress to date. So wind and solar generation, tech companies have been early adopters of this in the power purchase agreement side.
They have,
We've done 19 gigawatts of power as a company to date for Microsoft on wind and solar. And so we've shown how companies can actually use their demand to drive down costs and deploy more net new power sources. And that's the kind of innovation we're trying to now bring into the nuclear space.
Can you talk a little bit about how you've just announced about teaming up with Google on new advanced reactors? Can you talk about that?
Exactly. So one of the areas that we're looking at is how do you pool this demand? What does pooling demand look like to, again, to send a signal to all those tuning in, all those here, you know, where is the corporate sector coming into place when trying to seek more supply that's carbon free? So earlier this week, Microsoft and Google and Nucor, a steel company, announced a collaboration for carbon-free electricity. We're going to aggregate our demand, and we've asked for people to apply to an RFI, request for information, to say what is the type of supply in emerging technologies that are carbon-free. So everything from advanced reactors, fusion technology, advanced geothermal, long-duration energy storage. How do these players come into the marketplace to provide the demand, to provide the supply that we all are requesting that allow us to meet our goals?
Catherine, let me move to you on geopolitics. We're talking global here as well. This is the panel about global. In the current geopolitical context, which we're quite aware of, how is nuclear power considered for the EU energy security objectives? It has been identified as a strategic technology now, and that's just recently, isn't it?
Well, we do operate under Euratom safety framework, and that means that application of the highest levels of nuclear safety in all stages of the life cycle of nuclear installations will continue to be the necessary precondition. And in this regard, we have also announced our willingness to diversify away on our dependence on, for example, nuclear fuels. Just 2 years ago, we presented our REPowerEU plan. This was our reaction to Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine, and also our reaction to Russia's attempt to manipulate our energy markets. And in this REPowerEU plan, well, the most known part was our commitment to get rid of Russian gas, but we also announced that 5 member states who are still very dependent on nuclear fuel from Russia have to diversify away as soon as possible. And I fully recognize that it's not an easy task, it doesn't happen overnight, but right now all 5 do have plans in place how to find alternative suppliers. And in this regard, Ukrainians have done from their side immense development by already showing how VR reactors can use alternative fuel pellets. So saying that, of course, it demands, well, if we are planning our energy portfolio beyond 2030, it also demands lots of innovation and research, and it makes sense to cooperate with like-minded partners, and this is exactly what we are doing. Also, tomorrow we will launch European SMR Alliance, Industrial Alliance, and
small modular reactor, as we've been talking about all day, right?
Very fine example how European Union is willing to cooperate with private sector, but also how we are prioritizing the safety of the new installations, and there will be no no discounts on the safety side.
Yeah, right. You don't want to cut corners on that. All this costs money. Can you talk about anything about finance here? Because that's actually in the declaration that we saw from this summit about looking for new sources of finance. Can you say anything about that from the EU side?
Indeed. Everybody knows that despite the fact that for this multi-annual financial framework, we do have at our disposal record volumes, 1.8 trillion euros. This is still insignificant compared to the financing needs in the energy sector. And that means that that financing must come from private sources. But the same goes with all the other alternative supplies, and even for grid development.
Yeah.
But From our side, we have presented a certain legal framework that could accommodate these financing. And I already mentioned our electricity market design. This is not adopted yet. Our European Parliament will have a final vote in their April plenary.
Yeah.
But for sure, that sends also a clear message for the investors who are entering to their final investment decision phase.
Right, exactly. Gerben, how can the national governments help the localities? You did talk about the things that people need on the ground. How should the industry and the federal governments engage with the municipalities, since they have many roles in the new nuclear project, including financing, right?
Yeah, I think there's one very important point, and that is that you don't have to see the local community and the mayors as just another stakeholder. I think that's very important.
Yeah.
We play as mayors an important role also in the whole approval things, in infrastructure, in social structures. But I think it's important that you see us more as partners in in developing new power plants. We are. I think it's important that you team up with us and get a good relationship with us, because it's important that for your development also.
Yeah, because I can imagine for you as mayor, maybe not everybody is happy with that idea of having a nuclear power plant. You know, the idea of not in my backyard, NIMBY.
Exactly.
How do you deal with NIMBY in your locality?
Well, we love our community, of course, and the people who live there, and we want the best for them. All mayors do over the whole world. That's why we form a global partnership, and some of my colleagues are here too. We care for our community. That's the basis, and there are different thoughts in our community. So it's important that the industry and the federal government get a close connection with the local communities, because you're not there for a few months. You are there for many, many years.
Oh, yeah.
And that's important that you build on a good relationship.
Now you kind of compare notes between all the members, right? Is there something you learn from each other by talking to, and it's not just European cities either.
No.
It's US, it's Korean, it's right?
It's Canada, it's the US, it's Korea now, and Europe, of course. So we're building on a global partnership with the help of the EIA. And that's very good, because we learn from each other. Every situation is different in the world. And of course, engaging with the local community is also different in the world. But we share examples, like I just told one, and we learn from each other. And that's, I think, the most powerful thing.
Okay. Melanie, AI, artificial intelligence. That is one of the reasons why you need a lot of energy. But AI can also help in making energy more efficient. Can you talk about that?
Of course, and I think those comments about local stakeholders and what we can do in this space. I mean,
Yeah.
so I like to ground sort of this concept of AI in terms of, what are the superpowers, the unique capabilities of it, and how does that relate to nuclear development, advanced technologies, and things like that. So the first is obviously AI has this incredible potential to measure, better predict, and optimize complex systems. That's one of the inherent features to what AI can do. And this is a great opportunity to apply it to the growth of this industry, to growth of advanced technologies such as SMRs or fusion technologies. One area we've seen it already apply is on grid transmission. We all know that we need more transmission, but how do you decongest existing transmission to bring on new power sources?
Yeah, the grid, right?
The grid is so critical.
How do you manage that grid, make it more efficient?
And it's incredibly complex. And so AI is a great opportunity to do that. A company in the UK called Line Vision has already started to deploy AI into the UK grid, working with UK National Grid. And they showed in early tests that 60%, they were able to decongest the grid by 60%, bringing on 600 megawatts of more offshore wind power onto an existing transmission line. A second great feature of AI in the application space would be how it can help accelerate the discovery of new materials. And so this applies in so many different areas. It applies to energy technologies like long-duration battery storage. Earlier this year with the Pacific Northwest National Labs, Microsoft collaborated with them, and they looked at 32 million different types of battery materials, narrowed it down to 18, and found a prototype battery that uses 70% less lithium. And they did that in a matter of weeks. So it's the ability to fast track timelines at a pace we've never seen before in history.
Yeah.
And then the last piece, to his point, was workforce and skilling.
Yeah.
How do you use AI to help improve workforce training and better expedite?
Because we got to skill up a lot of people to do this.
You skill a lot of people to do it. You do it quickly. You also have to have people skilled nuclear developers to be able to fill out these really complex licensing plans.
Right.
And so how do you use AI technologies and these generative models to help faster create these applications that can bring timelines in and help get them to the regulators faster?
Kadri, could you tell us a little bit more about, now that we're on this innovation, industrial competitiveness, I think you have a couple more points to add on that, right? How is the EU encouraging that?
That was now a very broad question, and of course we are encouraging research and innovation.
Yeah,
and,
through Horizon, for instance, the Horizon
and we do
program,
have
which is
an
like
impressive
almost
budget.
$100 billion, right, over 7 years. Right?
That's very true. But at the same time, we are also addressing the skills side of this equation, because indeed to train and educate the necessary workforce is part of our strategy. So I would also like to mention that that on the nuclear side of research, despite the fact that nuclear is relatively controversial topic across EU, there are lots of excitement about new solutions, and many governments, even the ones who don't have their own nuclear power plants, are still eager to participate in the research side, and this is something that we really do encourage. Now, from my point of view, it is important that we can, in the next decades, to support sectors that are very hard to abate, well, transport industry, in such a way that they do have access to affordable and decarbonized electricity.
Yeah.
And this was one of the reasons when we presented our 2040 targets, we also accompanied that with several additional documents.
Yeah.
And one of these was announcement about small modular reactors.
Yeah.
So just this is a broad understanding that we will need much more energy in the decades to come.
Right.
And all the low carbon solutions come handy.
Yeah, especially for the energy intensive industries. Gerben, we just got a couple, 3 minutes left, so very quickly, but are there any blind spots here? Are there any things that we should be aware of on the local level that, you know, business and government should be aware of?
Yeah, I think I said it a little bit before, but you're there for the long run, right? You're not only there for the new builds, but also during operation and decommissioning. That's a lot of years. So work on the relationship with the local government. And second thing I want to say is a few months ago we spoke to Mr. Grossi as a global partnership, and he made a statement at the end. He said, all nuclear is local. And I very much agree with him. Because you can have your finance, you can have your workforce, your engineering, but when you don't have a good relationship with the local community, it's very hard to build. So make sure that you have invest in the local community, also in education and all that kind of thing.
Invest
It
in
starts
the local
in the
community.
local community.
Yeah, I just might mention that your area there has a very interesting balance of solar energy, wind energy, nuclear, other sources of energy. You've achieved a mix there.
Exactly, it's a total package of things, and it all has impact on all the on the communities. So it's good to be in contact with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, very quickly, Melanie, about Microsoft published a brief in December on energy. And it mentioned fusion and advanced nuclear. Can you talk quickly about the things you're looking at right now?
I mean, one of the things is pick up on his last point. This is a multi-technology solution, right? What companies like Microsoft need are all sources of carbon-free power coming onto the system and to the grids as quickly as possible to help accelerate the transition. And what role that we play as a technology company is helping to be a demand signal to all of the technologies that are out there. And so in December, we published a white paper on what is our policy advocacy position when it comes to advanced technologies, emerging technologies as well, between SMRs and advanced reactors to fusion power. And it was a blueprint to showcase as a company what are the policies we're trying to encourage other policymakers to adopt, where are the places we're trying to engage, and what are the type of regulatory conditions we want to see in the marketplace that allow these technologies to thrive in the time frames that we need them in. And so I think it was just another example between that, and we also put out a paper on how we see AI accelerating the sustainability progress for countries and companies around the world. We're just these two complementary documents that help demonstrate where we see a carbon-free future coming and how do we get closer to our carbon negative goals by 2030, which in turn help all the countries in which we operate in and our suppliers operate in reach their Paris commitment goals as well.
Difficult for me to wrap this up because there are a lot of really good points from this, but very important to have heard what the efforts are on the EU side on encouraging those countries that want to do nuclear power and making it more efficient as well and bring innovation. On the local side, it's very interesting about being very in touch with the people on the ground, with the residents. It's very important and make the investment that you need for that. And then on Microsoft's side, private sector working to develop more energy sources so that you can also stay profitable and thrive in the future. So I think it was a good combination of all the moving parts that need to be moving in the right direction for this to happen. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you. And our next panel we will hand off to Martina. Yes.
Nee, nog niet. Ja, moet ik toch maar even zeggen. Ja.
Thank you.
I hand back to Hannah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Problem. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a couple of minutes to change the stage here for the second panel. So we will see you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back. After taking a global and regional perspective, it is now time to take a closer look at specific national perspectives in this second part of the first panel. And apologize because we only have translation for our Chinese guests. And since we are behind schedule, we will shorten the panels a little bit. And for now, please welcome the panel moderator to the stage, business correspondent for Xinhua News Agency, Ms. Martina Fuchs.
Thank you so much for this lovely introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here at the very first Nuclear Energy Summit in Brussels. This is going to be a very energetic next panel. So it's my great honor to introduce here with me on stage, first of all, His Excellency Mr. Rumen Radev. He's the Bulgarian Energy Minister. Welcome on stage. Next up, we have His Excellency Mr. Csaba Lantos. He's the Hungarian Energy Minister. Thank you so much for joining us. Then we have Ms. Tine van der Straten. She's the Belgian Energy Minister here from this very beautiful country. Up next, Ms. Geraldine Richmond. She's the Undersecretary of the Department of Energy of the United States. Thank you so much. Please take a seat. Last but definitely not least, we have His Excellency Mr. Liu Xing. He's the Vice Chairman of the Chinese Atomic Energy Agency. Thank you so much. We have no time to waste because, as the MC has just mentioned, we only have 30 minutes of time. We have simultaneous translation, Chinese, English as well, on channels 2 and 3. First of all, I would like to start with His Excellency Mr. Radev. So, can you tell us what role in Bulgaria does the security of energy sources exactly entail, and how are you fostering international cooperation when it comes to energy security?
Okay, thanks a lot for this question. Actually, nowadays with all this energy transition period, we face one extremely huge challenge, and this is the coal phase-out. So, to have a successful coal phase-out in your country, it means you have to replace with another base load. Our vision in Bulgaria, we would like to replace this base load coming from the coal generations with the nuclear generation. Why? Because we have a huge, more than 50 years operational experience with the nuclear facilities in the highest safety standards. So this is the core in our case. We would like to double it by 2035, I mean the nuclear capacities in our country. We extend in a large scale the network, the grid connectivity, both domestically and with our neighbors, our friends from European Union, like Romania and Greece, but also our friends and colleagues from, and partners outside, from Western Balkans, from Turkey, from the whole Black Sea region and Western Balkans, therefore including Ukraine and Moldova. So the partnership, the connectivity, the strategy based on the nuclear as a base load in Bulgaria. We have also a huge hydro potential indeed, and with such a skeleton, that's the best way to put the muscles of the renewables. So this is the combination. We would like to have them all. And last but not least, the partnership within the region means to use the advantages, the strengths of all of the partners around, not just to consider a separate single member state, but just to work together at the same perspective.
Talking about international cooperation, we move on to Bulgaria, to your neighbor here on stage. Tell us a little bit about the challenges when it comes to the transition to green energy from your national perspective, and also what kind of action plans you have put in place.
Yes, the green transition is really a great opportunity, but on the other hand, at the same time, it's a huge challenge. Mm-hmm. For instance, in our country, we very proudly pronounced that we reached 6 gigawatt photovoltaic installed capacity, 6 gigawatt, where the average daily consumption is the 6. So in the sunny hours, we proudly announced that the photovoltaic panels could produce the entire consumption of the country. However, the Earth turned back, and in the afternoon and even in the nighttime, there is no any photovoltaic energy, so something else substitutes this energy. Consequently, we need another sources, and this is the nuclear energy, and of course other sources. So the huge challenge is that using more and more weather-dependent renewables, it needs more and more balancing capacity or somehow storing the electricity. Otherwise, you're not reaching the ultimate goal what you want to make green.
So let's talk about nuclear, because we are here at the Nuclear Energy Summit with Your Excellency, Ms. van der Straten. So here in Belgium, nuclear energy produces about half of the country's electricity. The Belgian government has decided to prolong 2 nuclear power plants for the next decade, for the next 10 years. Can you provide some context of nuclear energy here in this very country?
Yes, indeed, we did. And we decided that now 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was only a month after the full-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine. We took a very important decision at governmental level. We decided to accelerate the energy transition. And that we should boost renewable energy as much as possible to work on autonomy, to work on sovereignty, on energy independence. At the same time, we also decided to keep 2 gigawatts of nuclear power in the mix, indeed. And so we did extensive negotiations with the nuclear operator to close, indeed, a deal so that as from winter 2025, these 2 gigawatts will also be available. And we come each from our respective countries, and we each make choices with regard to our energy mix. And then we need to have all these different choices to work together. And there is one thing that can do that, and that is grids. Is interconnectivity, what Ruben said, and also for the challenges to meet from Jabba. And it was also very interesting to hear in the former panel the perspective of Melanie Kagawa on how artificial intelligence can help us to have better available grids, to have all the technologies that we have chosen, that these work more and better together. And so in the end, what we see here in this panel and also the former panel is one great effort in collaboration, and to work together so that we can achieve together net zero by 2050.
Mr. Undersecretary, the US has, of course, also big plans when it comes to nuclear energy. Now, the United States, along with 23 other countries, plans to triple the nuclear deployment by 2050. That's going to be massive. How is the Department of Energy going to implement this ambitious target?
Well, we're on it. I'm going to point out a couple of things in particular that I wanted to highlight. First of all, we have 93 operational nuclear reactors in the United States. That's a lot to keep track of. And 2 more that are coming online in Georgia. Many of these, their lifetime will expire by 2050, and so we've got to be on top of it to be able to do the kind of R&D that's necessary to extend their 40-year lifetime. We now have 6 that have been able to now last for 80 years, and we hope to see more to reach the goal. But what's been really important to this is in terms of upgrading and keeping our 93 reactors going is some money that's just come through the government for BILL, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And in that is a civil nuclear credit program, and that's what's allowing us to keep going with this fleet and keep building it. And we've already had some success with it, for example, with Pacific Gas and Electric, where we've put in $1.1 billion in credit for them. So that's number 1, keep the fleet going. But number 2 is really to innovate to make sure that we're on the forefront of new nuclear reactors, improvements in nuclear reactors. And so what the Department of Energy has is what we call the ARDP, which is the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Project. And in this case, it's really to make sure that we're on the forefront of developing the technologies that are necessary through innovation and then de-risk them by putting forth demonstrations so companies can more easily adopt them and use them. And the ARDP is now being funded by $2.5 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure law. And part of this also goes to just helping so companies can license more easily, can do the kind of work that they need to do to bring them online. So I'm really excited, if you can't tell, I'm really excited about what's happening right now for nuclear energy in the US in the Department of Energy.
And China has big plans on that front as well. Chairman Liu Xiansheng, China has announced the big goal to have carbon emissions peak by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2060. That was announced by President Xi Jinping at the United Nations a few years ago. Now, how will nuclear energy contribute to these two targets? And also, what kind of favorable policies does China have when it comes to nuclear energy playing a bigger role in the net zero transition?
好，谢谢。首先很抱歉啊，由于我的英文不足以准确地表达，
没问题。
对，所以说，请大家有可能会戴上耳机。中国是这样，我们是坚定执行气候变化、应对气候变化的一切行动。但是呢，确实中国也是个人口众多、地域广大，我们对能源的需求也比较多，这是个事实。说我们主张啊，各个国家、各个地区按照自己本国的情况，尽最大努力做出承诺，做出在碳排放、减排啊、碳中和方面的一些要求。那么经过这么多年的努力，中国把在能源、电力、煤炭、石油、天然气等等方面吧，我们做了一系列的这种政策上的一些安排和一些项目的安排。在消费革命，我们叫消费革命，就是降低公众对电力、对能源的这种需求，我们倡导节能环保。在这种大的形势下呢，政府一方面有政策，一方面号召我们节能环保等等这些，使得我们用年增长3%的能源的需求支撑了我们 GDP 的发展6.5%，这是到目前为止我们做到的一些成就。那么习近平主席也提出了我们在2030年碳达峰，2060年碳中和，我们国内方方面面正按照这样一个大的目标，制定了详细的步骤和规划来实现。那么至于核电呢，我也很自豪的在这里分享，我们现在有55台在运核电机组，而且绝大部分是在2000年以后建成的，所以我们的技术还是先进的，安全是有保障的。同时，我们现在在建36台核电机组，那我们加起来呢，我们预计在2030年左右，我们有近100台核电机组在运行，都是100万级的，几乎都是100万级的3代核电机型。那么核电作为一种可代替基核能源的稳定电源，在整个的无论是能源安全还是降低碳排放方面，都做出了巨大的贡献。这就是我们目前我们所做的一些工作。谢谢。
谢谢您, Liu Xiansheng. Very important points there as well. Let me turn back to you, Mr. Radev. Now, we have to talk also about engaging with stakeholders and communities from your national perspective in Bulgaria regarding the life cycle of nuclear energy facilities. How do you do that? How do you engage with the communities and stakeholders? And also, what kind of extent is there in this kind of participation?
Well, the public engagement, the society engagement is a key, definitely. This is really, I would say, the only obstacle, if there is any, of course, to develop further the nuclear energy. Therefore, we have to address the society just not just talking, but also proving that we are right. Let me say something which I would like just to add to the speech of the mayor from the previous panel. We need education. Come on, We are humans at the end. Let us remind that we have scientists, we have physicists, we have chemists, we have engineers. We have to rely on that people. We possess technologies, we possess knowledge. What we have to do is just to pass that knowledge to the society, to prove that we are doing in the safest, in the best way, together with them. It means also to educate the people and the society, not just the particular specialist in this nuclear area. That's the best way, I think, to engage them. Of course, we have our long period of time experience working with the societies, with the communities. We are doing well, but there are some tricky questions with the nuclear waste, for example, which still should be addressed in a better, open, transparent way with the people.
I would like to get your opinion as well, Minister Lantos, on that point. How do you change perceptions, public opinion and so on, because it is still a very controversial topic, nuclear energy?
Following the previous one, firstly, and above all the other factors, the most important thing is the nuclear safety. So this is out of question, and what is interconnected to that, to the independence of the nuclear authority. This is the most important thing, and the national nuclear atomic authority should be incorporated to the international authorities. This is the most important. The second element is the transparency. So, for instance, in our case, in the last 30 years, we made a very open door policy to the nuclear power plant. Our visitor center in a yearly 35,000 visitors, and among others, the local municipalities surrounding to the nuclear power station is frequently could visit to the power. And otherwise, what the mayor said in the previous panels, this is, I could emphasize, this is one of the most important, that the local people who are living very close to this site, it should be know that this is a safe place where we safely could produce the electricity. And all the other things, the newspapers, the communication, this is the education, what already it announced. This is as well very important. So without public support, and this is not we cannot provide more nuclear energy without public supporters.
Ms. van der Straeten, now tell us what kind of future you see for nuclear power reactors in Belgium. Is there a future, and what kind of?
It all depends. We have decided also 2 years ago to make money available for research and innovation, as we have a long tradition in our country to do so. We have a long program of advanced nuclear technologies, and we also decided to keep looking into the possibilities that SMRs can or cannot deliver on in the years to come. But in order to have a future, it is very important that they address the issues and the disadvantages of the technology that we are confronted with today. My two colleagues just spoke about waste, and this was the most difficult topic to tackle when we did the negotiations on the lifetime extension, because we were confronted with a nuclear operator that said, hey, we want to cap our liabilities. We want to pay a lump sum so that we are free to go whenever we want to go. This was a long negotiation, because that means that we cap a liability that if the nuclear operator if this was not capped, that he would be held liable for millions and years to come. And so, and for the whole discussion on new nuclear, new build on the SMR, it is really important that the nuclear industry comes with designs that don't produce waste or minimize waste, that they don't have the issues that we see today with cost effectiveness, for example. But hey, there are many different designs on the table, and as Ruben said, we have bright people. And so maybe there will be a nuclear technology that will be delivered in time and on budget, and that will help us in the future. But it all depends on how you manage, how you mitigate the negative aspects of the technology, of this technology in particular, but it goes for every technology, any energy technology.
Absolutely. Ms. Richmond, now in the US, the nuclear energy deployment very much depends on the private sector as well. Could you explain to us a little bit what the business side can do to really, boost nuclear energy, what kind of international partnerships there are? We heard from Microsoft in the previous panel as well. What incentives are there for business to promote and support, boost the nuclear deployment?
Yeah, well, let me first say that we really look very much forward to our international partnerships on what we're doing. We learn from you as much as hopefully you learn from us also. But we actually have a number of current and future plans that are going on right now. Let me just sort of go through these because we've, again, with this new funding that we've gotten from the government, I want people to be aware of this. So particularly the energy production tax credits to incentivize and production of clean energy, including nuclear energy. These credits provide $15 per megawatt hour for electricity produced by nuclear plants. And separate investment tax credits up to 30% are available to stimulate the construction and operation of new plants. And furthermore, the Inflation Reduction Act provides $40 billion expansion of loan guarantee authority for DOE's loan program office and $3.6 billion for credit subsidies. So a lot of money there. So companies that are thinking about coming to the U.S. and being involved in our nuclear industry, this is a big deal, and that's why I think there's a lot of interest from outside to come in. But also, the U.S. is supporting the demonstration of advanced reactor plants, as I just mentioned. And although the nuclear energy systems hold enormous potential to meet our climate goals, both in the United States and globally, we have to make sure that these advanced nuclear projects are really going to work. And these designs that we're coming up with are much more flexible than what you've found before in the nuclear industry. And they are designed to meet the community's needs so that they can go into communities. And I want to applaud the comments that have been made about the need to work with communities on this to make sure that they're ready to adopt these new technologies. Now, many of the companies that are supported by the ADRP have developed international partnerships, so watch out for that. But I also want to highlight in terms of partnerships with industry as well as with other countries. So we have 17 Department of Energy national laboratories. I oversee 14 of those. And they are powerhouses. And many of them are involved in nuclear research, medical isotope production. Many of our universities have laboratories. They have research reactors. So universities are an easy plug, too, to get involved with. So those are just a few of the points to be raised.
Vice Chairman Liu Xianshang, now China makes, of course, big strides in this area as well. It already operates the third largest nuclear fleet in the world and the largest new build fleet in the world. There are more reactors in the pipeline as well coming on stream and awaiting approval right now from Beijing. What are some of the key factors really enabling the nuclear sector development in China?
我们自己也在回顾这40年核电核能我们在中国取得的长足的进展。我们总结下来是这样4个方面：第一个是稳定的政策，第二个是科学的规划，第三个是严格的监管。刚才前面的一位先生也说，核安全是最重要的，严格的政府监管。最后呢是开放与合作。那么中国呢，从上世纪80年代开始了，我们开始建设第一座核电站的时候，我们就确定了我们的技术路线，比如说3步走：热堆、快堆、核聚变3步走。我们一直在坚持这个战略的发展，从研发到一些单位的安排和布局，都是按照这个来做的。我们一直没有放弃。我们感受，尽管其中我们也经历了一些世界上比较大的 核电厂的事故，比如说2011年的日本福岛核事故，我们确实有过停顿，但没有停止。所以我们现在就要在安全的前提下，积极有序发展核电。这个政策，中国政府从来没有变过，这是第一个叫稳定的政策。第二个叫科学的规划。很多人知道中国我们有个5年规划，我们每5年会对国民经济做一个规划。对核能领域呢，我们也有专门的规划。核能的发电、核电的人才的培养，一些核工业的布局的规划，我们都是按照5年规划来做的。这样呢，会聚集社会上各个企业的资源和关注力向这个规划去集中，这样能保证我们的国家的意志和这些规划得以实现。第三个呢，我讲的是这个叫严格的监管。我们从建第一座核电站开始，就跟国际上建立了接轨的这个核安全监管体系，包括我们的法规标准，包括地区监督站等等这些。目前来看呢，这些监管有力地保障了中国的核能核电事业的稳定安全的发展。我们现在运行了55座核电机组，其中有37座机组在WANO大家清楚，世界核电运行者组织在WANO我们获得了满分，我们的运营业绩在世界排前3名。最后是开放和合作。今年恰巧也是中国加入国际原子能机构 IAEA 40周年。实事求是讲，这40年 IAEA 作为一个国际组织，对中国的核能的发展起到了巨大的促进作用。同时呢，我们也广泛的跟世界上一些国家开展合作。大家知道，像法国的 EPR 机组、俄罗斯的维维亚机组，还有我们美国的 AP1000机组，首台机组都是在中国建成的。经过这么多年的建设，我们40年没有中断，我们积累了科研人员、项目管理人员、设备制造的资源等等一切，所以呢，也建立了完整的核能的产业链。说这点呢，都是我们觉得能够，首先我们很自豪，同时也感谢 IAEA 也好，还有在座的很多国家我们的合作，好吧，谢谢。
谢谢您，刘先生。We've heard from 5 very different national perspectives, the latest situation, future trends, and it was very interesting also to get your views and opinions as well. For me, there were 2 things standing out. One was the peaceful development of nuclear energy, and the other one was international cooperation. On that note, in the interest of time, because we were running a little bit behind schedule, I would like to close this panel. We have a lot of people having to take public transportation or flights rushing out into the world again. So it was wonderful having you on this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, and I wish you a great rest of your day. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much, Geraldine. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina, and thank you to all of the panelists. And we will take a very short break to change a little bit on stage. So I will see you in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for our second panel of this afternoon, and we will focus on the advancements in nuclear technology for energy production. And may I ask you to welcome the panel moderator to the stage. He is a representative from the International Atomic Energy Agency, Mr. Jeff Donovan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Innovation is happening across the generations of nuclear technologies, those in operation today, those that are ready to be deployed or soon to be deployed, and those that are under development for tomorrow. My name is Jeff Donovan. I'll be moderating this panel today, and we are very fortunate to have a great panel of 6 speakers to walk us through these advancements that are taking place in nuclear energy, from the long-term operation of the existing fleet to technologies that are being developed today on the horizon, like SMRs and the non-electric applications of nuclear energy, all the way to nuclear fusion. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our speakers on stage. Welcome. Mr. Pietro Barabaschi, Director General of ITER. Thank you. Pietro. Mr. Shudong Cao, Vice President, CNNC. Ms. Catherine Huff, Assistant Secretary, Office of Nuclear Energy, United States of America. Mr. Hong Yu-ju, President, Korea Atomic Energy Research Institute. And Mr. Luc Raymond, CEO of Électricité de France, EDF. And finally, last but not least, Melanie Winbridge, Founder and Chief Executive of Fusion Energy Insights. So, ladies and gentlemen, innovation, of course, is happening today, as I said, across the generations of nuclear power. But let's first talk about what's going on with our current technologies that are in operation, which are so important. As we know, most of the reactors in operation today are nearing their originally designed at retirement age. But of course, many of them have been put into what's called long-term operation, safe LTO. And of course, many more of this existing fleet will perhaps follow in the footsteps of these reactors and have their lifetimes extended by 20 years, 40 years, or even more beyond their originally designed lifetimes. So the United States has the world's largest operating nuclear power fleet. And as such, is a world leader in long-term operation. So I'd like to turn to you first, to Dr. Huff, in that. How is innovation helped in your process of putting these reactors into long-term operation? And how can the lessons that you've learned perhaps help the wider global nuclear energy community?
Thanks for that. Thanks for having me here. Indeed, it's the largest fleet, and it is also the oldest fleet. And so, you know, we're ahead of the game in a lot of senses in terms of experiencing the need for long-term operations in our industrial fleet. Right now, 6 reactors, as Dr. Richmond said in the last panel, are fully confirmed to operate up to 80 years. We see a number of reactors coming along behind them, and there's no current expectation that we see any fatal reason not to expect that continued license extensions for all the reactors that we believe to be operating safely to continue operating. And we do that through innovation and R&D, like predictive simulation of reactor aging, or risk analysis and probabilistic risk analysis to inform safety. This risk-informed safety analysis can really improve the margins for continued operation. We also have a really robust system of research on advanced technology fuels, including silicon clads and other advanced claddings that can enable continued and higher performance operations from these reactors. And we have really high fidelity simulation of the multiphysics and fuel performance in BWRs, for example, that have really improved our ability to do that long-term operation safely. Of course, there's also a policy component, innovations in policy that were mentioned in the last panel around continued funding for advanced reactors, and their continued production can help them, sustain in an economic sense. And finally, our industry interacts with industries abroad. Our labs interact with labs abroad, and our regulator interacts with regulators abroad in order to help spread those lessons across a wide variety of operating fleets. Our hope, of course, being that a continued safe operating fleet can take us through those 2050 goals. Right now, if no licenses were extended beyond the ones that are currently in place, those subsequent license renewals would largely run out by 2050. And so we must see additional license extensions. If they go to 80 years for most of our fleet, then we still will see those decline by 2070. And we're still going to have real climate challenges in the coming decades. So we'd like to see those existing reactors continue operating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turning now to France, CEO Ramon, of course you have in France, I think 56 operating nuclear reactors, almost 70% of your electricity generation coming from nuclear. So long-term operation is something clearly very important for France. Could you tell us a little bit about how you are tackling this opportunity, let's call it, let's hear your perspective.
Well, likewise, we are looking at our reactors as very big factories which have a huge potential ahead, and trying to maintain them as best as we can so that we can operate for as long as we can. The approach of lifetime in Europe, and particularly in France, is slightly different from the one in the US, in the sense that we don't operate under a license for a certain duration. We have a rule of revisiting each of our reactors every 10 years, and a prescription of what should be done every 10 years with the nuclear safety authorities, so that the operation can go for another 10 years. So now we are between 30 and 40 years for all of our reactors. We see no reason for which the potential of each of these reactors should be below 60 years. So we think that all of our reactors can go beyond 60 years, but of course we are going to work with the Nuclear Safety Authority so that we continue to define on the way to the 60 years what should be the potential adjustments that we do with a philosophy from the Nuclear Safety Authority, which is that at every 10-year threshold we try to get our reactors to the highest possible level of safety, getting as close as we can from the new generation of reactors. So the reactors we have today are not the reactors as they were designed in the 70s and 80s. They are these reactors, of course, as they were built, plus upgraded gradually on all the parameters of safety as we move forward. And that's the way we will proceed going forward, hopefully leading these reactors to last for 80 years, like in the US, for example.
Very good, thank you. So we've heard a little bit about how innovation today is extending the lifetime of yesterday's technologies. Now let's turn to what's properly, let's say, happening today with today's nuclear reactors. And therefore, let's turn to China. Mr. Cao, China is building more reactors than any country in the world. I think the figure is something like on an average of 5 construction starts a year. We've seen recently an announcement that you may be in a position to approve 8 to 10 new reactor projects per year, and that perhaps you could extend your nuclear capacity up to 400 gigawatts by 2060, which would be larger than the current entire global fleet capacity at the moment. So at a moment when the world is saying we want to scale up nuclear power very fast, you're already doing it. Can you tell us a little bit about your secret sauce, as it were?
谢谢主持人的刚才的一个提问，我觉得是非常很好的问题。这个问题回答的情况下有很多原因啊，就是按我的体会来说啊，我的总结的原因我主要有2个。第一个呢，就是说我们中国现在目前核电取得这么大的进展，包括取得好的成功啊， 一个原因是我们持续不断的建设。我们从跟其他西方国家相比较来说，我们中国核电的建设相对比较晚，但是最近这40年，我们一直不断的建设40年，所以现在我们在运行、在建和批准的机组已经到93台了，已经93台了，而且现在运行的机组现在运行情况不错，我们从设计的情况都还是不错，所以说呢，不断的建设呢，我们好多一些经验和教训，从这些建设过程中，从运行过程中，我们不断的总结，不断的迭代，才形成现在我们形成新一代的我们自己自主这个设计，包括自主产权的华龙1号。我们华龙1号现在，下一代的华龙1号从明年开始，我们建设的周期基本上能达到48个月的周期，单位造价12000美元以内这样的造价，所以说。这是一个方面。第二个方面呢，我们中国呢，就政府呢很重视我们核电的建设，因为我们已经做出了承诺，包括减碳，包括对这个应对气候变化。我们到2060年之前，我们要实现碳中和。但中国呢是一个实体经济的这个国家，所以需要的能源比较大，所以说没有核电的情况下是不行的。所以说我们现在规划到2060年，我们希望能建设。刚才讲了4亿千瓦的核电装机容量，但是这4个亿肯定不会全部都是压水的。我们现在也在大力开发快中子的一体化快堆，就是要提高铀资源利用率。另外，我们现在跟我们今天在座好多同行一样，我们也在共同合作来开发这个助变堆。所以这就是前面我们讲的，就是我们中国政府制定的核能3步走。到2060年，我们通过各种各样的一些方法、手段，我们尽量实现到4个亿装机容量。这样的情况下，我们中国现在好多一些新能源，比如风电、太阳能这些相关的东西，我们跟核电综合搭配，形成综合的解决方法。所以这样的情况，我们才有可能实现碳达峰、碳中和。谢谢。
Thank you very much. From China's plans to expand back to France's ongoing and plans for expansion, France is building reactors at home and abroad. You have, I think, Flamanville 3 that's nearing coming online, and of course we've heard about the plans to build at least 6 new EPR2 reactors at home, maybe up to 14, I think. Mr. Mermont, can you tell us a little bit about how you intend to achieve those targets? And of course, there's also SMRs in your plans, how you will mix and match all these different projects and technologies?
Well, thank you very much. It's probably not just the challenge for France or for EDF, it's the challenge for Europe overall, which is to be back in the construction phase. Europe, some time ago, back basically 20 to 30 to 40 years ago, has been able to build up to 5 to 6 reactors per year. Overall, EDF itself was building 5 reactors per year in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, which leads to the fleet of close to 60 reactors that we have between the UK and France today. So the challenge that Europe has today is to be back into this construction phase and to build an industry that is able to take this space. And of course, EDF has been the only company over the last 20 years who has developed, built, and operated at the same time in Europe, feels a responsibility of leading in this direction, but we're not going to succeed alone. So we need to work as an industry, as a European industry, to get in that direction. Of course, the number of building opportunities is increasing at this stage, and there is a significant portion of that we are taking forward as a utility ourselves. That's the case in France, of course, with Flamanville, soon to be connected to the grid, with our projects in the UK, both the projects in Hinkley Point, which are now shifting into the electromechanical integration phase, and soon to come Sizewell C and the 6 reactors to be built in France, potentially 14. But to be successful in all this, we need to do well for the series of reactors that are coming, which in the particular environment of Europe, which is not like China, not anymore a region where we build a lot, not more nuclear reactors than anything else, where we create we recreate the capacity of building fast, of being more efficient in building than just asking ourselves many questions about many things. That's the challenge that we have to take as Europeans if we want to be serious about not just nuclear, about our energy challenge overall. We need to take the overall industry of building complex systems faster. And I'm sure that we can share this challenge with the US as well, because mature markets are facing all the same kind of challenges. So that's how we take it. How do we achieve that? By working, of course, on the design. But design is not primarily the topic, it's how fast you build it. So that means working on the supply chain, working on making sure that all the supply chain is aligned in repeating things faster, and how we integrate things on site so that we repeat from one site to another, despite the fact that it might not be in the same country. That's how we are going to be successful together, I believe, in this next phase of nuclear renewal in Europe.
Thank you very much. So from Europe back to Asia, this time Republic of Korea. You, Mr. Hang-yu, in Korea have a very successful track record of building large reactors. You're doing that now. And of course, abroad in the UAE, much heralded project. You're also pursuing SMRs, the development of SMRs and non-electric applications. Can you tell us a little bit about the advancements that are behind this deployment of your large reactor capacity, both at home and abroad, and what role you see for South Korean SMRs in this coming global nuclear expansion?
Yes, currently nuclear power takes about 30% of Korea's electricity generation. And it is now planned to be above 35% in early 2030s. By three measures. The first one is to have the long-term operation of the existing 10 reactors. And the second is the new operation of the 5 APR 1400 reactors, which are currently under construction. And the third is the new construction of another 2 or 4 APR 1400, which are considered now under the 11th National Plan for Electricity Supply. But beyond that, Korea is planning to deploy ISMR, which stands for Innovative Small Modular Reactor, which is an enhanced version of our previous Smart 100 SMR. ISMR consists of 4 170 megawatt reactors, so that the total capacity would be 680 megawatt, which is adequate to replace coal power plants in Korea, as well as in the world with the large electricity grid. And Smart 100, which is 110 megawatt electric, can be used in small electricity grid and also in mining sites, such as the sand oil extraction sites in Alberta, Canada. But the desirable role of Korea in decarbonizing world is to provide Generation 3 large reactors. As you may know, the 4 reactors in UAE were built successfully on time, on budget. With the established credibility, many European countries are interested in APR 1000, which is the smaller European version of APR 1400. At CARI, we are developing 3 types of non-water-cooled reactors. The first one is sodium fast reactor, which can provide longer fuel cycles through fuel breathing. And the second is gas-cooled reactors, which can provide high-temperature heat for industrial applications. And the third one is molten salt reactor, which can be used as the ship propulsion engines. I think Korea can contribute to decarbonizing world by first large PWRs, then also water-cooled SMRs, and also non-water-cooled SMRs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hang-yu. Thank you. Dr. Huff, in the United States, we see the first reactors in a generation about to come online at Vogtle in the state of Georgia. At the same time, the country is pushing forward on a number of fronts on advanced and innovative nuclear energy technologies, including SMRs and non-electric applications, obviously. How do you see the experience at Vogtle setting up the next stage in the U.S. expansion of its program and also working abroad, both in terms of large reactors, perhaps, but also SMRs?
Thanks for that. Yeah, we learned a lot of lessons at Vogtle. You know, Vogtle Unit 3 is now operational, the first AP1000 in the United States. Vogtle Unit 4 is critical and syncing with the grid. It should be operational quite soon. These projects went over budget and over schedule. They were not built in 48 months, I'm sorry to say. And indeed, as was already mentioned, you know, these mega projects, in fact, regardless of whether they're nuclear or not, we found multi-billion-dollar, multi-year projects in the United States quite challenging to achieve because of the need for project management and construction skills. And in fact, a lot of workforce challenges with regard to the crafts and trades that support the construction of these reactors. We, at Vogtle, the companies that built Vogtle hired a lot of workers. 8,000 people were on site at the peak of construction in this little town in Georgia. They were from 48 of our 50 states that traveled there to do work on the reactor. And of course, it wasn't the same 8,000 people that whole time. Some people started and left and were replaced by other people. So in total, they trained about 13,000 people for highly technical nuclear construction. That workforce is now ready for the next set of builds, including SMRs, but really any nuclear grade technology construction project. And so this is a very hopeful opportunity for us. You know, I think one of the lessons here too is that what Mr. Chow said in terms of continuous deployment is absolutely true. We could easily lose these workers to other fields and other sectors if we don't rapidly begin to build new nuclear plants and leverage their skills in the very near term. I think, you know, one more thing that, you know, we can sort of think about though in a very positive sense is while we never want time and cost overruns, even with the overschedule and overbudget nature of this project, this power is vital for the continued stability of the region, for complementing the incredible growth of renewables in the region, and for the workforce that it employed, an incredible number of jobs in the United States where that kind of workforce activity is incredibly important. So a very positive thing all around and real promising for the next builds.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Regarding SMRs or small modular reactors, of course, this technology offers the hope of expanding access to nuclear energy to places where it hasn't necessarily been before, and also different applications, including non-power applications, desalination, hydrogen production, process heat to decarbonize industry. Mr. Han-Gyu, I understand that your institute in South Korea is very much involved in work on nuclear hydrogen production. Clean hydrogen production is widely seen as a key pathway for decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors. Can you tell us a little bit about your insights in this area?
Yes. You know, to achieve net zero, not only the electrical sector, but also non-electrical sectors had to be decarbonized. One of the promising ways to decarbonize non-electric sectors would be to use hydrogen. Hydrogen fuel cells can be used in heavy-duty transport like trucks and trains. And hydrogen can be used as a long-term energy storage system, which is essential to store the surplus renewable electricity. And there are, hydrogen can be generated by water electrolysis. And there are currently low temperature water electrolysis, which are commercially available now. the efficiency of hydrolysis can be increased by using high temperature steam electrolysis, because some of the energy needed to split water molecules to generate hydrogen atoms can be provided by heat, which has higher energy efficiency than electricity. And nuclear power is more advantageous than renewables in high temperature steam electrolysis, because nuclear power can provide heat as well as electricity. In this regard, our institute is working on R&D on nuclear hydrogen based on high temperature steam electrolysis. And renewables, generation of hydrogen by solely renewables is not, does have a significant drawbacks due to its intermittency and fluctuation. The electrolyzer, should be operated in the night as well when the solar power is gone. Otherwise, the hydrogen which in the electrolyzer must be purged, which can cause significant operational problems. To avoid that kind of intermediate operation, a large capacity of ESS need to be used in the renewable electrolysis system, which can cause significant increase in the cost. In that sense, nuclear hydrogen has the potential, high potential. But renewables and nuclear power can be coordinated through the sharing of a hydrogen generation facility. For example, in the night, nuclear power can generate hydrogen, and during the day, solar power can generate more hydrogen, nuclear with less hydrogen. In that sense, efficient nuclear hydrogen generation technology is very much essential, which need to be investigated with much more effort.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So speaking of SMRs and the variety of their potential applications, we can turn to China now. Of course, in the world, 2 SMR designs have been put online. One of them is something called the HTR-PM in China, the high-temperature gas-cooled pebble bed reactor, if I've got that right. It's been called perhaps the first Gen 4 reactor operational in the world. Vice President Cao, can you tell us about the innovations involved in this reactor and some of the applications it's poised to deliver?
谢谢这个问题啊。那我们这个中国这个高温气冷堆啊，在去年已经投入运行了，现在运行情况还是不错。这个高温气冷堆呢，它的出壳温度呢也将近800度，将近800度。所以说呢，它里面在这个堆里面呢，我们已经做了很多实验，验证了很多一些新的一些问题，比如说在线换料，包括相关的东西，对现在进行的还是不错。我们中国当时在开发这高温气冷堆的时候呢，我们当时想啊，最终的目标也是为了制氢，因为高温气冷堆到超高温度到950度以上的时候，它可以制氢。但是我们现在正在运行这个堆还没达到，还在这个出壳温度才800度。但是现在呢，我们现在用途也很多。我们现在正在把这个高温气冷堆，正在提供这些高温的蒸汽，跟我们的一些这个，比如化工厂啊，还有一些钢铁厂进行耦合。我们现在正在这个沿海，比如说在这个江苏啊，这些包括广东啊这些省份，我们现在都在布局这个高温气冷堆。一个单元基本上是60万千瓦，就3个模块整合成一个。就是现在我们去年运行的是20万千瓦。像我们整合的60万千瓦，现在给这些高温这个相关的一些这些工业基地提供蒸汽，所以这个我觉得这个用途很好，现在运行的不错。所以刚才讲到这个小堆啊，现在其实我们也非常重视。刚才我们这个高温气冷堆是一种，另一个我们临潼1号这个也是压水堆啊，我们现在也是在建设，在海南，中国的海南省。 这个明年可能要投入运行，它的功率是12.5万千瓦。这个就是对呢，就是我们呢也是刚才像主持人讲的这介绍的一样的，它是多用途的，对吧？它可以对边远地方可以供电，也可以供气，包括海水淡化相关的东西。所以我们现在这个小堆的情况下也是进展很不错。所以我也希望给我们国际的同行啊加强相关的合作。刚才前面第一个问题也是这样的，我刚才讲了，我先补充一下，我们中国在大堆方面、核电方面取得的成功啊，我们也完全离不开国际上合作。比如说我们早期从法国引进的核电机组，从美国引进的 AP1000，从加拿大重水堆，对吧？对我们的对我们的这个运行呐，包括建设都非常有帮助。所以这个小堆来说也是一样的。我希望给我们国际同行加强这方面的合作。谢谢。
Thank you very much. Great. So we've heard a little bit about yesterday's technologies which continue and will continue well into the future to provide us so much. We've heard about technologies under development and that are on the horizon, such as SMRs and their applications. Now let's turn to tomorrow. Question is, how far into tomorrow? Let's talk about nuclear fusion a little bit. Director General Barabaski, through I think it's 15 years of construction now at the ITER site, supply chains and technology development in the fusion space has advanced globally, standing on the shoulders of what you've been doing at ITER. Can you tell us a little bit about the challenges that you're facing, that you've addressed there, and how the lessons what kind of lessons you're learning for to move forward in your project, but also for the wider nuclear energy world.
Yes, thank you for your question. So let me first say that ITER did not start 15 years ago. It's a longer time.
Construction.
That's right. That's right. But the development of technologies on ITER started regrettably more than then, and the reason is because, let's say, if we would be in ITER, inside ITER, I am the plasma, I am at 150 million degrees, you are the magnet just next to me at 4 Kelvin. So in a space of a meter, we move from the hottest place in the solar system to the coldest place in the solar system. And so that presents a challenge in one way, presents a challenge that the heat is produced in a volume, naturally, but it is impossible to embed in this gas, in this plasma, which is so hot, a coolant, like it can be done in other nuclear technologies, such as fission. And that requires the development of very high heat flux components. So ITER had to face a very big step compared with present-day machines in nuclear fusion research, about 8 orders of magnitude of difference in energy produced during the lifetime. So the most important technologies, I would say, that had to be developed in order to make sure that ITER would be feasible is, first of all, magnets. Magnets of unprecedented scale. ITER will have essentially the biggest magnet system ever built, superconducting. A cryogenic system to follow that has to keep such a magnet system cold. Extremely high flux component operating at a power density which is similar to the one in a rocket, in the rocket nozzle, so to say, about 20 to 30 megawatt per square meter. Remote maintenance system that have to maintain remotely components that invariably will have to be replaced during its lifetime. So the list is very long, and that required the development of new technologies and development of new supply chains. Many of the companies that had to build, for example, the magnet that now is available, if you come to Kadarash, you would be able to see now all the magnet system, which is the most difficult one, has been the most difficult one to build. They had to face, unprecedented problem of scale and precision. components that are, say, in the range of 1,000 tons have to be mounted together with precisions of a fraction of a millimeter. So the list of technologies that had to be developed in ITER is really, really a long list. I'm an engineer. When I started, my professional life, and as an engineer I was taught never to invent anything if it's already available. So every time we had to face an engineering problem, we were always looking for something already made. But unfortunately, just about concrete and bolts could be reused from other nuclear technologies, new materials, new high flux components. And that is basically the fundamental challenge in fusion. I think that ITER has contributed tremendously in developing all this know-how. It belongs to the 7 members now, all this know-how. We are in the phase of assembly, where new know-how is being developed also, because assembly in itself is a complex in itself. And last but not least, the process of getting a license. The nuclear safety demonstration for a facility like ITER, although fusion has a lot of, say, advantages, if I may say, to develop a dialogue with the regulator has been a challenge, because the technology itself was not so known, and so radiological inventory is very modest, but the complexity is very high. And I think this in itself will be a very important output of this project.
Very good, thank you. Incredible work that's being done there. So moving from what's been dubbed the world's largest science experiment to this new ecosystem in the fusion world of startups, fusion energy startups. Melanie Winbridge, it seems that we hear, not every day, but quite frequently, some company saying they've reached a breakthrough of some kind, some important news. Can you tell us a little bit about these developments and highlight some of them for our audience here?
Of course, thank you. So first of all, the first thing to remember is that there are now many startups, or some are quite established actually, so many private fusion companies working to build like fusion concepts, fusion power plants, and they are looking at a diversity of different approaches, but many of those are based on the decades of research that has gone into fusion. So either on the magnetic confinement side like ITER, or on the laser fusion side. So they're building on the research that's been done previously. Some of the things that have been happening, or things that have been announced, you might have heard of Commonwealth Fusion Systems. They're the best funded of the private fusion companies. They span out of MIT, and they've raised over $2 billion. They now have a team of over 700 people. So they're really making strides in this area. They're working on a tokamak concept as well, like ITER, but bringing in new technologies, so particularly high-temperature superconductor technologies. And by using these high-temperature superconductors for the magnets, they will be able to shrink the size of the machine down. So they'll be looking at building their future power plant design is called ARC. That's about the size of the jet tokamak that's been operating in the UK for decades. So when you're talking about power plants, the aspiration is to bring the size down from, say, something the size of a cathedral to something the size of a church, let's say. In 2021, they tested one of these magnets. So they built one 2/3 of the size from what they will need for their demonstrator to get to energy break even. So it was a 20 Tesla magnet. And just recently, they've published a series of peer-reviewed papers about the technology and validating the technology. So they have a very strong scientific and engineering basis for their concept. There are companies are also demonstrating capabilities as well. So, for example, in the UK, the company Tokamak Energy has built a spherical tokamak called ST40. This is, and it's doing like cutting-edge experimental research as well. It's the first spherical tokamak, and actually the first tokamak that's privately run to have achieved 100 million degree temperatures, which is the temperatures necessary for fusion. They are also working on using high-temperature superconductors as an enabling technology, and they're spinning out some of those technologies as well. But one of the things that I think is really important about the private fusion sector is the business plans and the partnerships that they're putting into place to really accelerate the development and to scale the technology, because they're looking beyond the science at what is necessary to commercialize fusion. And that's, of course, going to be tremendously important going forward, and it's something that we need to be thinking about now. So, for example, the Type 1 Energy in the US have just signed an agreement with the Tennessee Valley Authority. And so that partnership is the first partnership with a utility, for example, so the customers. Other partnerships, so Commonwealth Fusion Systems has been working with the Italian energy company Eni since the beginning. Tokamak Energy has a partnership with Sumitomo in Japan. So they're really thinking about growing the industry and deploying the technologies at scale, when they're able to get there. And I think that's a really important factor as well.
Great, thank you very much. So before we conclude this part, I wanted to ask both of our fusion representatives the same question. We'll start out with Director General Barabatsky, and that is, we have this kind of dichotomy in the fusion space right now, the private sector that's coming up, and we have ITER that's forged so much progress and has a ways to go still. How important is it, do you see, active collaboration between ITER and these private companies? And of course, I have to ask, because everyone's, fusion's always a generation away, but your opinion, your honest opinion, when do you think we might see real fusion energy production?
I gather that your question is when we will see energy production, when we will convince Luke to get more money out than money in. That is the question. We know that we can get more energy out than the energy we put in. The question, can we get more money out than money in, right? This is your question. When this will happen? And my honest answer is, I don't know. And the reason why I don't know, there are some questions where I must give you my honest answer, and being, I don't know. And the reason why I don't know, I can explain a little bit. So I think that the feasibility of nuclear fusion, I think we will demonstrate in a relatively short time, in a decade. The viability as a reliable energy source, an energy source that will fulfill the expectation, requires a lot of imagination still. There is ITER. I think ITER will provide a good foundation, but there is a question of materials that ITER will not be able to address. There is a question of maintainability that ITER will address only to a certain point. There is a question of tritium breeding, the availability of tritium, because tritium cannot be found on Earth. It has to be produced through breeding of lithium, nuclear reaction with lithium. There is a question of economy of manufacturing. So I've described before the challenges, and we have to push down the cost considerably. So all of that requires imagination and creativity. And from my standpoint, I am the first one to say, ITER, it's not enough. It will require a development program, a worldwide development program. And I'm very happy that there are so many smart people working on fusion around the world. We will do our best in ITER to provide back know-how to private companies. We will organize, Melanie knows that we will organize in May a workshop in Cadarache where we will invite private companies from all the 7 members, and there are really many now, to see how we can not only collaborate, but how we can give back to them the knowledge that has been developed through the process of so far in ITER and what will come also later.
Yeah.
There is a knowledge, if I may just conclude with this, there is widespread knowledge about what is successful, but it's very useful to document also the knowledge about what is not successful, because that is sometimes not published. But we know that. We know many things that didn't work out well. And I trust that this, let's say, worldwide level of cooperation between the private sector and the public sector at international level will be very fruitful and will be an example of such, say, cooperation worldwide.
Thank you very much. Melanie.
Yes, I think partnerships definitely between the public sector and the private sector in fusion are going to be tremendously important going forward. As Pietro says, there are a lot of challenges on the way. There's a lot that still needs to be done, and research and engineering work that needs to be done, enabling technologies that need to be developed. And so there's going to need to be partnership. And in fact, we need to use all the resources that we have in order to push towards fusion as soon as we can. So there's lots of expertise in the public labs. There are facilities. So ideally, private companies need to get access to the expertise in the public labs and facilities as well. And we also need to think about tech transfer of enabling technologies or technologies that could be useful for fusion from academia and from labs, out into the private sector as well. I think that's going to be very important. So the partnerships between the public sector and the private sector, but also between nations, are going to be very important, so that we are making the most of the resources that we have. And then on your other question about our honest opinion about timescales, my honest opinion is that we have to have ambitious targets. We have to push towards fusion with ambitious targets. Ideally, first electricity from fusion in the 2030s. But we have to understand that we may overshoot those targets because there's still research that needs to be done. But I think that we need to have those ambitious targets in place. Otherwise, it will take us even longer to get there. I think that there are also examples of how, with commitment, we can do things faster than we've done before. So, for example, the rollout of the COVID vaccine is a very good demonstration of doing things faster. If you want to go back to the 1960s and the moon landings, we've done achieved big challenges before. And I think that actually the governments now have a really good opportunity to set the conditions for the success of fusion by funding scientific research, by collaborating on the research, on the regulatory frameworks, by stimulating private investment, and also by making commitments to fusion so that it raises public awareness. So I think that yes, there's still a lot to be done. Yes, the timescales are challenging. And I'm also thinking about first electricity. I'm not talking about money in versus money out, like Pietro was saying. That is a different matter. But I do think that when it comes to timescales, and when you're thinking beyond 10 years out, I think that the world leaders, the people in this room, probably have more sway or more impact on the timescales than the scientists do.
Great, thank you very much. So we're approaching the end of our session here, but we're not there yet. So I'd like to ask one last question to each of you, the same question. And I think we have a little bit over a minute each to provide an answer. We can go in the order that we established at the beginning of the panel. And the question is a simple one. We've been talking about advancements in nuclear energy for energy production. What is in your opinion, the single most important opportunity that can be seized for nuclear energy in whatever form to really achieve its full potential? Dr. Huff.
Unquestionably, for the United States, for our purposes, for my opinion, I think it's fit-for-purpose deployment of nuclear reactors to replace and repurpose coal plants. There are hundreds of them. We have an opportunity to save lives and livelihoods, to improve the quality of life of humans around these plants, to revitalize communities, to bring energy justice into our clean energy transition, and to use a type of power that is uniquely suited for those locations on the grid, firm, reliable power that can leverage those high voltage power lines, leverage those workers, and we can do it and we can save money while we do it by leveraging some of the assets like the high voltage power lines, transmission capabilities, the equipment on the ground and the infrastructure, including buildings and roads. We estimate in DOE that repurposing a coal plant with a nuclear power plant, where suitable, which we think about 80% of our retiring and retired coal plants in the United States are suitable, we can save 35% of those capital costs. But I think the most important part of this opportunity with repurposing coal plants towards nuclear is energy justice. There's a country song that goes, I want justice, but I'll settle for some mercy. And there are hundreds of thousands of people whose livelihoods rely on coal plants around the United States, and they could conceivably be left behind in this energy transition. It is unjust to do that. In fact, I don't believe it's merciful. So we must encourage those communities to think about nuclear as an option for their future. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. CEO Raymond.
Well, I think the biggest opportunity is to protect our way of life. Because if we don't go in nuclear and other technologies that are enabling to have dispatchable power generation at low carbon level, sooner or later our way of life will disappear. So we should be serious about it, not just on nuclear, but without nuclear, with the current state of technology, we should be prepared to use power only when there is sun and wind, which is not enough to protect our way of living. So clearly nuclear has to be part of the solution. I'm super glad that we have this opportunity to share this in this summit, which is really a first of a kind in several decades, and to have had in COP28 a very significant number of countries saying for the first time, daring to say for the first time that nuclear is part of the solution. So that's the biggest opportunity. And then with this comes the jobs, the opportunities, everything that Catherine has just said. So that's where the opportunity stands. And I think this is for us to seize it.
Thank you very much. Vice President Zhao.
以我的观点来说，就是这个核能呐，应该要抓住这个减碳最好的机会。我觉得这个是对我们是非常好的机会。你比如说我们中国来说，我们现在每年批这个核电站的建设，我们不光是要对核电的，不是光是对这个提供电力，我们是提供一个综合的解决方案。你比如说我们在一个核电站的旁边，我们要建造这个风电，比如太阳能，对吧？这个综合的一个方案。与此同时呢，我们现在核电站呢不光是提供电，也提供一些蒸汽，包括各种各样的各种等级的蒸汽，包括海水碳化，所以是一个综合的一个解决方案。所以我觉得核能要抓住在目前这个碳单方、碳中和的机会，为这个地球的可持续发展、人类的可持续发展做出贡献。谢谢。
Thank you very much. And Mr. Han Gyu.
Yeah, I think the rapid expansion of AI would give a very big opportunity for nuclear. The data centers need to be operated in the night as well as in the daytime. And for operating data centers, stable electricity is needed. People say renewables can provide electricity to data centers, but due to the intermittency and variability, it's not, to solve that problem, a very large capacity of ESS is needed, which will increase the cost significantly. And people talk about RE100, Renewable Energy 100. I don't think that's economically viable. Currently, more than 40% of electricity is generated by renewables in Germany. But if you look at the entire Europe, the share of electricity is much lower. If the share of renewable electricity increases, the problem of intermittency becomes very serious. So I don't think, in that case, it can be solved only with the large ESS. So instead of RE100, I think so-called 24/7 carbon-free energy compact or carbon-free energy initiative. I think there will be more increased attention or recognition of the importance of CFE I think that will give us much better opportunity to nuclear power.
Thank you. And Director General Barabaski.
I'm kind of speechless. They said everything that I had in mind to say. I think that, if I may just summarize, we have good political support on nuclear power at this point, like there hasn't been in the last decade for sure. And we have to, yes, use this political support and move ahead in building again the supply chain and go ahead and build more nuclear power plant. I think that from my voice, I'm a nuclear fusion person. Nuclear fusion will provide a lot of opportunities in the future, but at this point in time, I think the opportunities are more to build conventional power plants as well as develop new technologies, yes, with AI, but also with our own ingenuity.
Very good. And finally, Melanie Winbridge.
Thank you. What's an opportunity for nuclear? It's been mentioned before, but I think that something that's a huge opportunity for fusion and for nuclear power in general is for decarbonizing beyond electricity. So industry, heat, hydrogen, desalination, all of those kind of things, I think open up really big markets that it's going to be really interesting for fusion and probably for fission as well. And also I'd like to consider, I'm sure people are considering, the co-generation opportunities, because for something that's going to have high capital costs, integrating with renewables and electricity grids, you're going to want some kind of co-generation, and so maybe the possibility of co-generating with direct air capture, and that will, in the longer term, enable us to undo some of the damage that we're undoubtedly causing.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard about a range of advancements going on in nuclear energy involving safe long-term operation of the existing fleet. We've heard about technologies on the horizon like SMRs, hydrogen production potentially from SMRs. We've heard about nuclear fusion. So it's been a great pleasure of mine to moderate this illustrious panel. Thank you very much, and please give a warm thank you to our panelists. Thank you very much. Stato un piacere. Thank you, sir.
Very much, Mr. Donovan, and also the panelists for this panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a minute to prepare our next panel, so see you in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. May I first of all ask you to take your seats, please, so we can continue with the third panel discussion of this afternoon. And this discussion will look at innovation throughout the nuclear fuel cycle and the life cycle of nuclear facilities. Please welcome the panel moderator to the stage, Director of Communication and Advocacy of Nuclear Europe, Ms. Jessica Johnson.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for still being here for the remainder of our sessions today. I would like to start by, first of all, inviting our panelists to come up and join us on the stage. And maybe if I could have a round of applause for Mr. Peter Barton, the Director General of the Belgian Nuclear Research Centre, SCK-CEN. Welcome, Peter. If I could now have our second panelist, Tim Gitzel, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Cameco. Please, a round of applause for Tim. Our third speaker is Tiina Jalonen, who is the Senior Vice President of Posiva. A round of applause. Welcome, Tiina. Our next speaker is Mr. Masanori Koguchi, who is the President of the Japan Atomic Energy Agency. Welcome. And we then have our final speaker, who is Ms. Laurence Piketty, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the French Atomic Energy Commission, CEA. Welcome, Laurence. Okay, so we have quite a tight schedule for this panel. So I suggest we get started with our first round of questions to our panelists. And maybe we turn first of all to you, Tim. There is rising demand for nuclear globally, with some countries talking about a potential tripling of nuclear capacity in the coming years. This is, of course, going to translate into rising demand for nuclear fuel. And whilst this provides great perspectives for the uranium industry, do you think the industry is actually ready for it?
We will be. So thank you first for the invitation to come today, and we're delighted to be here at this wonderful summit, just a summit in the series of summits. We were in Dubai, we were in France for the IEA, and just the momentum that nuclear power has now around the world. I've been doing this for about 4 decades now, and I've never seen a period like this where we have so many opportunities in front of us and so much momentum behind us, and to have 36, I think, prime ministers and governments here today is just outstanding. So now we have to get moving and put our money where our mouth is and get building. We've talked enough about it, and we need to get going. So from the fuel side, yes, we will have the fuel available. So, you know, the good news about nuclear power, good news and bad news. Good news is you don't sneak a nuclear reactor on. We know how many are being built, when they're being built, where they're being built, and how long it's going to take for them to be built. So from a fuel perspective, uranium conversion, enrichment, fuel fabrication, we see that. We're not going to build those facilities in advance. We tried that before in the last decade, and we just about all went bankrupt. So once we have contracts in place, once the demand is serious and out there and customers come to us, we will ensure that the fuel is there for these new nuclear plants. You know, so we went through a really tough decade in the last decade. So 2007 to 2011, it was like now, things were going really fast, lots of new build. China was building, lots of countries building new nuclear. We were building up uranium facilities, Cigar Lake in Canada, Kazakhstan, I know Mirjan is here. We're all building up. All of a sudden we had the Fukushima accident, and then we went through 10 years where we had way too much uranium, and so we had to shut down mines. We took some terrible pain in our company. I think we let several thousand people go, shut down the highest grade mines in the world. So only now we're restarting them again because the demand is there. And as more demand comes to the market, we will increase our production. We've got lots of capability to increase our production when the time is right. And I know other companies, I know Rano, Nicola is here, and others, same thing, can increase capacity. We have new technologies that we can employ to go after new deposits, new enrichment facilities. And so I just say the answer is yes, the nuclear fuel cycle will be there to support the new build when it comes.
And we're very glad to hear that. Thank you, Tim. Maybe if we can turn now to you, Mr. Koguchi. Could you possibly give us a short overview of what is happening in Japan in terms of developing new reactors and innovative fuels?
Yes, in the fall of 2022, the government of Japan announced a major policy package to achieve carbon neutrality in Japan by 2050. Which calls for the maximum use of nuclear energy on the premise of ensuring safety. I'd like to take this opportunity to re-emphasize the significance of this policy announcement. It's being formulated at a time when efforts to decommission Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant that causes the severe accident are still not fully on track. So when the public has not regained full confidence in the nuclear energy. This is a manifestation of awareness of the need of prioritize the realization of decarbonized and sustainable society. And this also shows the understanding of the importance of the role that Japan should play, a nation built on the industrial basis that is responsible for a large amount of carbon footprint. In response to the government policy, we will focus on now the start and extension of the existing light water reactor fleet, while developing innovative light water reactors and accident-tolerant fuels with enhancing safety. At the same time, R&D investment has begun on new type innovative reactors, such as HTGR and fast reactors, which enable synergy with renewable energy sources. As a long-term goal, these advanced reactors will contribute to reducing the volume and toxicity of high-level radioactive waste and recycling it as a fuel or resources. That's the main player in the innovative light water reactors and electric utilities and heavy electrical manufacturers. On the other hand, the R&D on advanced reactors is more government-led. At the National Nuclear Laboratory, JAEA is working together with industry partners. Scientific innovation is needed to accelerate the R&D process. Obviously, Japan alone cannot solve everything in a limited time frame. So I think that international cooperation is essential. For example, collaboration with the United States on the development of ATF, with the United Kingdom and Poland on fast reactor, HTGR, and with the United States and France on fast reactors are ongoing or being explored. I think IAEA is playing a significant role in advancing international cooperation, and the JAEA is ready to contribute in one way or another. For the development and licensing of new fuels and materials, irradiation test is indispensable. However, the number of irradiation test reactors in operation in the world is limited. Therefore, we take the restart of a sodium-cooled fast test reactor named JOYO to be a huge gain globally. And we will do our best to restart it from the viewpoint of international collaboration.
Thank you very much for that great summary on all the innovation that's taking place in Japan and how you're cooperating internationally. So maybe if I can come now over to you, Peter. I mean, when it comes to nuclear, managing spent fuel is a very important societal topic. What do you see as solutions for the spent fuel?
Okay, thank you very much for this very important question, because we have been talking here about expansion of nuclear in all possible ways, but we should not forget, of course, that at that moment we also produce spent fuel. And spent fuel is, of course, one of the concerns of the public, and to get the final acceptance of nuclear energy. So we have to provide a scientific solution for them, which is also acceptable for the public. And first of all, I think what is very important in that respect is to interact with the public in all possible domains where they are present, and especially maybe also the youth, because they will present the future for everyone. And this is also why in Belgium and also other countries we have engaged with the public to get the acceptance of geological disposal, where in fact we have already a large technical expertise on that. Geological disposal is the solution, the end solution. But how we come there and the path to it, there are several paths. We can have, of course, direct disposal, as some countries, as my colleague from Finland will explain in more detail. But of course, you can also go to reprocessing. It's also an industrial process that exists. In France, this has been materialized already a long time ago. But we can also go one step further. We could also go to partitioning and transmutation, further reducing the impact that we have on geological disposal. So that's another way to address all the legacy that will produce over time, and it is a very important challenge for the future to come. So this is what we will produce primarily with all the water-type reactors that we are planning to develop. But if we really want to go to an even more sustainable implementation of nuclear energy, we will have to close the fuel cycle. Closing the fuel cycle will mean that we also need fast reactors. We have some of them that have already existed, still operate, but if we are really serious about that, I think we have to accelerate the development of fast reactors. We have sodium reactors. Here in Belgium, we have made a choice to work on lead-fast reactors. Our Prime Minister already mentioned here that we have been granted a 100 million euro grant to study these R&D on this type of reactor. This is something also we in Belgium, we don't intend to do alone, but in an international collaboration. So this gives you an overview of what we intend to do with the spent fuel.
Thank you very much for that. And yes, I mean, it's really great to see Belgium investing in the innovation in this field. If I could head over to you, Laurence. I mean, every year there's a certain number of nuclear reactors and nuclear facilities that are shut down. For the time being, though, only a few have been fully decommissioned. Are there any technologies and solutions that are in use today which can help speed up the decommissioning process? And could innovation and the use of advanced technologies make dismantling and decommissioning more efficient?
Yes, in fact, innovations and advanced technologies are already key to increase the pace of decommissioning projects worldwide. And high-tech tools reduce both financial and radiological risks, and develop for waste or decommissioning to the techs can contribute also to other industrial fields, in robotics, for example. Also, the use of 3D modeling and virtual reality simulation is largely developed to support planning, training, and experiments towards more efficient and safer processes. So I can give you some example. Robotics and remote operations cover a broad range of technologies that aim to reproduce or partially replace some human tasks with a range of autonomy from simple repetitive motions to the use of artificial intelligence. And so these technologies are expected to become strongly involved in the future nuclear back-end activities. Drones are also now used to map the initial and final radiological state, both at site level, but also inside facilities. And the 3D models are used as well for visualization of the radioactivity distribution in the structure, so in the walls, to better plan following cutting and demolition. So yes, we use technological tools.
Well, that's very interesting here. I mean, particularly when you're implementing VR and other innovative technologies such as robotics, because I think that could also be a way of attracting more younger people into the industry. Yeah? Coming over to you now, Tina, and obviously there's already been mention of the deep geological repositories, but with the commissioning of the Posiva project right around the corner, I mean, in a way, the problem of spent nuclear fuel has been solved. What drove Posiva's efforts?
In Finland, we have consistent long-term policy for radioactive waste management as part of the sustainable nuclear energy policy. So the Finnish government made already in 1983 a decision on the overall schedule of radioactive waste management. And that was only a few years after the start of the operation of the first nuclear power plants. And Posiva, the Finnish waste management organization, has followed this schedule in its program. Also, our Nuclear Safety Authority has made their part of the work to make it possible for us to proceed. And also the Finnish decision makers have respected the earlier made decision. So they have not made any U-turns. They have made the decisions that had to be made. And Olkiluoto was selected in 2000 as the site to host the deep geological repository. And the selection was accepted by the local people. So the roles and rules in the field of the radioactive waste management have been clear. Everybody has made their part of the work, and that has made it possible for us to be preparing the operation of the world's first repository for spent nuclear fuel. And I would like to mention as another factor that drove Posiva's efforts was responsibility and sustainability. So in Finland, we see that the generation that has benefited the sustainable nuclear energy needs to take care of the waste. And geological disposal is the current solution for that, only solution. So as mentioned, there are countries that have reprocessed or are reprocessing nuclear fuel, but still there is remaining radioactive waste that needs geological disposal. So we have a solution for final disposal of spent nuclear fuel, and that as we have a very significant role in climate protection as part of life cycle of sustainable nuclear energy.
And maybe just a quick follow-up question there. What was actually needed to make the repository a reality?
So Posiva, the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, has constructed the encapsulation plant where the spent nuclear fuel will be encapsulated, and also the repository to host the canisters. So making this happen, we have received a lot of help from our network in scientific and technical issues. So learn from the others and share your knowledge. And I think this is a very good practice that is used in nuclear energy field and also has a very positive effect on the whole industry. We have applied this practice. So you cannot do it on your own, you need to do it together. But still, being the pioneer, Posiva has had to make a lot of brave decisions and solve a lot of questions, from strategical level questions to tiniest details of systems. And that has made it reality. So now we are preparing to start a trial run that is operating like a cold operation of the repository as preparing for the real operation, and the trial run will start this year. So there are other waste management organizations that are participating and learning how the whole process works. So I think this is another example of learn from the others and do your own work as well.
Thank you, and I think the kind of a theme here saying, really about this cooperation and working together on these projects is really important. Coming back to you, Tim, which areas of the fuel cycle supply chain do you view as the most fragile? And do you think that innovations and advanced technologies could strengthen this supply chain?
Yeah, well, you have to look at it from a bit of a temporal basis. So today, because of the Russian-Ukrainian situation, I mean, there's a couple of the stages of the fuel cycle are tight. I mean, enrichment's tight, conversion's tight, but that's because of a certain situation. I mean, over time, what we think about the most, probably worry about the most, is uranium. Because you can have all the government policy you like and all of the support you like, but that doesn't help make a new uranium mine. It either exists, it doesn't change geology. It either exists or it doesn't. So you've got some countries, Canada where we are, US has some, Kazakhstan, Namibia, Australia are blessed with uranium deposits. And so that's the thing we think about the most, and it's not easy. Mining, not an easy business. You know, there's all the environmental and regulatory and community things you have to get right to be able to mine those deposits. But we can do it. We know we can do it. We've done it before. And you know, in times of need, people get very creative. I look around this room, and there's a lot of smart people in this room that are very creative when you have to be. And so, you know, we have our traditional ways of mining that we've had in the past. And I was talking about the last decade that was a very difficult decade for us. We didn't do much. We were closing mines. So now, when there's a lot more demand for our product, a lot more need for uranium, whereas there were maybe 5 companies I could have counted in 2016, today I think in Saskatchewan there's probably 200. That are out there looking for uranium, using new technologies, using new mining methods. Our friends at Orano have just invented a new mining method called their Sabre system, which takes an old method of jet boring and turns it upside down and can cut ore in the ground and selectively and bring it out. We have another company that's looking at using in situ leaching or in situ recovery in a granite situation, not a sandstone, and it's never been used before. We said, that's crazy. But you know what? It looks like it's working. We'll see. I mean, they've got to get it into... So people can be very creative when they need to be. Reprocessing. You're going to see a lot more reprocessing. The French are doing it now, and they're going to be doing more of it. We have a deal, and I see Ernie Moniz up in the crowd with the DOE to take depleted tails from an enrichment facility and re-enrich them, which gives you a UF6 product, so that's uranium and conversion. So you can be very creative. It's not just the standard, okay, uranium, then conversion, then we're getting really creative in each cycle. So we have a project in the United States that uses laser to enrich. We're not doing it yet, but we're working on the technology. It looks like it works, and that may be the next technology in the enrichment space, and you know, others are working on others. So, as I say, when we need to, we can become very creative in the nuclear fuel space. And if we're going to triple the amount of nuclear power we have on the planet, we're going to have to use every type of technology we have and be very creative in creating nuclear fuel. But I know that we'll do it.
But it's really good to hear that there's a lot of movement happening, and there's a lot of companies now looking and showing an interest and looking to implement innovative techniques. And I guess it goes hand in hand, as we were saying earlier, obviously, with the tripling of nuclear capacity goal. So sitting on, focusing again still on the international part, I mean, coming to you, Peter, do you think that international collaboration can bring added value in making tangible progress when it comes to the development of spent fuel and high-level waste solutions?
Yeah, surely. I think international collaboration is key. I think we are no longer in the 60s and the 70s where all the national programs were trying to do everything by themselves. We are all here together in this summit, so this shows that there is an international effort to address the challenges that we have ahead. So, but more particularly indeed, if you look to the spent fuel and what to do with it, We mentioned the geological disposal. I know that there are a lot of national programs, but also in the underlying research, there are different formations that are common to many countries. So fostering all this common research should really enhance and give much more efficiency results in the near future. Now, an open question is also, do we always want to have national repositories? Maybe for the big countries, yes, but for smaller countries with smaller programs, maybe we also have to look to how we address that together. Of course, it's a policy issue, but it is also a way to make it more efficient. We have been talking about reprocessing, and indeed my colleague here was mentioning that we have uranium resources, but we can also mention that this spent fuel is not only a spent fuel, but also a resource. So if we have to address all this tripling of nuclear demand, why also not trying to reuse that? Because it still remains a resource. And if we look, as I mentioned before, to partitioning transmutation, we here in Europe, we have always been talking since a decade now for the 4 building blocks to implement that. Reprocessing, we know, but the production of minor actinide fuels, then the transmutation itself. We can do it in fast reactors, we can do it in accelerator-driven systems. Here in Belgium, we have always been promoting the MIRA project in that respect. And then the 4th block is, of course, let's say the reprocessing of the minor actinide fuel coming out of that. So we also need international collaboration for that. Alone, we will never succeed to address this as an issue. Now, therefore, we have been having European projects and so on. GRC has been involved, so we are moving ahead, but too slow. Too slow. I think we have to accelerate on that, come to a common vision at OECD, NEA level to address this and give also policymakers and the right stimuli to provide to their national programs. When we talked about closing of the fuel cycle, fast reactors, also there, I think international collaboration, European collaboration in our case is essential. That's also why in Belgium, when we launched, in fact, this SMR LFR initiative, we immediately said, okay, we're not going to do it alone. We're looking for partners. That's why we signed an MOU with our Romanian, Italian, and US colleagues to look to the best efforts to be put together. And here, tomorrow there's also the side event on the launch of the SMR Alliance. And so I think all these are very important initiatives to bring the relevant actors together and really to work together.
Yes, thank you. And you're quite right. I mean, we do need new uranium resources, but at the same time, we need to recycle and reuse as much as possible of what we already have. Mr. Goguchi, if I could come to you now, there's a lot of discussions about the disposal of high-level radioactive waste, which potentially gives the impression that it's just unwanted garbage. Is this right? Or is there potential for including it within the so-called circular economy?
Yes, treatment and disposal of high-level radioactive waste is a critically important issue as a key for sustainable utilization of nuclear energy. In Japan, the storage capacity is spent fuel from nuclear power plants is approaching to its limit. And the Rokasho reprocessing plant, which is responsible for reprocessing spent fuel and vitrifying high-level radioactive waste, is still getting ready for operation. It means the nuclear fuel cycle has not yet fully closed. In addition, even when the vitrification process has become viable successfully, I'm afraid there is no clear path for the siting of final disposable site. Although a few candidate sites have been proposed for municipalities, local governments. Lying above the Southern Pan-Pacific earthquake belt, Japan as a whole is geologically exposed to high risks of natural disaster, such as massive earthquakes, tsunami, and volcanic eruption, which makes fostering national consensus a hard task without presenting some feasible breakthrough. After the accident of Fukushima Daiichi power plant, the public has begun wondering about the use of nuclear energy from the various points of view, and some are even calling for living away from nuclear energy itself. I take this as a matter of course for a democratic nation, and we must resolve this major issue of how to proceed with nuclear energy policy. I believe this issue can only be solved through technology. Under such circumstances, we need to find the answer to fundamental question: is high-level radioactive waste just garbage? It's not just about reducing the volume of high-level radioactive waste, but also about building a mechanism to ensure reliable and economically nuclear fuel cycle by developing new technologies for transmuting MA, namely minor actinoid, into fuel, separating and extracting rare metals for recycled use for various purposes. If we can separate exothermic elements of strontium and cesium, in addition to MA, we estimated the area needed for geological disposable site would be minimized into about 100th compared to the case of direct disposal. I believe this method will bring about huge benefits in the reducing cost and risks of geological disposal in any countries. Also, we estimated resources about 3 billion Japanese yen, or some about 180 million euro, could be extracted from 800 tons of spent fuels. Separating, extracting, and utilizing these metals are vital from the perspective of a circular economy. Furthermore, we are currently working on fundamental R&D to develop innovative thermoelectric elements, such as spin thermoelectric and radio-resistant ones. These efforts will pave the way to address the technological challenges to generate electricity from heat and radiation from radioactive waste. I'm well aware that these ideas have been proposed during the past decades, and they are quite challenging with high level of technical difficulties. However, sustainable use of nuclear energy cannot be realized, at least in Japan, without the development of such bold breakthrough technologies, and I see this as a great opportunity for innovation in terms of technology breakthrough. We will take it in our important mission, JAEA's important mission, to ensure that the closed fuel cycle will become economically viable through innovative R&D.
Thank you, and I think that's a great summary of the innovation that's taking place in terms of reducing, reusing, recycling, and handling the residual waste that is generated. So over to you now, Laurence. I mean, there are different approaches that are being used in the decommissioning itself. For example, in some cases, it's the plant operator itself which takes responsibility for decommissioning with the help of contractors. Or in others, the site decommissioning is assigned to specialized decommissioning organizations. Do you agree that the sharing of knowledge and lessons learned globally can contribute to the successful decommissioning of the nuclear fleet and other nuclear facilities?
Yes, I agree that we have to share our feedback. And as you know, the organization and the strategy of decommissioning depend on each national policy. And we need to share experiences and knowledge to increase the overall efficiency. We have the key point is the variety of facilities to be decommissioned. For example, in France, it ranges from fuel cycle facilities, waste treatment facilities, legacy storage plants, to shut down reactor for both research and production, with a broad range of reactor type, so graphite reactors, sodium fast reactors, pool type reactors, and just beginning the first ones of the current power reactor fleet. And so another important point is the knowledge of the history of these very old facilities through their lifetime. So back to your question concerning the efficient sharing of knowledge and lessons learned globally, I can see here an important impact of recognized national and international events such as conferences and workshops that allow for direct sharing of knowledge and lessons learned among experts and other interesting parties. And obviously, this is a key role of international organizations as AIEA, OECD, NEA, EC, that do have a mandate to share knowledge and lessons learned in different areas, and including nuclear decommissioning. It's very important to share together.
Yes, and then indeed, I mean, you're quite right. Obviously, the decommissioning of the older facilities is more challenging, but it's really good to hear that a lot is happening in order to bring the experts together to have that conversation. Tina, back to you. I mean, final disposal of nuclear waste needs to have the public supporting it. How did you manage to earn the trust and the support of the different stakeholders, and what are the main lessons that you've learned in that respect?
Yeah, Posiva is owned and was founded by Finnish nuclear power companies that have been successfully and safely operating nuclear power plants for more than 4 decades. And in the local area, trust has come from good experience of reliable, employing, tax-paying, and transparent nuclear industry over a long period of time. And when people who work at the nuclear power plant speak about their work and to their family members, to their friends and neighbors, and about the high safety culture and transparency of the company, and courage even tell about the unpleasant things, the good reputation of the reliable nuclear power companies has spread among the local people. So local people's trust in nuclear power companies has also contributed to the acceptability of final disposal. One successful factor in building trust is transparency and openness. So Posiva has published all the reports and safety assessments during the whole project. Even the safety case for the operating license is available to anyone. But it is also to be noted that it is very important that the information is understandable. Different stakeholders need different levels and different kind of information, and they really need to understand it. So sharing information on final disposal, on the site investigations, and all information related to our program was started in the very beginning, already in the preliminary site investigation phase. And in most cases, we were accepted by the local people to do the site investigations, but there were also a case where we were not accepted. So then we decided to withdraw from that site and then continue at the other sites. So it has been a driving principle that the community shall accept us or even better, consider us as an important part of the community, as the local community that hosts our repository does. So it has taken years to build trust, and as we know, it can be lost in a moment. So that is why transparency and openness is very important. And you need to do a lot of studies also, but that's not the only thing. You need to communicate it well and understandably to all your stakeholders, and you need to know who your stakeholders are. So communication, I would say, shall have high priority in the waste management organization and throughout the supply chain.
Thank you, Tina. I mean, you're quite right. Transparency, openness, and getting your own workforce to help have that conversation are really important, because if you don't have public support, the projects are just not going to get off the ground. I recognize we don't have a lot of time left for this panel, so I'm actually going to ask the last question to Laurence, because Laurence, obviously you've been talking about the decommissioning, but we have all these plans for new nuclear. So my question to you is, do you think that decommissioned sites could be used for nuclear new build projects?
Yes. Yes, I'm sure of that, because they can be reused for nuclear activities or non-nuclear activities. In fact, we have the case in Grenoble, in CA, one of our CA sites. And it is often easier to know that early in the decommissioning process in France, the decommissioning decree must include the future of the site. But I would like to mention also encouraging options today of repurposing of nuclear sites towards hosting of small modular reactors, advanced research facilities, or possible new use cases of nuclear energy, such as hydrogen production, desalination, or heat and low carbon electricity provider for industrial processes. So we have a lot of location for this new project.
Thank you, Laurence. And maybe just quickly, Tim, what do you think could be done to reduce the fuel supply chain's reliance on a limited number of players?
Well, it's already happening. I mean, put the economics on it. Have utilities out there looking for new fuel, for new supply, and there will be new entrants. Like I said, in Saskatchewan, where we live, in Canada, there were a handful of players when there wasn't any market. Today, there's 200 companies out looking for uranium. Will they all find it? Will they all be successful? No, but you know, as we keep talking about and hopefully building these new reactors and building out our industry, there will be new players and new technologies coming to the market. I'm absolutely convinced.
And just quickly, Peter, if there was one recommendation for policymakers to support the development of spent fuel solutions, what would it be?
I think we have heard some good examples from Finland, how it has to work. So in the end, I think that it's important to have a national policy that is stable over time and that has been obtained with the full public support through all the means that we can imagine.
Thank you, Peter. Just a couple of concluding remarks from my side. So, I mean, it's been a really interesting panel, I think. We've covered a very broad range of topics in quite a short period of time, but I'm quite impressed, to be honest. But I think, as our panelists have demonstrated, nuclear sector is finding and implementing solutions to some of the challenges that have been identified, which is really positive. The supply chain is working to ramp up production of nuclear fuel in order to meet the growing demand, which a tripling of nuclear capacity by 2050 is going to entail. In addition, there's a lot of innovation happening with regards to new reactor designs and fuels, and this also includes the aspect on the recycling opportunities. Of course, we also have the first deep geological repository, which is expected to become operational within the next couple of years, hopefully next year, if I'm not mistaken. And so clearly the will is there. What we now need to make sure is that there are policies in place that are going to help finance and deploy all of this innovation and help to support the supply chain. So hopefully today is building up on all of that, and we're going to continue to see the positive developments of the last couple of years. And with that, I would like to please ask everybody to give a big round of applause to our panelists today. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Jessica, for the moderation, and thank you to all of the panelists for this discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we prepare the stage for the fourth and last panel discussion. Please give us a couple of minutes. See you in a moment. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we have reached the fourth and final panel discussion of today on establishing a level playing field for financing nuclear power. Please welcome the panel moderator to the stage, President and CEO of the Nuclear Energy Institute, Ms. Maria Korsnik.
I know you feel done, but wait, there's more. This panel, and then you can have a cocktail. So we will try to proceed accordingly. Thank you for your time and attention that you are still here and listening to conversations today. We heard a lot about nuclear, how great it is, it's carbon-free, it's highly reliable, it's great for energy security, it's great for national security, it's around the clock, 7/24, it's all that. But what did Tim Gitzel say on the last panel? Put your money where your mouth is. So that's what this panel is. This is the money panel. Let's bring these folks up. We're starting with Minister Josef Sikala, Minister of Industry and Trade from the Czech Republic. Big round of applause. Come on now. The one and only Secretary Ernie Moniz, former U.S. Secretary of Energy, Chief Executive Officer of the Nuclear Threat Initiative. And he's not only on this panel, but he has a side event at 8 o'clock, I think. So please stay on the edge of your seat. There's more to come with Rafael Grossi. Okay, next, Mr. Tomas Ustros, Vice President of EIB, the European Investment Bank. Ms. Inez Rocha, Managing Director, Impact and Partnerships for EBRD, the European Bank Reconstruction and Development. Mr. Fernando Cubillos, Manager of New Business Development, Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, also known as CAF. And Ms. Yana Isotolo, Senior Vice President for HR, Communications and Training at TVO. And last, but certainly not least, Mr. Charles Oppenheimer, founder of the Oppenheimer Project and Chief Executive Officer, Oppenheimer Energy Ventures, and grandson of a very famous Oppenheimer. Okay, well, you guys are going to make it all come true, so let's jump right in. How are we going to afford this new thing called great nuclear, extending the lives of the plants we have and building new? Let's start with you, Yana. The European Commission acknowledges how much nuclear is needed in the 2040 climate target. And it's by 2050, the main driver of the energy transition is going to be renewables and nuclear, expected to generate over 90% of the EU consumption. What should the EU do to facilitate investments in nuclear?
Well, what an excellent question, and what a good question to start the panel when we're discussing about the money and investments to the nuclear. Well, first of all, when you are talking about investments into nuclear, the investors, they need predictability. And not only on the things straightly related to the investments or to the money itself, but also the investment environment, that needs to be stable. And we have to have a strong signal accepting there saying that nuclear is really part of the solution for the climate crisis. And today we have had lots of good speeches here, and we have also seen quite a lot of good signals already. One of the signals is the inclusion of nuclear into the sustainable finance taxonomy and into the electricity market reform. And also the SMR Industrial Alliance has a good and lots of potential in it. However, the work is not done yet. We should not have a separate debate about nuclear in each and every policy initiative, and that's still happening. So that's one of the things what we have to kind of have a resolution in the future. And as you mentioned in the 2040 climate target communication, it stated that both renewables and nuclear are necessary to decarbonize our societies and energy system in the future. And we think that nuclear and renewables are not competitors. We need both of them in the future. So we need to have the strong signal also for nuclear. And one of the things what I think that we need to do is to move away from technology-specific targets, such as the renewable energy target or the requirement of having 90% renewables energy for green hydrogen. And instead of that, we should be implementing and discussing about the measure emission reductions. EU is having quite good funding mechanism already in place. We have seen the Innovation Fund, and we have seen the Invest EU or the European Invest Bank guidelines, etc. But those should also allow support for nuclear. And in addition to the financial questions, the EU decision makers, they also need to ensure that the nuclear projects, that they do have the same regulatory support than the renewable energy project as well. And one question which we are already facing now is the question about licensing. For example, I think that the EU needs to cut the red tape and remove the unnecessary regulatory burdens. And this does not mean that we are going to make any kind of shortcuts on safety. No, I want to highlight that we need a high safety levels. But for example, what could be done is that we could be encouraging the cooperation between the national safety regulators, and that could be the first step forward on this matter.
Excellent, thank you. Fernando, to you next. What's the general outlook for nuclear power in Latin America, and do you think nuclear power can play a role in the energy transition there?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. First of all, CAF is a relevant development bank in the Latin American and the Caribbean region. Within our strategy pillar lies energy transition for the whole region, contributing not only with financing, but support for public policies and to decarbonize the countries, our markets, but also with the knowledge, contribution, and technical assistance on policies as well. As we heard today, the development of nuclear in the region is relatively modest. We have only 3 countries, Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico, representing less than 4% of the total generation. One case that we can highlight is we do finance nuclear energy. We support the government of Argentina for the refurbishment and the life extension of Embalse, a nuclear power plant in said country, which is already completed. But the outlook for the region, there's projects in Argentina, there's a project in Brazil, and there's one project also in Mexico. But for the rest, basically relies on safety, risk, and public perception. Public license, basically, the approval from the public is relatively scarce. There is little knowledge, and that is probably one of the things that the government need to work when they see nuclear as a vector for the future of electricity. We need to remember that the power matrix in the region is quite green. Fossil fuels represent less than 40% of the overall matrix. So the pressure to further decarbonize is still there, but it's not really top priority. Today, the energy transition is focusing mostly on adding more renewables, wind and solar. So nuclear will be possibly the last to come in the region as development.
Great, thanks. So we had a couple of regional conversations between Latin America, the European Union. Let's get now into finances, and I'm going to come to you next here. Is it possible to do nuclear projects without, public funding and state aid? What are some of your thoughts on that? Minister Sikala.
I decided that I will be rather honest and polite today with you. And I have the difficulty of 30 years commercial and investment banker experience. So basically my once banker, always banker. So I will be heavily criticizing the banks that they are not flexible enough, but when I'm looking on how to finance nuclear, how to make it bankable for the future, and I had already discussion with Peter, it's extremely difficult. So for the time being, we can start with like ring-fence projects with financing of the security issues, working capital. However, without like a state support in the form of either power purchase agreements, contract for difference, or direct state guarantees, and with the involvement of state financial institutions, which might play a role of the umbrella arrangers, it's pure involvement of the commercial institutions extremely difficult, because what they need is predictability, stability. If I'm teaching the students, I'm telling them you need a cash flow-based lending and second way out. And whatever pessimistic scenario you prepare in the good times is not pessimistic enough in the bad times. So we have one positive, but the only experience, the exception is Mankala model. We know it from Finland, but currently I think this is not realistic to replicate this model because, for example, again, the example from Finland, this cost overruns, the delay of 10 years, this is something for which is even not a part of the disaster scenario. So what we have to seek for is a combination of state support, involvement of the European financial institutions or regional financial institutions like guarantee banks, and the commercial banks in form of the syndicate loans, and maybe also about other financial instruments. Pete, I said, if we are able to issue green bonds, maybe we will be able to issue in the future nuclear bonds. Peter asked me if I believe that we can place them, and I said we were able in the past place 100-year state risk of the good rated countries, so why not to be able to place like a nuclear bonds if there will be like a state involvement, and if what is extremely needed for the future of financing is to push the financial costs down and to limit basically the delays, because basically the financial cost represents the major part of the final baseload electricity price of a megawatt. So therefore, the aim of the investors is to have as low refinancing as possible. So we have to seek for the solutions which are basically close the sovereign risk price of the countries which will be the co-investors of these projects.
So I was hoping for a yes, we can do this, and didn't exactly get that from that response, but we're going to keep working.
Yeah, we can, not now, but we should prepare us that it will be needed.
Okay, okay. Inez, help us out. All right, given the worldwide renewed interest in nuclear, what is EBRD's approach towards nuclear capacity?
Thank you. So the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development works a lot, or the core economies are former Soviet Union economies. So, a lot of them had, in fact, nuclear capacity. So to date, we have not invested in new nuclear capacity. Instead, what we have done is we have focused on nuclear safety. So we have a department that specifically focuses on nuclear safety and improving the conditions of some old, in particular Soviet-style power plants. And therefore, in order for us to consider new nuclear, we would have to go back to our shareholders and get an opinion on that. Now, we have done, very important work, for example, connected to Chernobyl, so in the post the 86 accident in terms of the new safe confinement, and we do also a lot of decommissioning of old power plants in some of the EU accession countries. So we have done recently a debate around our energy sector strategy, where we have committed to monitor the development, in particular, the recent, as you say, the renewed interest in the nuclear sector, and we have established cooperation as well, for example, with the IAEA in order to help us to monitor that. But for the moment, we are focusing very much on nuclear safety, which is a critical point as well for any investment. Thanks.
Okay, Tomas, you're going to have to help us out here. What do you think the EIB can finance in the nuclear sector? And how does the EIB decide whether a nuclear project meets its requirements?
Thanks for inviting me. Maybe I should say a few words about the European Investment Bank for those of you that are not familiar. We are the Bank of the European Union. 27 member states are our owners, and we're the world's biggest multilateral development bank. So we have a balance sheet that can really handle big, important projects. And we're the climate bank, probably the most advanced multilateral development bank when it comes to climate financing. Our focus is a lot on energy. I mean, usually we finance about 14 billion of energy investment per year. But now we have put an extra effort because of the Repower EU program from the European Commission. So we are adding 45 additional billion on top of that the coming years to see to that we really support European energy transition. So nuclear for us is eligible. There's nothing in our rules that says that we are not allowed to finance nuclear. As you all understand, with 27 member states owning us, we have the same discussion in our board as in any council meeting. So that means that you have all the views on nuclear represented strongly in our board. But there's no rules hindering us. Since the year 2000, we've been doing 8 nuclear projects, mainly safety, upgrades, nuclear cycle types of, fuel cycle types of projects. The last one was actually in December last year in Romania, to remove tritium from heavy water in a local nuclear plant. So we are open to see what is happening in this field, and there's no doubt that some of our member states are very active in this field. We like to be in the field of innovation and new technology. So the discussion on SMR reactors, that type of ideas, if there is a sound business model, we would certainly look at closer to see. We are a bank, so we need to see, as my colleague minister, we need to see that it is bankable. And that's probably, from a financing perspective, the most challenging thing, because the project risks, as we have seen in reality, seems to be very high. And there's no bank that can take on its own shoulders that type of risk. So my personal experience, I've been a minister with responsibility for ownership of Vattenfall. I've been a member of the Swedish Nuclear Waste Company in my previous career in the board. I mean, we need state involvement. I don't see any other in Europe, any other model except for the Finnish, which is very specific and not easy to replicate. And probably we need quite heavy government involvement to make projects like this bankable.
Excellent, thank you. Now you talked about maybe a nuclear bond. Ernie, let's talk about how do we make nuclear green? We talk about green energy taxonomies. Is that a tailwind for nuclear? Can you imagine that we could get more nuclear attention and make nuclear sort of fit better as you start hearing about some of these green taxonomies?
Well, there certainly has been a lot of progress. Well, I certainly call it progress. I think we all do here in terms of the discussion around nuclear, and that includes, as you say, kind of its admission into the portfolio of green technologies. I think that does provide a bit of a tailwind in the sense that at least some investment groups, maybe some banks, would take that as a partial endorsement. But to be clear, my colleagues have both mentioned the word bankable. I don't think it gets over that hurdle. There are other issues to consider there. And so I think combining the green taxonomy with specific steps is critical. I would say also there, Maria, that to be honest, we've heard a lot today in the panels about almost a leapfrogging to the next generation of nuclear technologies. I would submit that it might be better just to focus on getting some technologies deployed. Right now, we don't need additional challenges. And I think that takes things like, for example, on the public sector, we do need public-private partnership. But I think, at least for a place like the United States, it has to be arranged in a way that there is some serious risk sharing, but still leaving the private sector, I think, with the primary responsibilities. For example, forming an order book for a particular design can help share things like first-of-a-kind costs, which have not been mentioned, which is a huge impediment to going forward without a sufficient demand aggregation. I would just end by saying, at this meeting, in fact, we've heard from some of the tech companies how demand aggregation, and also heavy industry, demand aggregation is coming. I think we should all be helping that happen, but not just only among the tech companies, but any customer who is prepared to join into some of the risk sharing in a particular design, utilities and tech companies and heavy industry, whoever, I think that's the kind of excuse me, a coalition we need so that these guys can get to yes.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because just today there was an announcement. Microsoft, Google, Nucor, right, pulling that together to aggregate that demand, and I think they're going out with an RFP.
And some may not know, Nucor is a big steel company.
Right.
With a lot of need for electricity.
Yeah. So that's great. Okay, Jana, back to you. In December, TVO became the first European nuclear company to join the green bond market. So how do you see the role of green bonds in the future for nuclear energy investments? And more broadly, your view on EU's sustainable finance taxonomy system in the context of nuclear investments?
Yeah, well, I guess that today you can't talk about financing without talking about sustainable financing. And that's the reason why we are also having our green bond out there. And really the introduction of the green bond framework, for us, it has been a really exciting opportunity to fully integrate the sustainability into our financing. And we are really pleased to be the pioneers in the European nuclear field regarding this matter. So we were the first ones to go out with green bond. And we succeeded on that, and we are really happy about that. And we are really delighted also to see that some other companies are following the same path now, like Fortum in Finland and in some other companies also in some other countries as well. And we hope to see as many nuclear companies to follow the same path in the future also, because when they are releasing green bonds, I think that that's a really strong message for the investors at first, but also to the world, that nuclear is really part of the sustainable option when we want to decarbonize our societies. And with our green bond, I just want to give you some figures and numbers to understand that how meaningful it is. With our green bond framework, we will finance the production of climate-friendly nuclear power, and thus we aim to avoid about 7.5 million metric tons of CO2 entering to the atmosphere annually. So a huge amount, and this is really crucial for us, and it's really something what we want to do. And as I mentioned earlier, the fact that the right decision was made when nuclear was included into the taxonomy for sustainable activities on about 2 years ago. But however, all the work is not done yet. The technical screening criteria for nuclear is quite ambitious, and for example, the role of nuclear beyond 2045 is still something what needs to be discussed. And also, this is something that should be codified in the future reviews as well.
Excellent, thanks. And Charles, I didn't forget about you. What are some novel approaches to financing nuclear? And are you seeing funds devoted to nuclear? Is climate philanthropy or ESG playing a role?
Yes, thank you. I'm just going to borrow a microphone. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. One thing I was struck in the conversation today, you saw almost every world leader come here. It was amazing. Governments, and they often mentioned needing financing. Pretty interesting plea from most of the governments. And I think what I would talk about new sources of capital is the fact that there is a lot of capital out there for nuclear. We just mentioned green bonds, and if it's safe and secure investment with a predictable return, there's a huge amount of capital. That's actually almost where the entirety of the world's capital is, at 5 to 10% IRR rates that you can get safely. What is lacking generally in the field is capital for that risky build part that we were talking about in a stack. Who's taking the risk for the first part of the build when you don't know if a permit's going to get built? And where is the private capital? Where is the funds that are approaching that? We don't see energy transition funds, which there's lots of energy transitions funds. I was trying to look it up, but then I kind of went through my mental thought of firms I know starting energy transition funds and came up with several $100 billion worth that would invest in almost anything but nuclear, and of course not fossil fuels. So it's a big category. How can we get those guys pointed to a new nuclear build? The problem is predictability about build cost and sharing. And I think one of the things that struck me is when you have such a large group coming together to promise that we're going to triple our nuclear energy by 2050. We have enough countries and people in this room, effectively, that could pull together a fund for the risk part of a capital build as an equity fund. And you could use a model like Breakthrough Catalyst. If you guys know that from the United States, it was focused on new energy projects. It was hoping for, you know, a 5 to 10% IRR, but not guaranteed. So that is a model that can attack the new build. I would propose Oppenheimer Energy Ventures is open. I can give you an action item for any sovereign wealth that would like to contribute to a global shared fund. I think you need new players in the market. You need people to go in and take the risk on the early part of the market. There is developers coming out who are looking at a developer model, which really has not existed in nuclear. There's institutions like IBNI, International Bank of Nuclear Finance, which is suggesting that you need more expertise coming into the world banks. So those are all things that are happening. I would give a small shout out to non-state financed nuclear plants is starting to happen. It's right on the end. We saw an edge of people willing to announce private capital, including the England site, Community Nuclear Power. Of course, it's not built yet, but it's an important announcement that private investors are stepping up and willing to take some of that risk capital. And that's where renewable energy started, and now it's this huge category with predictable returns, and I think we're right on the edge of that.
So you can imagine if it's the lack of predictability, if it's that sort of understanding that in the beginning it's high risk, but it doesn't mean that it's always high risk.
That's
so can you imagine that once a few of the same thing is built, you start seeing it come down that cost curve, that there's an unleashing of this private capital opportunity?
That's what I see, yes, both rebuilding the same plant many times, that would include another AP1000 instead of a non-plant,
Right.
a order book with 5, 10, 15, reduce the risk,
Okay.
and climate philanthropy, which I forgot to mention, it spends about $9 to $10 billion a year, almost none of it at nuclear. And I think our intention should be not that you own the market as a financial institution, but that you set an example. You take the first project, and we could see a flood of capital coming in with larger banks, energy transition funds, and those guys are doing it. They're a year into it. I think they're going to make a lot of money, and that's what we're all hoping for, right?
That's exciting.
Maria, could I just...
Yes, Ernie, jump in.
Follow up on that?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh, Ernie's questioning the newcomer.
Ernie might have the whole answer. Just a minute here.
Characteristically reinforcing
Oh, great.
what you said.
This is a level play field.
The learning experiences that you referred to
Yes.
are well known in the Emirates, in the four reactors, but less well known is right now in the United States. Just the 2 reactors being built has led to enormous learning benefits. The problem is, in the United States, we have nothing to follow it. To capture,
Not yet.
Not yet, to capture those benefits, and that's where the demand aggregation, et cetera,
Could help.
can be very important to make it bankable.
Right.
My colleague Armin Cohen likes to say we've got to move from the project to the product mentality in the
That's
nuclear
right.
business, which we haven't really done.
Great. Thanks, Ernie. Thanks for that clarification. Minister Sikala, the recent energy crisis has shown that electricity market designs in deregulated markets have exposed consumers to the volatility of energy prices. What solutions do you think governments can propose to help address that?
I think the recent energy crisis brought a completely different view. What does it mean, energy, and how we see basically energy? Because during the good times of the cheap energies, the energy was treated like a commodity, always accessible. And then we were faced with the situation that even if you are able to pay for energy, there might be a shortage. So even with the possibility to buy, you will not get it. So, and now we see that the households and even the businesses, they perceive the energy like a public good. Or some of the communities are even saying this is a human right, and they expect from the governments that the governments are responsible to ensure enough energy for affordable prices. So, and if they do not get it, they trigger political changes. So from this point of view, I think that the market design, the reform of the market design in that way is extremely necessary. What is also necessary is basically the technological neutrality. So we have basically in our effort to decarbonize, leave in the country's discretion which way for this fulfilling of the climate targets they will choose. And of course, in that way, when we are talking about nuclear and looking back around the world, we can see that successful long-term development of nuclear technologies over the last 30 years involve almost exclusively or partially state-owned companies. And we have to adjust to this basically renaissance of nuclear, because we were talking about like a predictability. And why we are not predictable? Because we lost the track, we lost the expertise. In the 70s, 80s, we were able to build reactors within the budget in time. and we have to regain back this ability to deliver in order to deliver to the investors, to the banks, but also to the states, the control over the costs, about the cash flow. And here we have to create the conditions and change the approach to the like a public aid, because without the involvement of the state, we will not be able to build new nuclear sources, especially in the area of the big-scale reactors. And today's leader's voice has shown that we need it. And for me, to be very honest, and I'm now coming back to this confidence, to the ability to deliver, this is like a big satisfaction, because 2.5 years ago, when I was appointed and I arrived to the first Energy Council, nuclear was something like in Harry Potter, the prohibited word, Lord Voldemort. And today we see a completely change in the approach. But what we need to do is not only to change the mindset, but also the regulatory framework and to the approach.
Thank you. Well, there's so many more questions we could ask, but I'm not going to ask them. I am going to turn to each of you and say, it's 2024, so by 2030, give us your gut reaction. Are you bullish on nuclear? Are we going to be financing more nuclear in 2030 than we are today? And are we going to be on an upward trajectory, a stable trajectory, or a sad trajectory? Charles, I'm going to start with you.
Finally, a softball question. I'm bullish.
Bullish, okay.
2030 is 7 years from now. I'll remind you, we did the Manhattan Project when we didn't know the physics in 2.5 years. It was an impossible job. This is not an impossible job. This is possible. So we're not going to get where I want us to be by 2030, like the production of energy, but the projects will be moving with much better rate by 2030.
I'm bullish with you.
Yes.
All right.
It's easy.
Oh my
We
gosh,
can
she's
just save
jumping
our
out of
time.
line. That's 2 for bullish. All right.
We're the choir here.
All
We're
right.
preaching.
Okay. Jana, you're next. What is your view? We're in 2030. More nuclear, maybe not so much, or less nuclear?
Well, as we know already, if you think about the situation in Europe, for example, there are lots of projects ongoing at the moment in Europe. However, it's only 7 years, as you mentioned, so probably those projects which are already ongoing, they will get forward, and some of them will be in operation already. We also know that on the same time, some of the units are also in the decommissioning phase. So probably we will get a few more, but we will also lose a few power plants. But I'm sure that there will be plenty of new projects in the pipeline during the next 7 years.
That sounded bullish, Jana. Am I going to put you down for bullish? All right. Fernando, you're next. What do you think?
Okay. From Latin American perspective, we're heavily investing in renewables, so decarbonizing through renewables. Our next task is to expand the networks. We are facing several stresses in the networks that are preventing basically to adding more renewables. And the third stage is to decarbonize the existing fleet of fossil fuels. And then is where nuclear or green hydrogen will play the role. So from the regional perspective, I am positive on the nuclear, but not as fast as here in Europe, that the need is much higher.
All right, we're going to have to put you in the not so much by 2030 column. All right, so far there's only 1 in that column. All right, and Ines.
I'm going to take it a little bit more of the cautious view also from Fernando. So I think, definitely we'll see more of sustainable energy, right? And that will be a mix of renewables, and I think we're seeing a huge push for that. And of course, I think, undoubtedly some nuclear. But if I look, at our region and here more on Central Eastern Europe, there are a lot of considerations on some of the decommissioning, longer or life extension or long-term operations of existing power plants. That requires a lot of funding as well. And, often this is an area also to think about, how can we, when we embark on these projects, how can we make sure that we have decommissioning funds or funds to allow to extend in a safe way, which is not immaterial. So I would be a bit more cautious, saying definitely, for sustainable energy with a mix of renewables and nuclear.
Okay, next time you guys can't sit next to each other. All right, and let's go on to Tomas.
Our big focus will definitely be renewables, energy efficiency, and grids going forward. We are not closing the door for discussions on nuclear projects, but I still think that most countries that are in need of increase relatively fast in their energy production must concentrate on renewables now and energy efficiency. But the lead times for nuclear are so long, they will be needed for baseload, but we cannot just sit still and wait. So I think decarbonization means renewables, renewables, renewables in the short term, and maybe we will see an increase in nuclear in the longer term. We have ourselves stopped all financing of unabated carbon-based energy production, so no oil, gas and coal, and putting all our resources into renewable, and are thereby also one of the main actors in this field. This is also important when it comes to our issuance of green bonds. We are a big issuer of green bonds, the first world issuer in 2007, with the first green bond globally. For us, it is very important to safeguard the sort of the value of the green bond in that respect, and that will also be focused on renewable and energy efficiency. What would be interesting to see if SMR technology could come into play as a new technology, innovative, and with a business model that works. And we are still a bit far from that. It will probably take a few years until we are there, but we will follow that very closely.
So nuclear eventually, but not so much by 2030. That's where you're at. Okay, it's a tie. It's 3-3. Ernie, it's to you.
Well, first I would observe that if the bankers are uniformly pessimistic, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So we need to change those attitudes. So I would say with the question asked as it was asked, I would be in the bullish column. That is, there will be more, I think, investment. However, I think there's another question.
Might not be built yet, but it might be invested in.
The other question is getting to scale.
Okay.
So I think it's useful to set the scale. The tripling, let's take the tripling to mid-century as the objective. It may be a bit aggressive, but let's take it as the objective. With some retirements in the meantime, we're talking round numbers, a terawatt.
Okay.
At, let's say, a fairly optimistic $5 a watt, that's $5 trillion, 250 billion a year. It's not a trivial amount compared to the investment cash flows. So one conclusion there is, which I think is relevant and helps define the problem, is, and I think my colleagues here in the banking world will agree, that it's very unlikely to get $5 trillion of concessionary investments. It's got to be non-concessionary. So we have to address these problems, like first-of-a-kind problems, et cetera, demand aggregation, all of that. So 2030, I think we will be on an upslope. Okay. But the question is, it's got to be enough of a slope to get us to where it matters for the challenges we are addressing. The last comment I'll make is, it's been mentioned, but I think we need to hammer it more. Climate is being used as a major driver for increased nuclear deployment, and that's great, and it's correct. So is energy security. But I don't think we make nearly enough of the case of articulating that you just need large carbon-free firm power to have a reliable and resilient grid. With all due respect, you can keep investing in renewables until they become a large part of the market. And then you're stuck. You're not going to solve the problem with batteries because you don't have enough storage time. It's got to be there. Something's got to be there. Nuclear, I would say, remains the lead horse for filling that niche.
Excellent. And I recorded your vote, but I'm giving you the last talk.
I think that we have to seek for completely new perspectives. 5 trillion was the amount mentioned. Recently, I got some study, I think it was a Bloomberg, about a final bill in Europe for the energy crisis. 1 trillion euro.
Wow.
Was there a business case? So everything, price caps, subsidies, the cost for the infrastructure. Let's guess what you can build for 1 trillion euro. Was there a business case? Was it like investment money with return? No. When we are talking about the nuclear business case, when we are talking about 2030, so we see, and the bankers are calling for the proven business case. So in the SMR, we can have the first of kind somewhere around 28, and the probability that they will take the first of kind as a proven business case is pretty limited. So we are talking about to give them a proven business case around 2030, 2032, 33. But when we summarize the plans just in Europe for new big-scale reactors, and when we basically take that the announcement has a certain level of probability that the countries will go for it. So we are talking about 45 reactors, which represents an increase in the GDP of 100 trillion and 450,000 working places. So from this perspective, this is a pretty nice business case. We just need to find a way how to make it predictable, stable, bankable, and affordable not only for like a state companies with a state financing, but also for funds and the banks.
Non-concessionary.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Let's give a round of applause to the panel here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, In a couple of minutes, we will start with the declaration ceremony. So please stay with us. In a couple of minutes, we will start. We are preparing everything, and we are glad to welcome once again Mr. Grossi. Thank you. Maar ladies and gentlemen, I have another practical announcement. We will start with the declaration ceremony at 7:30. So at 7:30 we will have Mr. Grossi here and the representatives of the industry. So, and then we will start with the declaration ceremony. I hope you can wait, and I hope to see you in about 20 minutes.
laisser dehors. Ah mais ça va aller vite. Non La dernière fois que je l'ai vu ranger, je trouvais ça comme un grand paquet. J'ai fait une fois moi-même et
and gentlemen, welcome back. May I ask you to take your seats again so we can start with the declaration ceremony. And therefore, I would like to invite to the stage Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Dr. Rafael Mariano Grossi, and also, yes, give him a round of applause, and the representatives from industry to introduce the Industry Declaration. Director General of the World Nuclear Association, Ms. Sama Bilbao Ileon. President and CEO of the Canadian Nuclear Association, Mr. John Gorman. General Manager of the Japan Atomic Industrial Forum, Mr. Akihito Uwatake. Chairman of the Korea Atomic Industrial Forum, Mr. Yoho Wan. President and CEO of the Nuclear Energy Institute, Ms. Maria Korsnik. And Director General of Nuclear Europe, Mr. Yves Debazay. And now, Ms. Bilbao Ileon, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, and fellow friends everywhere for the very clean energy future. Together with all the heads of association of national and regional nuclear associations, I really want to offer our congratulations to obviously the Prime Minister of Belgium, but of course to the Director General of the World Nuclear Association of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Rafael. Congratulations for convening this fabulous event and bringing all these heads of state to talk about nuclear energy. The nuclear industry welcomes the commitment of all the national leaders that were assembled here today to help accelerate the development and the deployment of nuclear energy. First of all, to fight climate change. Second, to ensure that we have energy security. And last, but certainly not least, to make sure that we drive sustainable economic development. And of course, all those things were set out in the declaration that you unveiled earlier today. So, of course, while the governments have a very important role to set these bold policies and to influence finance, ultimately, it will be us, the global nuclear industry, who will actually deliver on these objectives. And of course, through the continuous operation of the existing fleet, but also, of course, to the deployment of new nuclear reactors in many parts of the world. So this is the reason why the nuclear industry, which is represented today by the heads of all these industry associations, we have also issued our own industry declaration that clearly shows that we stand ready to work alongside with governments to deliver the required capacity and capabilities growth to actually solve this huge energy trilemma that we have in front of us. So in this declaration, we ask for robust and durable policy frameworks, also for pragmatic industry policies, because we think that having those, we are going to have the best framework to actually drive and accelerate new nuclear development, reduce the cost, and do this as fast as possible. Also, we think that these policies are really going to provide very clear signals to investors. They are going to help ensure that nuclear energy